Chapter 82. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Zeng Qingming leaned back against a large chair. Although his white hair was neatly combed, it was still difficult to conceal the deep weariness on his withered face. He forced a smile onto his face and cupped his hands together. Brother Yun, I wonder why you came here today? Yun Zhong didn't answer the question. Instead, he said with regret, I haven't seen Brother Zeng for a short 3 months and yet you have withered so much. If I didn't pay attention, I wouldn't have been able to feel the slightest fluctuation of magic power within your body. Zeng Qingming's body paused for a moment. He calmly said, your injuries have accumulated and your body can't hold on any longer. In order to avoid aggravating your injuries, it's best if you don't use magic power as much as possible. Yun Zhong nodded. What Brother Seng says is correct. Let me see if I can think of a way to help Brother Seng restore his health. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up. Zeng Qingming waved his hand. There's no need for Brother Yun to worry about me. My injuries have already improved a bit. Yun Zhong's eyes flashed. He sat back down. Then I wish Brother Zeng a speedy recovery. He changed the topic and said, I came here today because of this brat. He saw Moa not too long ago and has been obsessed with her ever since. Even his cultivation has been affected. This old man has already punished him heavily, but this brat is unrepentant. This old man has no choice but to shamelessly ask for her hand in marriage. Fortunately, the engagement between the two children has already been decided. If they get together in advance, they won't be laughed at. Zeng Qingming's complexion changed. This, Yun Zhong chuckled. Brother Zeng, there is no need to worry. Although this is a bit rushed, my Yun family will absolutely not mistreat that little girl Moa. All of the gifts have already been prepared and the wedding and bridal chamber have also been prepared. As long as Brother Zeng agrees, we can take away that little girl Moa today. Zeng Qingming's complexion darkened. For the Yun family to make all of their preparations before coming here to inform him of this was already a great disrespect. But to mention that they were going to marry Zeng Moa today was no different from looking down on them. He took a deep breath and said, Brother Yun, isn't this a little inappropriate? Yun Zhong's smile faded. This old man thinks it is very suitable. The scene fell into a deathly silence and awkwardness. The Yun family cultivators were brimming with confidence, their eyes filled with arrogance. The Zeng family members panicked, but they didn't dare to say anything. Great-grandfather, for Grandpa Yun to personally come here is already giving Moa enough face. I like this marriage, whether it's sooner or later, it doesn't matter. Zeng Moa stepped out from behind the curtain and lightly said. After several years, the strange girl from East Stream Town had become much calmer and more reserved. But, this calmness and the natural charm of her facial features fused together, forming an even more intense charm. Just looking at her made one feel as if their soul had been hooked away, never to wake up again. In the Yun family, the eyes of the youth in embroidered robes instantly burned. He turned around and said, Grandfather. Yun Zhong glanced at him, a faint smile on his face. Little girl Moa, it's great that you can think like this. How about this? You go home with Yun Hai first. This old man will order people to send over the betrothal gifts and other things. Zeng Moa's beautiful face stiffened and her body began to shiver. First sending her in and then sending out betrothal gifts, this wasn't marrying a wife, but taking in a concubine. Even if the Yun family didn't say anything, this was a blatant humiliation to the Zeng family. She bit her lip so hard that it almost bled. She took a deep breath and was about to speak when Zeng Qingming suddenly growled. Yun Zhong, we've been friends for many years. What is the meaning of this? His eyes widened in anger. Even if his cultivation wasn't here, his golden core aura still caused one's heart to tremble. Yun Zhong's brows furrowed and he said lightly, Brother Zeng's body is still unwell, so it's best if you don't get angry at will, lest you aggravate your injuries and ultimately bring trouble upon yourself. Asking for trouble, a pun. Since he dared to make things difficult for the Zeng family, he naturally had absolute confidence. Several days ago, a disciple of Immortal Eclipse Valley personally rushed back to the Yun family and informed them that Zheng Zhongxiu had stolen the spirit grass and also pointed out that Eclipse Shoqing had secretly arranged for it. Zheng Zhongxiu must die. As such, Yun Zhong's apprehensions were all gone. Today's sudden attack was to plunder the Zheng family before the Lu family could react. Falling out with him was exactly what he wanted. Zheng Qingming was gasping for breath, blue veins popping out on his withered palms. Get out, all of you get out. Forget about the marriage with the Yun family. Zheng Moa anxiously said, Great-grandfather. Yun Zhong laughed. Then, he restrained his laughter and a cold expression appeared on his face. For better or for worse, my Yun family is still an overlord of Yang Peak City with an inheritance of over 300 years. If you want to forget about the marriage just because you say so, then where do you think my Yun family is? Good. Considering that we have been friends for many years, I will take a step back. As long as you hand over the pill forging technique, I will no longer pursue this matter. Zheng Qingming's eyes widened. You have such wild ambitions, so you have always had designs on my Zheng family's secret ancestral technique. Now that I think about it, the reason I ended up in my current situation is inextricably linked to you. Yun Zhong, you despicable villain. Yun Zhong's tone was cold. My patience is limited. Zheng Qingming, don't refuse a toast. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. If your patience is limited, then get out of here. Why stay here and be an eyesore? Yun Zhong was enraged. How insolent. Where did this bastard come from? You dare to be so rude to me. His beard and hair fluttered in the wind, giving him a bit of momentum. Qin Yu stepped forwards. Beside him was an angry Zheng Zhongxiu. Although he hadn't covered his face, he had always respected Yun Zhong as an elder. He never imagined that the Yun family would be so despicable. At the same time, he rejoiced that he had invited Qin Yu here. Otherwise, if he missed out on this day, who knew what sort of situation the Zheng family would fall into? Zheng Qingming's eyes widened. Excitement flashed in his eyes, followed by shame and sadness. Zheng Moa stood there in a daze, her mind blank. All of her thoughts seemed to have run off to some unknown place. It was him. Within the Yun family, a cultivator's complexion changed. He whispered several words into Yun Zhong's ear. Yun Zhong frowned, revealing a bit of dissatisfaction before composing himself. Zheng Zhongxiu hadn't died, that was an accident. But, so what? Someone who once stole spiritual plants was destined to never have a chance to rise again. Yun Zhong coldly said, Little nephew Zhongxiu, were you the one who said those words just now? As he spoke, his eyes locked onto Qin Yu, a chilling chill in them. Zheng Zhongxiu had a severely wounded appearance and didn't have the vigor he had just now. The only reason he had said those words was to give himself more time to think. If someone dared to be so rude to him, then they must have some backing. In addition, Zheng Zhongxiu had joined Immortal Eclipse Valley as a master, so perhaps he knew some young man with a great background. An old thing that had lived for several hundred years naturally wouldn't be lacking in caution. Zheng Zhongxiu clenched his teeth. You old thief, I wish I could kill you. He had heard everything that the Yun family had said just now, so the anger in his heart could be imagined. Yun Zhong laughed. How ambitious. He flicked his sleeves. I want to know just what methods you have that you dare to threaten to kill me. Winds rose up from the ground, turning as sharp as a blade. 5th level golden core. For a wandering family to reach this step, it couldn't be considered weak. Qin Yu's eyes turned cold. He lifted a hand and ruthlessly tore apart the wind. Yun Zhong's pupils shrank, a look of shock on his face. To casually break through his supernatural powers, this was at least a late golden core cultivation. He didn't dare to believe that the young man in front of him was an old monster that had been hiding his strength. His thoughts raced. Yun Zhong squeezed out a smile. May I ask how I should address you? Qin Yu coldly said, Take your people and get out of the Zheng family. You. Yun Zhong's face twisted. Qin Yu stepped forwards. If you don't want to leave, then all of you will stay behind. Bang! A thick killing intent shrouded him. This killing intent came from the battlefield between the righteous path and the demonic path. It was accumulated after Qin Yu killed dozens of demonic path golden cores. Normally, because the demon body restrained this killing intent, it was enough to make one feel as if they had fallen into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Yun Zhong's complexion paled. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him and all the hairs on his back stood up. He didn't dare to say another word. He turned and left. This was because just now, he had truly felt the taste of death from Qin Yu's body. In the blink of an eye, the Yun family left in distress. The Zeng family members were both shocked and happy, but they were also a bit confused. But there were several people inside that recognized Qin Yu. Their faces stiffened. Zeng Qingming trembled as he stood up. His face was full of shock, embarrassment, and guilt. Fellow Daoist Qin Yu, how could I possibly have the face to thank you? Qin Yu smiled. Brother Zeng and I are good friends and can be considered old acquaintances of the Zeng family. It is only natural for me to help you. Senior Zeng, there is no need to thank me. As he finished speaking, he turned and nodded. Miss Mo, it's been a long time. Zeng Mo trembled. Her eyes filled with disbelief. She involuntarily said, You don't blame me? Qin Yu shook his head. In truth, whether or not you spoke in the past, it would have been difficult for me to escape trouble. Zeng Mo was pleasantly surprised. But before she could speak again, Qin Yu said, Senior Zeng, can you allow me to examine your injuries? Although he didn't resent what happened in the past, since it had already happened, there was no way for it to be the same as before. Zeng Mo's eyes dimmed. Zeng Qingming coughed. My injuries are heavy and difficult to treat. I fear there is nothing I can do to reverse the situation. Zeng Zhongxiu anxiously said, Old ancestor, please allow Lord Qin Yu to try. Zeng Qingming's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist. Qin Yu could be called a senior, but he couldn't be arrogant any longer. Cultivators respected strength above all else. They couldn't disregard this. Sitting down and feeling his pulse was only for show. The true method was to condense his magic power into threads and probe his body. Zeng Qingming's mind shook. Even though he had seen Qin Yu force back Yun Zhong with a single move, he was still shocked by the purity of his magic power. In just a few short years, it was already amazing to reach his current boundary from Foundation establishment, much less such pure magic power. Just how great of a lucky chance had Qin Yu experienced? As an old and experienced character, his complexion changed in an instant. Then, he composed himself and didn't ask any more questions. This was how one should conduct oneself. A moment later, Qin Yu let go. He thought for several breaths of time and said, Your injuries are indeed troublesome, but that isn't the key point. Senior Zeng should have been poisoned, right? Zeng Qingming's eyes brightened. Does fellow Daoist Qin have a way? This was clearly an admission. Qin Yu nodded. I do. He paused for a moment and said, However, this method is far too dangerous. It requires Senior Zeng to be in a deep slumber, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. I wonder if Senior Zeng is willing to agree to this. Zeng Qingming laughed. I am a lamp that has run out of oil, so why would I have any scruples? Fellow Daoist Qin, feel free to do as you wish. Qin Yu stood up. Then I ask Senior Zeng to prepare a quiet room. Remember, no one can disturb you. The Zeng family cultivators were overjoyed. They immediately began to move and soon prepared everything. Zeng Qingming swallowed a dormant pill and fell into a deep slumber. He was carefully sent into the quiet room. Zeng Zhongxiu had a dignified expression. Brother Qin, please. Qin Yu smiled. Don't worry. If there isn't an accident, Senior Zeng should recover by tomorrow. He closed the quiet room door and sat down cross-legged. His divine sense spread out like a fine rain, sweeping over every inch of his surroundings. Although it wasn't too likely, it wasn't wrong to be cautious. Very good. Everything was in order. With a flick of his sleeves, several array discs fell down, blocking out the aura of the quiet room. Any probing would be detected. Qin Yu closed his eyes and waited. Night fell. A foot-long sea-blue light quietly bloomed in the darkness. Chapter 83. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Under the azure light, threads of grey energy visible to the naked eye drilled out of Zeng Qingming's limbs and gathered at his fingers. Love go small say neck soon. When the last wisp of grey energy vanished, Qin Yu swiped his finger and several drops of black blood dripped out. A sweet fragrance entered his nose. Qin Yu's eyes turned cold. He flicked his finger and a spark appeared, burning it to nothingness. After carefully inspecting Zeng Qingming and making sure that the poison in his body had been completely dispelled, Qin Yu revealed a faint smile. With the little blue lamp in hand, dispelling the poison was as simple as that. Carefully putting it away, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. The night quietly passed. At noon the next day, when the sun was high up in the sky, Zeng Qingming opened his eyes. His eyes flickered, and he hurriedly sensed the changes within his body. Very soon, his eyes widened and his face was filled with excitement. Qin Yu smiled. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. The old ancestor's poison had been dispelled and it wouldn't be long before he recovered. Once this news spread out, the entire Zeng family's morale rose and they were rejuvenated. With that, Qin Yu became the Zeng family's most honored guest. After the banquet, Zeng Zhongxiu led the way to the Zeng family's chamber. Zeng Qingming opened his eyes, his expression solemn and respectful. From this day forth, fellow Daoist Qin is my Zeng family's eternal friend. He flipped his hand and took out a jade archive. It was simple and unadorned, emitting an ancient aura. It was clear that it had been passed down for an extremely long time. This is a pill forging technique passed down by my Zeng clan's ancestor. By fusing this technique into alchemy, the quality of the medicinal pill can be increased by 10 to 30%. The Zeng family is unable to repay you, so we are willing to share this technique with you. Qin Yu's complexion was strange. Zeng Qingming misunderstood. Fellow Daoist Qin, there is no need to think too much about it. The Zeng family doesn't have any other meaning, we just want to express our gratitude to you. Qin Yu waved his hand. This technique is passed down by the Zeng family's ancestors, so how could I possibly ask for it? Senior Zeng, please take it back and there is no need to speak further. This. Zeng Qingming hesitated. Seeing Qin Yu's firm attitude, he sighed inwardly. A look of admiration appeared on his face. Fellow Daoist Qin is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. This is the first time I've seen someone like you in my life. Qin Yu shook his head. Senior Zeng overpraises me. With the little blue lamp in hand, purifying and upgrading pills was far too easy for him. Moreover, the quality would increase by several times. To others, the core forging technique might be extremely precious. For instance, that treacherous Yun family. But in Qin Yu's eyes, it was of little value. He coughed lightly and said, Senior Zeng, there shouldn't be any more people coming to make things difficult for you. I will take my leave now. Zeng Qingming tried to urge him to stay, but seeing that Qin Yu had already made up his mind, he stood up to see him off but was refused. Thus, he arranged for Zeng Zhongxiu to respectfully see him out. After leaving the chamber, Zeng Zhongxiu asked Qin Yu to wait for a moment. A moment later, he returned with a storage bag in his hands. There are 10,000 spirit stones inside. I ask Brother Qin to accept them. Love go small say Netki explained, with the Zeng family's many years of heritage, 10,000 spirit stones is indeed a bit too little. But after the upheaval in East Stream Town, the Zeng family suffered heavy losses and after coming to Young Peak City we were oppressed. In addition to the old ancestors' injuries, it's really rude of me. Qin Yu smiled. He didn't decline and accepted the 10,000 spirit stones. He returned the storage bag. I have many of these things, so I won't be greedy for your Zeng families. Brother Qin, rest at home and recuperate. We will meet again in the future. Whoosh, he shot into the skies, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Zeng Zhongxiu revealed a grateful expression. If Qin Yu could refuse the priceless core forging technique, then why would he care about a mere 10,000 spirit stones? The only reason he accepted it was to make him feel a bit more at ease. Brother Qin, if there is a chance in the future, even if I have to die a terrible death, I will repay your great kindness. Magic power surged. Qin Yu howled forwards. He frowned, a thoughtful look on his face. In all fairness, he was only an ordinary person. He didn't have any noble feelings to repay evil with good. At most, he could be considered an old acquaintance of the Zeng family. After the matter with Zeng Mo, he could be considered a broad-minded person if he didn't bother with them. But this time, not only did he help the Zeng family overcome this crisis, but he had also used the power of the little blue lamp to dispel the poison in Zeng Qingming's body. Was this a bit excessive? Qin Yu thought about it for a long time. The reason he helped the Zeng family seemed to be because of a single person. It wasn't Zeng Mo. No matter how beautiful that woman was, his heart was as still water when facing her. Zeng Zhongxiu. When they first met at East Stream Town, he had felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. Even though they hadn't seen each other for several years, when Immortal Eclipse Valley saw him in trouble, he still didn't hesitate to help. This had nothing to do with friendship, but was more of an instinct. It seemed that this Zeng Zhongxiu was extremely important to him, or perhaps he was related to him in the future. This thought suddenly appeared and then flashed past without any reason. Qin Yu revealed a dignified expression. When a cultivator's cultivation rose, they could sense the heavens and earth and faintly sense their own destiny. This was a mysterious and mystical concept, but it was recorded in many ancient texts. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. His eyes flashed and he whispered to himself, perhaps I should give him another good fortune. After returning to Immortal Eclipse Valley, he delayed for a short time before heading straight to Pill Crucible's dwelling. As he thought, this cheap senior apprentice brother's so-called seclusion was actually hiding away to slack off. When Qin Yu arrived, Pill Crucible was holding a pot of wine and drinking it in satisfaction. Greetings, senior apprentice brother. Pill Crucible opened his eyes. You're back. That Zeng family junior's injuries weren't simple. For you to be able to heal him in a single day and night, I have a whole new level of respect for you. Qin Yu was shocked. Pill Crucible winked. If you don't have some skill, how could you dare to manage Immortal Eclipse Valley? Not even the slightest bit of movement within 1,000 miles can escape my eyes. Qin Yu's tone was filled with admiration. Senior apprentice brother's methods are amazing. I admire you, I admire you. Pill Crucible laughed, indescribably pleased with himself. After a long time, he waved his hand. That's enough. Tell me what you want. Since you've spent so much effort to please me, as long as it isn't too excessive, I will agree. Qin Yu smiled. I want to recommend a disciple to senior apprentice brother. Pill Crucible's face stiffened. He waved his hand again and again. Forget it, I really don't have the patience to teach a disciple. You can find someone else. Qin Yu sternly said, Senior apprentice brother, although you and I are cultivators, we will still perish one day. Are you willing to let everything you've learned scatter into the wind in the future? Without waiting for Pill Crucible to refute, he continued to say, the disciple I recommend to you has a clean background and an incomparably pious heart of alchemy. Most importantly, he has an extremely high talent. If you miss him, I fear you will regret it. Pill Crucible hesitated again and again, hesitated again and again. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Senior apprentice brother can meet him first. If you aren't satisfied with him, you can have him leave. Pill Crucible subconsciously nodded. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Good. After some time, I will arrange for him to come over. Pill Crucible was startled. Then, he frowned. Why do I feel like I've been tricked by you? Qin Yu shook his head. Senior apprentice brother's plans are flawless. If your heart isn't moved, then no matter what I say, what does it matter? I still have some matters to attend to. If senior apprentice brother doesn't have anything else to say, then I will leave first. The fog parted and gathered, covering Qin Yu's figure. Pill Crucible's fingers moved, his expression gradually dignified. After a long time, he gently sighed. As I thought, those related to you have their destinies disrupted and it is impossible to calculate them. That's fine. Let me take a look and see just what sort of person you, the one born with good fortune, have recommended to me. At the 8th furnace station, Qin Yu had concentrated on perceiving Daoist Wang's samsara inheritance. If he wanted to do this with peace of mind, he would have to sell out the fleeting flame furnace a little. However, looking at her arrogant expression and how she didn't seem annoyed at all when she sent the 8th furnace flying again and again, she seemed to be enjoying herself. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Someone reported that Zheng Zhengxiu had returned to Immortal Eclipse Valley. Qin Yu left seclusion and personally led him to Pill Crucible's dwelling. Zheng Zhengxiu was incomparably shocked. He fell to his knees and respectfully bowed. "Senior apprentice brother, this is the person I recommend." Pill Crucible frowned. With his cultivation, he could tell at a glance that Zheng Zhengxiu's cultivation was ordinary and his talent was mediocre. He was also much older than expected, and besides his good appearance, there was nothing special about him. He glared at Qin Yu, as if to say, "Is this how you recommend me?" Qin Yu's expression didn't change. He smiled and said, "Let him refine a furnace of pills and everything will be clear." Pill Crucible waved his hand. "Do as you wish." Most of his 70% interest had already dissipated. Qin Yu was already prepared. He took out a pill furnace and a pile of spirit grasses. These were all products of Immortal Eclipse Valley. With his status as their junior uncle, no one dared to refuse him. "Brother Zheng, there is no need for you to ask too much. You only need to refine a furnace of pills. The materials are here. You can choose whatever pill you want." Zheng Zhengxiu looked at Qin Yu. Seeing him nod, he no longer asked. He took a deep breath and stood in front of the furnace. Pill Crucible's eyebrows arched up. Before, Zheng Zhengxiu had cowered in front of him. He was simply mediocre. But as he stood in front of the furnace, he quickly calmed down. His expression was earnest and his temperament was steady. Faintly, he had the aura of an alchemy grandmaster. Zheng Zhengxiu began to choose the materials. His actions were steady and his choices decisive. It was clear he already had a plan in mind. Essence augmenting pill. He lit the furnace, placed in the materials, refined them, fused them, and formed the pill. The entire process was ordinary without anything special about it. But what was rare and commendable was his stability. That's right, it was stability. From the moment the furnace was lit to the moment the pill was formed, Zheng Zhengxiu's expression hadn't changed at all. Every movement he made was perfect. He was a textbook example. Pill Crucible's eyes brightened. Without waiting for Zheng Zhengxiu to speak, he flicked his sleeves and took out an essence augmenting pill. He glanced at it and calmly said, "Refine another essence soul pill." Zheng Zhengxiu respectfully nodded and continued to choose materials. Qin Yu used the testing methods from Immortal Eclipse Valley's Grand Alchemy meeting. He mixed in several fake and inferior materials, but this clearly wasn't enough to stop him. In a short period of time, he gathered all the materials needed for the essence soul pill. He lit the furnace. Formed the pill. Stability, a terrifying stability. Qin Yu revealed a light smile. When he recommended Zheng Zhengxiu, he naturally did some research. This was the reason he was delayed for a short period of time. After asking around, he found out that Zheng Zhengxiu was actually quite famous in the selection department. He was nicknamed Pill Fanatic. If he didn't have this talent, then even if he recommended him and gave him good fortune, what could he do? Pill Crucible had a light expression. But Qin Yu carefully observed him. He could see his cheap senior apprentice brother's heart stirring. "Refine another pill. I won't make any requests. Use your best skill to refine the best pill you can." Pill Crucible slowly said. Zheng Zhengxiu fell into deep thought. Standing beside the pill furnace, he seemed to have lost all awe in his heart. Even facing Pill Crucible, he was able to freely express himself. Time slowly passed. No one spoke. Only the flowing clouds around him reminded him that time was quietly passing. After a long time, Zheng Zhengxiu lifted his hand and quickly reached out. Qin Yu frowned. "Minor spirit pill?" That's right, this was the first pill Qin Yu had ever taken in his life. It was a minor spirit pill that energy refining cultivators needed to strengthen their magic power. Although it couldn't be considered the lowest ranked pill, it was still one of the last three. Like flowing water, Zheng Zhengxiu shouted out loud and 5 minor spirit pills flew out. Pill Crucible caught them. After looking at them several times, he flicked his sleeves and said, Junior apprentice brother, you can leave now. I have some words I need to speak with you alone. Qin Yu's eyes flashed and he appeared outside the fog. He hesitated for a moment before revealing a look of praise. Not only was Zheng Zhengxiu's talent in alchemy amazing, but his thoughts were also exquisite. The highest level, the best pill, didn't necessarily mean the highest rank or the strongest effect. What they pursued was only quality. Although the minor spirit pill's rank was low, it was something all alchemists had to learn. Or, it could be said that when they stepped onto the path of alchemy, it was the first pill they studied. Through refining it, one could see an alchemist's foundation. The question was ingenious and the solution was even more ingenious. It seemed that these two people were destined to become master and disciple. Chapter 84. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? SpeakNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Everything was perfect. Qin Yu began to go into seclusion. He had long since grown accustomed to loneliness and didn't feel any discomfort. The soul mushroom in the storage bag was in perfect condition. Beneath the light of the little blue lamp, its color became increasingly gray. This was a sign that it was rapidly growing. When it turned from gray to blue, that would be 100 years of age. In the end, the soul mushroom was mysterious and different from other spiritual plants of the world. The little blue lamp's accelerating effects were greatly reduced. At the very least, Qin Yu didn't see any signs of it turning blue at all. Luckily, Qin Yu wasn't in a hurry. He had plenty of time so he could patiently wait. The radiant redwood's derived spiritual root was in a sealed state, but that didn't mean it hadn't obtained anything. It had absorbed the little blue lamp's strength and bred a massive vitality. In the future, when Qin Yu planted it into the earth, this accumulated vitality would erupt. Then, there was the sky thunder bamboo and 1,000 gold mulberry. Every time Qin Yu placed the little blue lamp down, he would make sure they could receive the deep blue light. Unfortunately, the foot-long sea blue light was far too small. If he obtained new precious spiritual plants in the future, that would be a headache. As these spiritual plants were bathed in the blue light, Qin Yu completely immersed himself in alchemy. He constantly absorbed it, transforming it into an indelible mark in the depths of his soul. He was addicted to the feeling of being able to feel himself improving at all times. The sun rose and set. Half a year quietly passed. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Light surged in them, as warm and restrained as jade. He stood up and left the 10,000-foot peak. Senior apprentice brother, why did you come here? Pill Crucible sneered. There hasn't been any movement for half a year. I was afraid you would suffocate to death, so I called you out to get some fresh air. He paused for a moment and couldn't help but remind, the road of cultivation is a cycle of tension and relaxation. If you're so tense, that might not be good. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you for the advice, senior apprentice brother. Seeing his earnest expression, Pill Crucible relaxed a little. How are your harvests after half a year of seclusion? Qin Yu didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Senior apprentice brother seems to be in good spirits. Is it because you've received a beloved disciple that you're happy? Pill Crucible glared at him. You know the most. But, he smiled. He was indeed satisfied with Zheng Zhengxiu. The two of them stepped into the pavilion and sat down. Pill Crucible was silent for several breaths of time. He said, Junior apprentice brother, when do you plan on leaving? Seeing Qin Yu's surprised expression, Pill Crucible coldly humphed. I haven't lost my mind yet. You have an honored status, yet you haven't done anything to win the hearts of the people here. It is clear that you don't want to integrate into Immortal Eclipse Valley, so your desire to leave is already clear. Qin Yu smiled. Senior apprentice brother is observant. I'm used to living like a wild crane, so it's true that I'm not used to living in Immortal Eclipse Valley. Moreover, the world is so vast, and cultivators like us have lifespans that far surpass mortals, so it's natural for us to travel more and see more. Pill Crucible frowned. I don't care what you think, but I advise you to stay a little longer. Search through the entire Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty, and in alchemy, my Immortal Eclipse Valley can be considered number one. Alchemy cultivation will be of great benefit to you in the future. Qin Yu's heart warmed. Thank you for the advice, Senior apprentice brother. He thought for a moment and said, I've been quiet for a long time, so I have a request for senior apprentice brother. Speak. Qin Yu said, I want to go to Immortal Eclipse Valley, the pill disposal department. Pill Crucible was left dumbfounded. Although he didn't understand and asked 7 or 8 times, after Qin Yu repeatedly guaranteed that he would go, Pill Crucible reluctantly agreed. After handing out the token, Qin Yu had the qualifications to freely enter and exit Immortal Eclipse Valley's pill disposal department. But before he left, Pill Crucible earnestly told him to come out as soon as he felt any discomfort. Otherwise, if the pill toxins invaded too deeply, it would be incomparably troublesome even if he personally took action. Qin Yu agreed one at a time. Hold on. Pill Crucible coldly tossed over a jade bottle. There are several pills inside. Although the rank isn't high, the quality is still top grade. They might be helpful to your alchemy cultivation. Take them, take them. Qin Yu lowered his head, a strange expression on his face. There were several light blue pills in the transparent bottle, their smooth curves reflecting a faint halo of light. That's right, these were the pills he had sold at Billowing Wave City's auction house. He never imagined that they would be returned to his hands in such a manner. Pill Crucible glared at him. What, you don't want to? If you don't want to give them back to me, then instead of doing proper business all day long, all you do is think of all sorts of nonsense. Qin Yu hurriedly smiled. After sending Pill Crucible away and taking a short rest, Qin Yu took the token and smoothly arrived at the pill disposal department. This place wasn't too far away. It was located in the core region of Immortal Eclipse Valley. But, it was different from the Eastern Mountain sect. The pill disposal department was located in an open canyon. As far as the eye could see, the canyon was beautiful and there wasn't even the slightest trace of pill toxins wreaking havoc. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up, a look of surprise on his face. Junior uncle, the pill disposal department is blocked off by an array formation, so it is impossible for the outside world to see what is inside. You only need to take a few steps forward with the token in your hand. The cultivator in charge had a calm expression. He slowly said, Junior uncle should be well aware of how terrifying pill toxins are. This disciple does not know what business you have, but I ask that you be careful. Qin Yu nodded. It's fine. He stepped forwards. After several steps, he discovered that there was indeed something different. There seemed to be some invisible water blocking his path. The scene in front of him changed. In the Black Canyon, every stone had been corroded by pill toxins. Everywhere he looked, his life had been severed and there was only a constant humming sound in his ears. Looking up, a curtain of swords rose up from all directions, gathering into a vortex above his head before flowing down again and again. The waste pills in the valley were sucked up by the vortex and crushed to powder by the terrifying sword intent. Even the horrifying pill toxins were thoroughly destroyed by this sword intent. This curtain of swords was a bit familiar to Qin Yu. As he observed it, he was startled. 5-element sword array. No wonder Immortal Eclipse Valley dared to use this open canyon as the pill disposal department. So it turned out that they were borrowing the power of this terrifying sword array to dispose of waste pills. To constantly circulate this sword array, just how terrifying was the consumption. This sort of extravagant spending once again proved just how rich Immortal Eclipse Valley was. His cheap senior apprentice brother likely not only had an extraordinary cultivation, but he was also one of the wealthiest people in the entire Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. His eyes swept over the Black Canyon and his lips curled up. Just how massive was Immortal Eclipse Valley? They had many alchemists and countless pills were refined every day. Naturally, the number of waste pills was considerable. From today onwards, all of these waste pills would be his. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and began to lay down array discs. This time, he was much more cautious. He placed down 36 array discs before stopping. Rise. With a loud shout, fog rose up, covering the surrounding 100 feet around him. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged and sent out his divine sense. After determining that there was nothing wrong, he flicked his sleeves and gathered up a pile of pills on the ground. Roughly counting, there were over 300 pills. And, most importantly, they were all Golden Core Realm waste pills. As night fell, a foot of sea blue light was released from the fog. Qin Yu smiled. Old friend, it's time for your performance. After half a year of absorption, Qin Yu felt that his alchemy skills had reached a certain limit. What he needed now was a massive amount of practice. During the refining process, he had to thoroughly understand what he had learned so that he could continue to absorb and improve. Moreover, after refining pills, his cultivation that had been abandoned for a long time could be restored to its original state. After all, in the world of cultivation was always number one. Pill Crucible naturally couldn't feel at ease letting Qin Yu enter the pill disposal department. For such an important place, he naturally had a way to investigate it. But all he saw was a mass of fog. After thinking for a moment, he suppressed these thoughts. Qin Yu naturally had his reasons for doing this. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Pill Crucible had never doubted his junior apprentice brother's intelligence. He would let him be. Outside the pill disposal department, Cao Han's calm face couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. It had already been half a month and junior uncle still hadn't come out. Was he not afraid that pill toxins would invade his body and that he would suffer unbearable pain for the rest of his life? Or did junior uncle possess the strength to not fear pill toxins? His curiosity was buried deep in his heart. Every day, he remained loyal to his duty, standing guard outside the pill disposal department and not allowing any unrelated people to approach. But as time passed, he unknowingly looked towards the entrance more and more. His subordinates didn't have such shrewdness. Their faces were filled with shock. They thought that this junior uncle was just as the rumors said. He was incomparably mysterious and unfathomable. Another day passed and it was time for his shift. Cao Han stood up, washed up, and then hurried to the pill disposal department. He arrived a little earlier every day to avoid any disputes. After so many years, although the Eclipse clan cultivators were dissatisfied with him, they couldn't find a reason to make things difficult for him. Of course, a few snide remarks were unavoidable, but none of them could affect Cao Han's firm mind in the least. But today, the resolute Cao Han was left dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. The void rippled like layers of water. A luxuriously dressed youth stepped out. His expression was light and there was a light smile on his lips. This was an extremely common sight, but when the pill disposal department that everyone kept a respectful distance from behind them, no one could maintain their composure. Calculating the time, it just happened to be a month today. Cao Han's eyes were a bit absent-minded. It was rare for him to be absent-minded during a shift change. But the Eclipse clan juniors that normally glared at him also had blank expressions. Qin Yu easily sensed the gazes of Cao Han and the others. His expression was calm. He had already expected this. He turned and said, "Bring me a table, chairs, and tea set." Cao Han waved his hand. His subordinates immediately went to prepare. Soon, the tables and chairs were prepared. Hot water was boiled and the fragrance of tea filled the air. Cao Han and the others' lips twitched. This was the first time they had seen someone use the fire method to boil water and make tea. But, deep in their eyes, they were filled with envy and admiration. The fire method was an essential skill for every alchemist. When magic power vibrated and the air rubbed against each other, the flames that were produced were called void fires. Of course, this wasn't the only fire method. But it was the most practical and didn't require any materials. He had seen many void fires, but he had never seen one like this. To use it to boil tea, Cao Han's mind shook. As a golden core cultivator, he was well aware of just how precise and powerful a control of magic power was required to perform this seemingly simple action. Junior uncle truly lived up to his reputation. Qin Yu leaned back in his chair and drank his tea. His eyes were half closed, his mind completely relaxed. The path of relaxation that Pill Crucible spoke of was his life's experiences in cultivation. He naturally remembered it in his heart. Half a day later, after drinking several pots of tea, Qin Yu's breathing became increasingly lazy and drowsy. Then, he really did fall asleep. At this time, it wasn't just his subordinates, but even Cao Han, who was known for his calm composure, was left dumbfounded. Countless people sighed inwardly. Junior uncle was truly extraordinary. His actions were always unexpected. After hesitating again and again, when it was time to be on duty, Cowhan sent his subordinates away and stood beside a table. When the Eclipse clan cultivator arrived and saw this, he too had a confused expression. He hesitated again and again but in the end didn't dare to say anything. He pretended not to see Cowhan's erect posture. Luckily, before long, Chinyu opened his eyes. He stretched his waist and revealed a light smile. "I'll have to trouble you then." Cowhan bowed. Chinyu didn't speak. He turned and walked towards the entrance. After several breaths of time, his figure melted into the ripples and vanished from sight. "Humph. You tried to curry favor with him but he didn't even bother to look at you. Cowhan, aren't you disappointed now?" The Eclipse clan cultivator sneered. Cowhan glanced at him and then left. "You." The Eclipse clan cultivator was enraged. If he had such a good opportunity before, he wouldn't have missed it. But now that the situation in the valley had calmed down, he didn't dare to stir up trouble. Of course, what was more important was that the junior uncle that countless Eclipse clan juniors hated and feared was at the disposal department. The Eclipse clan cultivator glanced at the entrance and felt a chill crawl down his back. He turned and left. Chapter 85. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. To provide you with wonderful novels to read. It seemed to have become a habit. Every month, Chinyu would leave the pill disposal department for a day. He wouldn't do anything but boil tea, drink tea, and sleep. This strange habit didn't draw the least bit of disdain. Rather, it drew countless looks of awe. This was because using the fire method to boil tea was so high that it broke through the heavens. Cowhan was mostly silent. He didn't try to curry favor with Chinyu, but he always made preparations ahead of time. Whenever Chinyu slept, he would personally stand guard. Then, when he woke up, he would bow and leave. Although Eclipse Yuan despised Chinyu in his heart, he didn't dare to reveal it on his face. He had already informed the high-level figures of his family about this matter, but there was no reply. To a certain degree, this represented the attitude of the Eclipse clan. They would maintain a respectful distance, or rather, they wouldn't provoke him. Eclipse Yuan simply pretended not to see them. When he saw them on duty, he treated them as air. The sun rose in the east and set in the west. When Chinyu left the pill disposal department for the 6th time, a light drizzle fell from the sky. The rain passed through the power of the array formation and seeped into the earth. As usual, a table, chairs, and tea set had already been prepared. There was also a large bamboo umbrella that rustled as the rain fell upon it. Cowhan calmly bowed. Then, he straightened his body, allowing the rain to wet him. His eyes were cold as he stared ahead. Behind him, his subordinates didn't use any magic power at all. They stood silently, a bit solemn and somber. It wasn't that they were doing this on purpose, but because they were within the array formation, using magic power would disturb the fluctuations. Although it was weak, there were still hidden dangers. Chinyu smiled. He walked under the umbrella, lit a fire, boiled water, and brewed tea. This series of movements was smooth and natural. He lowered his head and drank. The tea tasted bitter, but as it spread in his mouth, it became sweet and lingered for a long time. This tea was good tea, better than anything he had drunk before. Chinyu looked at Cowhan, who was staring intently at him. He thought for a moment and beckoned him over. Cowhan was able to maintain his calm, but his subordinates flushed red with excitement. They thought that their boss' painstaking efforts for the last half-year had finally borne fruit. Under the burning gazes of many people, Cowhan walked to the bamboo umbrella and bowed. "Greetings, junior uncle." Chinyu said, "Have you been stuck at the 4th level of Golden Core for a long time?" Cowhan stiffened. "Yes, it has been 29 years. Give me your hand." Cowhan suppressed his excitement and took a step forward. Chinyu's fingers fell. After several breaths of time, he let go. "You suffered serious injuries in your early years. Although you managed to survive, the damage to your meridians was too great, so it was difficult for you to make a breakthrough." With a flip of his hand, he took out a jade bottle. "There is an essence replenishing pill inside. It can repair your meridians. This pill is for you. In the future, You don't need to prepare these for me. Cao Han took the jade bottle, cupped his hands and bowed deeply, then took a few steps back and left. Qin Yu drank the tea and closed his eyes to sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Cao Han was standing in the rain, her entire body soaked. He bowed and said, "Today is the last time I thank Junior Marshal Uncle for his kindness." After bowing solemnly, he turned around and strode away. Looking at his back, Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he sighed. He had helped Cao Han not only because he was careful and knew how to act appropriately, but also because his silent and solemn demeanor was somewhat similar to Lang Tu's. His friend, who had a pure heart and a baby face, would always act like this in front of outsiders, making himself look like he wasn't easy to bully. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. As he walked further and further down the road of cultivation, Lang Tu's life came to an abrupt end. A dark light flashed between Qin Yu's eyebrows. He took a deep breath and walked towards the entrance. The dead were gone, but the living were like this. He didn't seek to shake the world and reign supreme. He only hoped that in the future, he could control his own life and protect those close to him. As he stepped into the pill disposal department, Qin Yu tried to calm his thoughts. But Ningling's figure rose up from the depths of his memories. He bitterly smiled and simply stopped. Facing the vast curtain of swords, he could feel the boundless strength contained within. For a time, his heart was filled with waves. In the past, if he had grasped this strength, would he have been able to change Ningling's fate? Indeed, there were always regrets in life. There were always dissatisfactions, and there were always things that couldn't be obtained. And if he missed out on something, he would never be able to retrieve it. Just like this woman. In his dark and withered memories, she had left behind a beautiful mark and then vanished in the blink of an eye. The cries of trillions of swords rang out. Qin Yu's mind instantly became clear and all the chaotic thoughts in his mind were swept away. It was only then that he discovered that his magic power was in chaos and there were even signs of it going berserk. Heart demon. Qin Yu had a stern expression. He never thought that because he had helped Cao Han, he would unknowingly place himself in danger. If he hadn't woken up in time and his magic power had gone berserk, then no matter how powerful his demon body was, he would have been severely wounded. Sword cries, sword curtain. Qin Yu turned around. The figure of a young girl appeared in front of him. She quietly stood there, like a dream, like a phantom. Incomparably beautiful. Qin Yu was silent. It wasn't because of her beauty, but because he was startled that even now, he still hadn't felt the aura of this young girl in front of him. It was as if she really were only a shadow, formed purely from twisted rays of light without any substance at all. "Thank you." The young girl's voice was light. "You're welcome." The two fell silent. Qin Yu frowned. Without waiting for him to speak, the young girl continued to say, "The strength you use to arrange the array disc is very strong. I can't see what is happening inside." Her words were calm without any emphasis, but they gave off an inexplicable feeling of trust. Qin Yu nodded. "This is the second time we've met. My name is Qin Yu. May I ask for Mrs. Name?" "Spirity." It seemed like a nickname, but it seemed more like an anonymous name. But Qin Yu had heard Pill Crucible call her that before, and she didn't seem to be hiding anything at all. This name was a bit strange. Qin Yu wanted to say something, but as his thoughts raced, he didn't know what to say. It seemed as if the young girl in front of him had a halo of silence around her. Spirity seemed to sense this. She pursed her lips and said, "Since you don't want him to disturb you, why help him?" Qin Yu actually understood her meaning. He smiled and said, "Perhaps I just wanted to tell him that his efforts will eventually be rewarded." This was clearly a perfunctory reply, but Spirity seemed to hear it. She furrowed her eyebrows and then slowly nodded. There was another period of silence. Luckily, Spirity continued to speak. But as her light voice fell into Qin Yu's ears, it was no less than a thunderclap. "The soul mushroom is living very well. How did you do it?" Qin Yu's expression darkened. He slowly said, "How does Miss know?" Spirity said matter-of-factly, "I just know." Qin Yu's voice turned cold. "Then how I did it has nothing to do with Miss." Spirity thought for a moment and nodded. "You're right. I shouldn't have asked." Qin Yu frowned. Miss, just who are you? Spirity said, when the soul mushroom truly matures, you will know. She turned and left. After several steps, her figure began to fade away. But before she disappeared, she told Qin Yu something. The 5-element sword array can be cultivated. Qin Yu sat there for a long time, unable to calm down. It wasn't just because of the mysterious spirity, but also because of her final words. 5-element sword array. Qin Yu had seen with his own eyes that a nascent soul supreme elder of immortal Eclipse Valley had controlled the sword array to force back 3 demonic path nascent souls and even cut off one of their arms. The sword curtain in front of him was quietly telling him just how terrifying the might of the 5-element sword array was. If he could learn it, he stood up and left. Under Eclipse Yuan's shocked and puzzled eyes, Qin Yu flew away. Pill Crucible frowned. He said in a low voice, "What nonsense. Who told you that the 5-element sword array can be cultivated?" This little junior apprentice brother of his simply couldn't sit still if he didn't toss and turn. It was fine if he went to the pill disposal department, but now he actually had designs on the 5-element sword array. Was this something that could be casually touched? If he wasn't careful, his life would be over. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Senior apprentice brother, there is no need to pursue this matter. You only need to tell me whether I am or not. Pill Crucible angrily waved his hand. Of course not. As he met Qin Yu's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say the following words. He coldly humphed. He sat down in a huff. You brat, you just came out of seclusion and you're already angering me. You want the 5-element sword array, right? I'll tell you just how much of a scam it is. The 5-element sword array had been passed down for a long time. It came from an unknown era, and its creator was also unknown. When it first appeared, it caused a huge sensation. When the 5-element sword array gathered, its power was boundless. It was easy to be invincible among those of the same rank, and it was not difficult to fight against those of a higher rank. But soon, the 5-element sword formation was destroyed by all sides, no longer being passed down. This was because even if cultivators of multiple attributes expended countless methods and painstaking efforts to cultivate the 5-element sword array, they still wouldn't be able to combine the 5 elements into one and unleash the sword array's power to its limit. Combining the 5 elements into one required 5 sources of magical power to simultaneously output 5 different kinds of magical power. Moreover, they had to communicate with each other perfectly in order to achieve this. To put it simply, one person needed to cultivate 5 elements golden cores in order to truly refine it. There was once a large cultivation sect that selected the most outstanding juniors of their sect to cultivate one of these swords in order to form a 5-person sword array. But in the end, none of them succeeded. The disciples that missed the best time to cultivate were ultimately ruined for the rest of their lives. It was hopeless to cultivate alone, and their attempts to cultivate the sword array failed. But if it were only like this, then with the mysteries of the 5-element sword array, it would have been an excellent reference and wouldn't have been destroyed. The key was that it was far too exquisite. Many disciples would only read it with the intention of perceiving it, but in the end they would be unable to extricate themselves. The better one's talent was, the easier it was to perceive one or two of them. It was simply a bottomless pit that destroyed the most outstanding disciples of various sects. This was why it was destroyed by the furious leaders of the various sect. Pill Crucible sneered again and again. Now you know what fear is. My immortal Eclipse Valley's 5-element sword array is something that my ancestor inadvertently obtained from a wandering cultivator. Even with my ancestor's abilities, he wasn't able to cultivate it, so he could only transform it into a great valley-protecting array formation. You brat, you're quite smart. The 5-element sword array loves to trick people like you. Qin Yu had a dignified expression. He lowered his head, not speaking. Pill Crucible thought that Qin Yu had been frightened. His complexion relaxed a little, but his words were still unforgiving. At such a young age, you already know how to bite off more than you can chew. Once you saw the tyrannical might of the 5-element sword array, you couldn't even move. Consider this a lesson. In the future, think about everything you do. There is no such thing as a free meat pie in this world, and don't even think about flying into the heavens. Honestly, cultivating is the correct path. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. I will remember senior apprentice brother's lesson. This was the first time that he had managed to tame this slippery junior apprentice brother into submission. Pill Crucible was filled with pride, and just as he was about to stroke his beard and smile, the next words he heard nearly caused him to tear off his beard. I ask senior apprentice brother to bestow upon me the 5 elements sword array. You still haven't given up. All of my saliva has been wasted in vain. Do you know that I am the richest person in the Southern Dynasty and Northern Empire? Every minute I spend is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Time is very expensive. Pill Crucible gasped for breath. He rolled his eyes, as if saying this brat is finished and can't be saved. Chapter 86. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Pill Crucible finally compromised, but he was still enraged. He shouted that if he were to be buried in a pit in the future, he shouldn't cry out in regret. Qin Yu's smile didn't change. He repeatedly promised that he would only meditate on 1 or 2 things and that he wouldn't cultivate it unless he was confident he could. Seeing Pill Crucible roll his eyes so quickly, he clearly didn't believe him. The 5-element sword array's sword diagram was soon delivered. But the person who delivered it left Qin Yu startled. He quickly stood up and bowed. Pill Crucible had an unhappy expression. They're here. Jiang Li cupped his hands together. Greetings, Valley Master. Pill Crucible coldly coughed, cut the formalities. He endured it for a while, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in any longer. This old man has already said that it's better to destroy harmful things like the 5-element sword formation and the sword diagram as soon as possible, but you didn't listen to me. Now, you've caused trouble again. The one who wants the sword diagram is this brat. Tell him yourself. Qin Yu respectfully said, I greet Senior Jiang Li. He had controlled the 5-element sword array to repel 3 great demonic path nascent souls. The battle that day had been brilliant beyond compare, and he had insisted on obtaining the inseparability of the sword diagram. Jiang Li had a calm expression. You are the Valley Master's junior apprentice brother. In terms of seniority, you and I are equal. Just call me senior apprentice brother. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. I wouldn't dare. He was Pill Crucible's junior apprentice brother, but regardless of his cultivation, when facing other nascent soul powerhouses he still had to be respectful and courteous. That was the rule. Jiang Li didn't say anything else. He sat down and asked, why do you want the 5-element sword array sword diagram? Qin Yu thought that it was because the 5-element sword array was strong enough. But, looking at the solemn expression on his face, if he were to answer like this, the sword diagram that was about to reach his mouth would fly away. Qin Yu's thoughts raced like lightning. He revealed a solemn expression and said, although the 5-element sword array is extremely difficult to cultivate, it is still something that our predecessors spent a great deal of time and effort to create. It is broad and profound, and its might is infinite. Even if I cannot grasp it, I cannot allow the efforts of our predecessors to be wasted or even destroyed. Jiang Li's eyes brightened. You don't want to learn? Qin Yu looked up. Yes. But I hope to tell my disciples or relatives a few years later that a peerless sword diagram has been passed down in this world, but it has yet to find its owner. Jiang Li laughed heartily. Good. Those of my generation who practice the Tao of the sword must have this kind of breadth of mind and boldness. He turned and said, Valley Master, your junior apprentice brother is quite good. The cauldron rolled its eyes even more. After speaking with Qin Yu for a long time, Jiang Li became increasingly satisfied with Qin Yu. Not only did he leave behind the sword diagram, but he even gave him a simple meditation manual. Love go small say neck. Of course, the simple comprehension in the eyes of a nascent soul cultivator should also be able to understand the weight of it. Pill Crucible's face was as black as iron. As Qin Yu smiled, he carefully put away the sword diagram and experiences. Don't pretend. I know you can't wait to go back and comprehend right now. Let's go, let's go. Otherwise, we'll hate each other. Qin Yu was happy to take this chance to escape. He didn't return to the 8th furnace station. Instead, under the stunned gazes of Eclipse Yuan and the others, he stormed into the pill disposal department. The reason was very simple. Under the vast sword screen, comprehending the 5-element sword formation would more or less be of some help, right? A day and a night later, Qin Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he retracted his divine sense. He shook his head vigorously. He finally understood why Pill Crucible had said that this sword diagram was a trap. Wonderful, wonderful to the extreme. With his current cultivation and experience, he could see just how powerful the 5-element sword formation was. It wasn't an illusion, but something that truly existed in front of him. As long as he could cultivate it, he could obtain this terrifying strength. And more importantly, it wasn't difficult to cross the threshold of the 5-element sword formation. In fact, it could be considered extremely simple. Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to immediately cultivate it. He closed his eyes and meditated. After 2 days, it was only then that his mind was restored. He took out the simplified form comprehension that Jiang Li had given him and probed it with his divine sense. He instantly gained an even clearer understanding of just how terrifying a nascent soul cultivator was. The unconstrained and unconstrained way of thinking, the simple and exquisite language, and the understanding of the essence of the sword left him intoxicated. And this was only something that Jiang Li had casually recorded in his early years. Qin Yu's mind shook as he carefully read through it, not missing a single word. At the end of this comprehension, there were several words from Jiang Li. These were the approximate conditions needed to cultivate the 5-element sword formation. Without going into detail, the general outline was as follows. First, magic power could increase quickly. This was the prerequisite. The 5-element sword formation required one to cultivate 5 magic power sources. With Qin Yu as an example, he needed 5 golden cores. If one's magic power increased slowly, even a single golden core would be difficult to cultivate, so there was naturally no hope for 5. It was best to do what he needed to do and not let his imagination run wild. Second, one's soul had to be strong enough. After passing the first test, one's magic power would rapidly increase. After satisfying 5 magic power sources, one also needed an extremely powerful divine sense to control this magic power. Otherwise, cultivating it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. Once one's magic power went berserk, let alone the 5-element sword formation, they would blow themselves up half to death. Third, one's mortal body had to be strong. This was a very simple truth. Magic power was like water, and the mortal body was like a barrel. The more water there was, the larger the barrel became. In a situation where the barrel remained the same size, one could only constantly become stronger in order to avoid bursting apart. Fourth, one's body had to have multiple attributes. The 5-element sword formation's name was simple and straightforward. It was best if one possessed all 5 elements in order to smoothly cultivate it. Originally, talent should have been the first requirement, but as the cultivation world developed, the lack of attributes could be made up for with other methods. It was a bit difficult, but compared to the first 3 requirements, Jiang Li thought it could be solved, so it was placed last. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Although he was a bit tired, his eyes were bright. His pupils reflected the vast curtain of swords, reflecting a brilliant halo of light. As a pill cultivator, he believed that the speed at which his magic power increased was absolutely fast. For the same reason, taking pills had given him a powerful soul that far surpassed his boundary. As for the existence of the soul mushroom, it would inevitably allow him to walk further and further down the road of having a fierce soul. As for how powerful his mortal body was, there was no doubt that the demon body was powerful. Moreover, he could constantly upgrade it, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to withstand 5 times the magic power. Besides the 4th requirement, no matter how Qin Yu looked at it, the 5-element sword formation was perfect for him. And the 4th requirement could be changed and made up for with the help of external forces. In other words, the 5-element sword formation that Pill Crucible spoke of, the 5-element sword formation that Jiang Li had warned him not to rashly attempt, was something he could cultivate. No, it should be said that he could do it. Qin Yu reared his head back and laughed. After a long time, his laughter faded. He thought for a moment and then left the disposal department once more. Jiang Li received Qin Yu. He smiled. Very good. For you to come see me now, it's clear that you haven't been tempted by the 5-element sword formation and lost yourself in it. He turned and lightly said, Valley Master, you have lost this bet. Pill Crucible appeared with a scowl on his face. I'll give you that 100-flower wine. He ruthlessly glared at Qin Yu. As long as you brat show yourself, nothing good will come of you. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Jiang Li smiled. Qin Yu, what business do you have here? Qin Yu cupped his hands together. This little boy has been studying senior's comprehension. At the end, I saw the 4 conditions you listed for cultivating the 5-element sword formation. Jiang Li laughed. You're a bit discouraged, right? I was the same as you. After I came to this conclusion, I couldn't eat for several days. If I had known earlier, I would have deleted it so that your confidence wouldn't be affected. Qin Yu blinked his eyes. Jiang Li said, my magic power is 5 times that of others, my soul force is 5 times that of others, and my mortal body is also 5 times that of others. If it weren't for such harsh requirements, the 5-element sword formation wouldn't have fallen to its current state. His interest waned. Qin Yu, what do you want to ask? Qin Yu said, Senior's 4th point is that the disparity in attributes can be changed and replaced by external forces. I wonder if Senior has any plans? Seeing Jiang Li's strange expression, Qin Yu's expression didn't change. The first 3 points are too difficult, so I can only ask about the 4th point. Even if I cannot cultivate it, I can still pass it down in the future. Jiang Li had a look of praise on his face. If all those who walk the path of the sword had thoughts like you, how could there have been countless supernatural abilities that had disappeared into the river of time? He paused for a moment and then revealed a helpless expression. As for the 4th point, after I discovered that I couldn't cultivate the 5-element sword formation, I didn't think too much about it. Thus, it only exists in my imagination. Qin Yu was disappointed, but he didn't reveal it on his face. It was this junior's presumptuous words. If there is a chance in the future, I will pay a visit to Heavenseek Pavilion. I hope I can obtain something there. Heavenseek Pavilion? Pill Crucible furrowed his eyebrows. What connection do you have with them? Qin Yu honestly said, when I broke into Golden Core, I inquired about some information from them and it was indeed useful. Pill Crucible relaxed a little, but his complexion remained dignified. In the future, stay far away from Heavenseek Pavilion. Do not approach them. Jiang Li slowly said, Qin Yu, listen to the Valley Master. This Heavenseek Pavilion is not a good place. Qin Yu was startled. He cupped his hands together in agreement. 2 great nascent souls were so cautious, so secretive about this matter. With the great reputation of Heavenseek Pavilion, it was clear that there were some things that ordinary people didn't know about. After exchanging several more words, Qin Yu bid his farewells and left. Pill Crucible frowned, a rare solemn expression on his face. Fellow Daoist Jiang Li, since Qin Yu mentioned something about Heavenseek Pavilion, have you investigated them? Jiang Li shook his head. There are only some preliminary clues. They are very cautious, so I can't be sure for the time being. Pill Crucible shouted out loud, if I find out that my child's accident is related to them, I will not hesitate to pay any price to eradicate Heavenseek Pavilion. Since he couldn't find a way to solve the attribute problem, he could only temporarily set aside the matter of practicing the 5-element sword array. He gathered his thoughts and returned to the pill disposal department. He took out a storage bag and checked it with his spiritual sense. The materials inside had been prepared in this period of time. Leaving Immortal Eclipse Valley was necessary. The existence of the little blue lamp was a secret that could never be unsealed. Once it was revealed, there would be a great calamity. Even if Pill Crucible had no intention of harming him, he still couldn't take this risk. But before leaving, Qin Yu had to refine a furnace of pills. The pill's name was Butian, and it was at the nascent soul realm. This pill could be considered an upgraded version of the essence replenishing pill given to Cao Han before. Its medicinal effects were much stronger than the previous one. It could completely heal a cultivator's hidden injuries and restore the body to a perfect state. The heaven-mending pill wasn't for Qin Yu's own use. Rather, he wanted to gift it to Daoist Wang. The insights that Daoist Wang had given him in the past had broadened his horizons and allowed him to understand just how precious they were. He really didn't hide anything at all. He had passed on all of the experiences of an alchemy grandmaster. He had consolidated his alchemy foundation and obtained the greatest benefits from the samsara inheritance. This favor was too great and he had to return it. The heaven-mending pill was Qin Yu's return gift. Daoist Wang was trapped at the peak of Golden Core. With the help of this pill, he might be able to reach nascent soul, but right now, Qin Yu felt that he was still a bit lacking. He prepared to meditate on alchemy one last time and then refine the pill. Then, it was time for him to leave Immortal Eclipse Valley. Chapter 87. Genius 1 second remember love go away. This is the network that provides you with wonderful novels to read. 1 month later, at the station of the 8th furnace. The disciples guarding the station lazily sat there, unable to raise their spirits. They couldn't be blamed for being like this. Ever since the new furnace master was appointed, he hadn't shown himself many times. They were in a completely lawless, disorderly, and unmanaged state. Several people gathered together to chat. They talked about eating, drinking, the weather, cultivation, and women. Then, they looked up at the blazing sun in the sky and sighed. They were just too bored. They didn't know what to talk about next. It was as if all the topics they could talk about had already been turned over. When will these days come to an end? A disciple sadly looked up at the skies. Then, he discovered that the bright sky had suddenly darkened. Is it going to rain? He muttered to himself. But soon, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Black clouds rapidly gushed out from the skies, weaving together into a massive mass. Just looking at them made one feel suffocated, finding it hard to breathe. Even if one hadn't eaten pork, they would at least have seen a pig run. Although this analogy wasn't very appropriate, it was incomparably fitting at this time. The disciples of Immortal Eclipse Valley might not have seen much else, but they had seen pill phenomena occur 8 to 10 times. There was nothing they could do about it. Who told their family to have so many alchemy masters? This black cloud, this aura, this suppression, all of it was a proper pill phenomenon. No, it wasn't just a phenomenon. Looking at its tumbling posture and the flashes of lightning, could this be pill tribulation? As this thought appeared, several disciples felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were so excited that they couldn't help but think, pill tribulation, this was pill tribulation. Energy refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine soul. Cultivators had their own ranks, and pills also existed. Corresponding to one's cultivation, they were divided into 5 grades. And, to have the qualifications to draw down pill tribulation was one of the symbols of a 5th grade pill. Someone in the valley had refined a 5th grade pill. Who was it? Who was it? Which lord was it? The excited disciples looked up at the skies. After several breaths of time, they finally reacted. The pill tribulation clouds were at the station of the 8th furnace, so the alchemist was also here. Right now, it seemed that the only alchemist was the furnace master. Everyone's jaws dropped open, their jaws dropping to the ground. Space flashed and Pill Crucible's figure appeared. He looked up at the black clouds in the skies and a hint of joy appeared on his dignified face. He turned and shouted, "Who is refining pills?" Reporting to Old Ancestor, the alchemist, should be our cauldron master. This should have been a very certain matter, but this disciple didn't have much confidence. This was a 5th grade pill that could draw down pill tribulation. Within the entire Immortal Eclipse Valley, only the Old Ancestor had ever refined such a pill. Even the furnace master had entered the radiant red wood through a back door, so how could he possibly have such strength? Pill Crucible was stunned, but he soon composed himself. His eyes shined brightly. It seemed that his junior apprentice brother had inherited an extremely powerful alchemy technique from his teacher. In addition to Daoist Wang's experiences and the 8th furnace's samsara inheritance, his alchemy skills had finally transformed. In the blink of an eye, Pill Crucible found an explanation for what was happening. Love go small say netk this brat Chin Yu had actually hidden himself so deeply in front of him. But, He was truly worthy of being a natural-born good fortune. He could do what others couldn't. To be able to refine a fifth-grade pill at such a young age, his future achievements in alchemy were bound to be limitless. In that moment, Pill Crucible even had the thought of disregarding the ancestral teachings and passing down the position of Valley Master to Qin Yu. Whoosh, the sword light scattered, revealing Jiang Li's figure. As the master of the five-element sword array, he was the first to arrive besides Pill Crucible. Valley Master? Pill Crucible suppressed his thoughts. He said in a low voice, Qin Yu is refining a pill. Jiang Li's heart shook. Soon, Eclipse Lenqing and Immortal Eclipse Valley's final nascent soul Eclipse Wuji arrived. As they heard that the one refining the pill was Qin Yu, their complexions changed. They looked up at the black clouds above their heads, complex expressions on their faces. They instinctively didn't want Qin Yu to succeed, but as alchemists, they also longed for the birth of a fifth-grade pill. After a long time, the two glanced at each other and gently sighed. After today's events, regardless of whether Qin Yu succeeded or failed, he would have a status that stood on equal footing with them. A moment later, all the Golden Core Realm alchemists of Immortal Eclipse Valley gathered at the station of the Eighth Furnace. They looked at the tribulation clouds with admiration and respect. A fifth-grade alchemist had a status equal to a nascent soul cultivator. In the world of alchemists, they were unsurpassed existences. Eclipse Shuzi bit her lips, her face pale. Eclipse Wu and Eclipse Ming had bitter expressions. Shu Ao and Fan Jianghai glanced at each other, their hearts shaking like a raging tide. Fifth-grade pill. Qin Yu could refine a fifth-grade pill. Pill Crucible flicked his sleeves and an invisible magic power isolated everyone from the tribulation clouds. He said, in the pill tribulation, no one is allowed to use magic power. Yes. Everyone bowed their heads. At this time, the tribulation clouds suddenly changed. Faint arcs of electricity roamed about, rapidly gathering in the center. In the darkness, a dazzling sun of thunder lit up. Bang! The explosion was like the roar of the heavens. The pressure was like the might of the heavens. Even Pill Crucible, Jiang Li, and the other nascent soul-old monsters subconsciously frowned, their expressions dignified. As for the other Golden Core alchemists, their complexions paled. Their minds were shrouded in fear. A bolt of thunder fell down from the tribulation clouds, straight like a sword. Its momentum was monstrous, as if even 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers could be broken in a single strike. On the 10,000-foot peak, all of the suppressing talismans flew up, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Love Go Small Say Net Chupil Crucible clenched his fist. This was the moment he was worried about the most. Qin Yu only had a golden core cultivation. Facing this fifth-grade pill tribulation, once he lost his composure, all of his efforts would be wasted. He had already prepared himself to fight against the remaining power of the pill tribulation. He couldn't stare blankly on as Qin Yu's furnace exploded and he was in danger. A fifth-grade pill furnace exploding with the power of the pill tribulation supporting it was more than enough to cause fatal wounds to a golden core cultivator. Rumble rumble, thunder descended. Pill Crucible stepped forwards, magic power surging around him. The aura of an 8th-level nascent soul gushed out, activating the array formation to send him into the 10,000-foot peak. But in the next moment, his body stiffened and a look of astonishment crossed his face. It wasn't just Pill Crucible, but Jiang Li, Eclipse Lenqing, and Eclipse Wuji also stared with wide eyes. It was gone. The thunder was gone. The pill tribulation thunder was gone. Heavenly tribulation had an unavoidable nature. Once it locked onto the target, all obstacles would cease to exist. As the embodiment of the world's will, tribulation thunder could use all rules of the world, and space was no exception. The pill tribulation had suddenly vanished because it had entered the 10,000-foot peak. Then, the tribulation thunder would erupt and recklessly wreak havoc. But now, it was terrifyingly quiet. Pill Crucible was the first to regain his composure. He stepped forwards and vanished from sight. Jiang Li and the others wanted to follow, but they weren't approved by the array formation so they couldn't borrow strength to teleport. They could only helplessly wait outside. As Qin Yu received the heaven-mending pill into the jade bottle, Pill Crucible suddenly appeared. The lake of magma began to tumble and tumble, calming down as he sensed Qin Yu's aura. "Greetings, senior apprentice brother." Qin Yu cupped his hands together and bowed. Pill Crucible waved his hand and anxiously said, "Where is the pill tribulation?" Qin Yu blinked his eyes. "What pill tribulation?" Pill Crucible angrily roared out, "What are you pretending to be stupid for? You caused such a great ruckus and the entire Immortal Eclipse Valley was turned upside down. So many people saw it with their own eyes and yet you want to deny it." Qin Yu groaned inwardly. He never thought that using the little blue lamp to upgrade the heaven mending pill would cause such an accident. Pill tribulation? That's right, he knew where it was. He had seen the little blue lamp swallow it up with his own eyes, so how could he not know? But he couldn't say anything about this. Besides playing dumb, Qin Yu had no other choice. So he continued to blink his eyes, putting on an innocent expression that said, "Don't ask me anything, I don't know anything." Pill Crucible nearly blew up his lungs. This brat, just what the hell was he doing? But after taking several deep breaths, his complexion suddenly calmed down, as if he were lost in thought. Could it be that the sudden disappearance of the tribulation thunder involved the inheritance that his teacher had given him? If that was the case, then it made sense why he didn't mention it. This was because he had also obtained a part of the inheritance and had sworn a blood oath not to reveal it. With a light cough, Pill Crucible said, "Since you don't know now, then you never will. I will think of a way to help you." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glare at Qin Yu. Although the inheritance he obtained was powerful, compared to his junior apprentice brothers, the difference wasn't just a little bit. Pill Thunder, that was 5th grade Pill Thunder. Even with his cultivation, he didn't dare to face it head-on. And yet, it hadn't even caused a splash before vanishing. Thinking about it, it was terrifying. Thinking about it, damn it, he was jealous. Feeling the thick resentment coming from his cheap senior apprentice brother, Qin Yu quickly smiled. "I've troubled senior apprentice brother." Pill Crucible coldly snorted. He reached out a hand, "Let me have a look." Qin Yu offered it up with both hands. Pill Crucible glanced at it and his expression changed. He pulled out the stopper and smelled it. His well-maintained face began to tremble. His jealousy had risen to 30% before, but now it had risen to 100%. Although it wasn't a 5th grade pill like he thought it would be, a 4th grade heaven mending pill that drew down pill tribulation was far more astonishing than a 5th grade pill. It proved that the medicinal efficacy of this heaven mending pill could compare to a 5th grade pill. A top grade pill, a top grade pill. Besides this, there was no other explanation. To a certain degree, a top grade 4th grade pill was far more difficult to refine than a 5th grade pill. Pill Crucible licked his lips. He glared at Qin Yu. "Brat, do you know that being too monstrous will incur the hatred of others? Let me tell you, right now, all I can think about is whether or not I should cut you open and see just what's inside." He took a deep breath and reluctantly handed over the jade bottle. "I don't know who you prepared this for, but remember, don't let anyone know." Qin Yu respectfully nodded and put away the jade bottle. Pill Crucible flicked his sleeves. "Let's go. Don't speak nonsense later. Just leave it to me." In the blink of an eye, they were already outside the 10,000-foot peak. Jiang Li and the others gathered around. Pill Crucible had a faint expression. In just a few words, he clearly explained how the pill tribulation had vanished. He said that he had secretly activated the valley's great array formation to offset the tribulation thunder. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples brightened. Endless pride gushed out from their chests. They thought that their sect was amazing, they could even eliminate tribulation thunder. Moreover, they had done it so quietly. Fierce, fierce, fierce. Jiang Li, Eclipse Lenqing, and Eclipse Wuji all revealed a strange expression. Pill Crucible ignored them. He waved his hand, sending everyone away. Of course, before this, Qin Yu had already accepted the endless worship and awe of everyone. Some of the female disciples had hot eyes that left him secretly startled. After everyone left, Pill Crucible coughed and said, "The matter of the thunder tribulation vanishing is related to the inheritance of Qin Yu's sect and mine. It's good that you know about it. Don't ask or speak of it. Jiang Li and the others were suddenly enlightened. They looked at Qin Yu with envy in their eyes. In the past, the Valley Master's talent was mediocre and he was unremarkable amongst the direct descendants. The reason he suddenly rose up and achieved his current status was rumored to be because he had obtained a formidable alchemy inheritance. Qin Yu and the Valley Master came from the same sect. With the inheritance in hand, it could be explained why he was able to resolve the Thunder Tribulation. Resolving Thunder Tribulation. If they could obtain it, then in the future, Pill Crucible said in a low voice, the inheritance involves the characteristics of the soul. Only my junior apprentice brother can use it, so don't think too much about it. As Qin Yu looked at his cheap senior apprentice brother boasting with a solemn expression, he couldn't help but admire him. In this aspect, he still needed to practice more. Like this, the alchemy storm was covered up. But from today onwards, the name of Junior Uncle resounded throughout Immortal Eclipse Valley and was respected by all the disciples. A fifth-grade alchemist had a status comparable to a nascent soul. Moreover, Immortal Eclipse Valley had inherited the alchemy path as its foundation. In the eyes of the younger disciples, Qin Yu was a legendary figure. Even the disciples of the Eclipse clan were no exception. As for Eclipse Yang's death and the battle at Dawnperch platform, those were all misunderstandings. Chapter 88. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Daoist Wang had a solemn expression and joy surged in his eyes. He looked at Qin Yu and nodded again and again. I knew that my judgment wouldn't be wrong. Although you aren't my disciple, you have studied my alchemy path, allowing my life's worth of cultivation to not go down the drain. I am truly happy. Love go small, say Net. Looking at the sincere and earnest Daoist Wang in front of him, Qin Yu's heart warmed. He cupped his hands together and deeply bowed. Although I haven't truly taken you as my teacher, in my heart, you are already my teacher. Daoist Wang blushed red. He laughed. Good. That old man Pill Crucible has always suppressed me, but in this aspect he is finally inferior to me. No matter how high his cultivation is, he can only be your senior apprentice brother. Qin Yu smiled. I regard you as my teacher in my heart. I would like to offer a gift to Senior Wang. With a flip of his hand, he took out a jade bottle. Daoist Wang's heart shook. His eyes shined as he stared at Qin Yu. Qin Yu said, Senior has given me some insights into alchemy and it has been of great help to me. This pill was specially refined for Senior and isn't of much use to me, so I ask Senior to accept it. Of course, if you don't regard me as your disciple, you can also refuse. Daoist Wang sucked in a deep breath. He jokingly scolded, don't use such shoddy goading methods. I want to see just what pill you've refined after causing such a ruckus. He took the jade bottle, opened it, and took a sniff. His body stiffened, and his face turned red. Qin Yu slowly said, 4th grade heaven mending pill, top quality. Daoist Wang's body shivered. You, Qin Yu smiled. Senior's alchemy talent is astonishing, so how could you allow your cultivation to be shackled and prevent you from taking another step forwards? Junior offers this pill to Senior in advance, wishing that Senior can take another step forwards and break into nascent soul soon. All right. Daoist Wang excitedly roared out, Qin Yu, this pill is indeed incomparably precious to me, so I won't decline it. If I can really break through, you can tell me anything you want. The weight of this promise was extremely heavy. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. This junior will remember this. After obtaining the supreme grade heavenly mending pill, Daoist Wang, who had long since given up hope of advancing his cultivation, was unable to contain his excitement. Qin Yu took his leave. As he left Daoist Wang's dwelling, he bumped into Pill Crucible. It was clear that his cheap senior apprentice brother had been waiting for him. Pill Crucible glanced behind him, his face filled with relief. Old Wang's matter has always been a knot in my heart. If you give the heaven-mending pill to him, it won't be long before my Immortal Eclipse Valley will have another nascent soul. He cupped his hands across his chest. Qin Yu, I must thank you on behalf of the old Wang. Qin Yu hurriedly dodged. Senior apprentice brother, this is... Pill Crucible waved his hand. It's all in the past, there's no need to mention it. He paused for a moment and then said, "Are you leaving?" Qin Yu nodded. "Although Immortal Eclipse Valley is good, it isn't suitable for me. Moreover, an environment that is too comfortable isn't conducive to my cultivation." Pill Crucible didn't say anything. He nodded and said, "Think about it yourself. But, there is one thing you must remember. You are my junior apprentice brother and the gates of Immortal Eclipse Valley will always be open to you. If you have any problems then come back, and if others bully you just write me a letter. I can't go out as I please, but Jiang Li and Old Wang can help you at any time." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Yes, I understand." Pill Crucible hesitated for a moment. He slowly said, "Qin Yu, I know that you have doubts in your heart, but there is something you must remember. I have no intention of harming you. My divination with a pinch of my fingers isn't nonsense. You are someone born with good fortune and do not belong to yin and yang or the 5 elements. Perhaps you are destined to experience twists and turns in your life, but as long as you don't die then you will have great achievements in the future." As his words fell, his complexion paled and the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen. He waved his hand and said, "Since I revealed the horizon, I will have to suffer a bit of backlash. It's fine." He looked up and said, "Qin Yu, I have calculated that in the future I will face a great calamity. If that day really comes, I hope that you can remember our past relationship and ensure that Immortal Eclipse Valley's inheritance doesn't perish. As for the so-called number 1 immortal sect of the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty, let it be. Flowers don't bloom for 100 days. The tides rise and fall, the rise and fall of destiny, this is the natural cycle of the heavens. There is no need for you to force yourself." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Senior apprentice brother, rest assured that I will remember this." Pill Crucible waved his hand. "Go. I hope that when we meet again in the future, you will have become a true powerhouse that can deter the heavens and earth." Sure, he vanished from sight. Qin Yu bowed, deeply bowing. In all fairness, Immortal Eclipse Valley was indeed an extremely good place to cultivate. But in the end, it wasn't his home. Qin Yu sighed. He turned and soared into the skies. 8th Furnace Station. The fleeting flame furnace lazily floated in the air. A mass of flames revolved around it, emitting low cries as if it were begging for mercy. The whimpering sounds left one's heart aching. However, looking at the fleeting flame furnace's appearance, it clearly wasn't affected too much. It impatiently sent out a mass of energy that sent the flames flying far away. Zheng Zhengxiu looked straight ahead, as if he didn't see or hear anything. It wasn't that he wanted to do this, but that the 8th furnace felt that its actions were far too shameful. When he first arrived, he had been ruthlessly threatened to not look at things he shouldn't look at and not listen to things he shouldn't listen to. Facing the 8th furnace's despotic power, Zheng Zhengxiu could only bitterly smile. He secretly thought that the rumors were actually true. A pill furnace was actually so lustful. Moreover, this was an inheritance passed down from the ancestors of Immortal Eclipse Valley. In the hearts of all Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples, this was a supreme valley stabilizing treasure. This was simply subversive. When Qin Yu flew over, this was the scene he saw. Zheng Zhengxiu hurriedly bowed. "Brother Qin." He really couldn't hold on any longer. Qin Yu returned the greeting. "Brother Seng, I've troubled you to wait for so long." Scorching heat rushed towards him. The 8th furnace's furnace spirit was right in front of him. The flames tumbled as if they were gnashing their teeth. It had a roguish attitude that said, "If you don't give me a clear explanation, I won't let you off." Qin Yu nodded. "That's right. We are leaving, but we will return sooner or later. Are you sure you want to be so rude to me?" The cauldron spirit paused for a moment and immediately retracted its aura. Its flames swayed like a dog's tail. Qin Yu had a helpless expression. He didn't know what the fleeting flame furnace had secretly said to him, but when this fellow was trying to curry favor with someone, it would put on such a posture, just like a silly fool. Zheng Zhengxiu asked anxiously, "Brother Qin, where are you going?" Qin Yu smiled. "I will leave Immortal Eclipse Valley and wander the world of cultivation. Don't ask any more questions. I naturally have my reasons for doing this. The reason I invited you here today is because I have a favor to ask of you. He lifted a finger and pointed. I'm leaving now. In the future, I'll have to trouble Brother Seng to take care of this fellow. This was the 8th furnace. Zheng Zhengxiu's eyes widened. The cauldron spirit exploded, as if its tail were on fire. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. I agree. I promise I will take good care of the fleeting flame furnace and not let anyone casually approach it. Otherwise, when we return next time, I might bring 2 furnaces with me. One of them might even be a small furnace. The cauldron spirit's death acupuncture point had been struck. Zheng Zhengxiu's eyes widened even further. This was enough. Wasn't this a bit too childish? Qin Yu said, don't worry. The 8th furnace will keep its word. Once it makes a promise, it will definitely keep it. But, it will definitely tease you several times, so just be patient. Zheng Zhengxiu's face flushed red. Qin Yu had recommended his teacher and then gifted him the 8th furnace. In addition to all the favors he had received, he really didn't know what to say. Qin Yu waved his hand. There's no need to thank me. Perhaps in the future I will need Brother Seng's help. Zheng Zhengxiu decisively said, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Qin Yu nodded. Those words are enough. He reached out his hand and the fleeting flame furnace flew into his grasp. I'm leaving. Brother Seng, we will meet again in the future. Zheng Zhengxiu hesitated. Brother Qin, Mo has already entered Immortal Eclipse Valley to cultivate. Can I see her? Qin Yu was silent for a moment. He shook his head. Forget it. Brother Seng, please tell Miss Mo that I have already forgotten what happened in the past. Tell her not to worry about it. Farewell. Whoosh, he shot into the skies. Hum within Immortal Eclipse Valley, a great bell rang out. Countless disciples looked up at that shocking beam of light. The great figures of the valley were leaving, so the bell rang out to send them off. This was Junior Granduncle? The Eclipse Clan juniors let out long breaths of relief, their eyes brimming with tears. He had finally left. If he stayed any longer, the entire Eclipse Clan would be pressured by his existence until they couldn't even breathe. As for the disciples that weren't surnamed Qin, they all looked at him with reverence. The existence of Junior Granduncle was a powerful counterattack to the arrogant Eclipse Clan. He would let them know that there was no limit in the universe, and that the Eclipse Clan was still filled with heroic talent. As Fan Jiankai saw this, he suddenly said, Junior Granduncle is a true person. Shu Ao's eyebrows arched up. Fan Jiankai smiled. Senior apprentice Brother Shu, you have always been the smartest of us all. Can't you see the deep meaning behind Junior Uncle's actions? Shu Ao was silent. Fan Jiankai sighed. Junior Uncle's cultivation is currently lacking, but for him to have such astonishing strength at such a young age, it shouldn't be difficult for him to break into nascent soul in the future. In addition to his formidable alchemy skills, just who in Immortal Eclipse Valley will be able to contend with him in the future? If he doesn't leave, then with his status as the old ancestor's junior apprentice brother, he will have the qualifications to compete for the position of Valley Master. At that time, not even the old ancestor will be able to change this result. For Junior Uncle to leave now is like a brave retreat in the face of a raging storm. For him to have such a decisive nature is truly admirable. Of course, Senior Apprentice Brother Shu's previous actions should have provided Junior Uncle with a reference for his decision. Shu Ao said in a low voice, some things are fine as long as you understand them. There is no need to tell me. He turned and left. Fan Jianghai's eyes flashed. He muttered to himself several times and then let out a light breath. It was impossible to see what he was thinking. In the mountains, a group of young female disciples were chatting and laughing as they walked together. As they heard the bell ring, they looked up and cried out in alarm. It's Junior Granduncle. Tsayue bit her lips. Mingxia had a complex look in her eyes. The two of them glanced at each other and could see the disappointment in each other's hearts. As disciples of the valley, they naturally weren't willing to serve others. But, if the other party was Junior Granduncle, they wouldn't refuse. Young, handsome, formidable cultivation, superb alchemy skills, honored status, limitless future. In the eyes of nearly all young girls, Qin Yu was the perfect partner to date. If they could develop feelings for him and become his dual cultivation companion, that would be the same as ascending to the heavens in a single step. But Qin Yu didn't give them such a chance. After entering the 8th furnace station, he dismissed the maids. Thinking back to the first time they met, when they helped junior granduncle bathe and change his clothes, they should have been more proactive. Hee. The two big sisters look like they just lost a gold ingot, the young female cultivator teased. Another person followed up, it's far more serious than losing a gold ingot. Junior granduncle is such a hot commodity and they weren't even able to hold on to him. They must be feeling terrible in their hearts. Tsayue was solemn. Don't speak nonsense. Junior granduncle isn't that sort of person. Mingxia also said, I can also see that junior granduncle is an honest and upright person. She glared at the several people around her. Don't speak nonsense outside. Do you hear me? The group of young girls stuck out their tongues. Tsayue was startled. Junior apprentice Sister Mo-er, what's wrong? Are you crying? Zeng Mo-er rubbed her eyes and squeezed out a smile. No, the wind got in my eyes. Big Sister Mo-er's uncle is junior granduncle's good friend, so Big Sister Mo-er must also know him. Just who is junior granduncle? The young female cultivator asked curiously. The others also looked over. Zeng Mo-er gathered her thoughts. She thought for a moment and earnestly said, in my life, he is the person I am most fortunate to have met, and also the person I regret the most. If it weren't for that time, would there have been any possibility between them? As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, she immediately suppressed it. Zeng Mo-er lowered her head, a bitter smile on her lips. Time couldn't be turned back. Everything that was missed could never be recovered. Perhaps this was the loathsome and respectable aspect of fate. Chapter 89. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Sure, strong winds blew above the clouds. The light scattered to reveal Qin Yu's figure. Magic power surged around him as he floated in the air. Looking back at Immortal Eclipse Valley, he had a deep look on his face. In this place, he had obtained great harvests. His cultivation had advanced to the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, and his storage bag contained countless medicinal pills that he had obtained from the pill disposal department. Just this alone was an unimaginably huge amount of wealth. He had a cheap senior apprentice brother like Pill Crucible, obtained the friendship of Daoist Wang and Jiang Li, and even placed a heavy bet on Zheng Zhongxiu. Perhaps these might not be of any use now, but they might be of great help to him in the future. In addition, the existence of the radiant red wood and soul mushroom was also an unimaginable harvest. Thinking of this, with a turn of his palm, several great sun mulberry leaves appeared. Qin Yu formed hand seals and its aura spread far into the distance. Suddenly, the buzzing of wings could be heard. A shadow rapidly flew up from the ground. It was the purple-back blue-wing ants. Impressively, the one in the lead was the ant king that Qin Yu had subdued. It stared at the great sun mulberry leaf with excitement. They had already quietly left Immortal Eclipse Valley and were waiting outside for their master to appear. Qin Yu smiled. He fed the great sun mulberry leaf to the ant king. After the ant king finished chewing, it sensed its master's will. It turned around and let out a low cry before flying into Qin Yu's sleeves. In the sleeve of the robe, there was an imperial spirit pouch. Its nature was similar to a storage pouch, and it could provide space for spiritual insects to live in. This item was extremely precious. Luckily, he had his cheap senior apprentice brother. When Qin Yu asked for it, he reluctantly gave it to him. He had only taken away a fifth of the purple-back blue-wing ants from Immortal Eclipse Valley. With the Ant King and the matured Great Sun Mulberry, he could rapidly raise them without emptying out his cheap senior apprentice brother's wealth. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he became an awe-inspiring spirit cultivator. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of purple-back blue-wing ants would fly out. He would be invincible below the nascent soul realm. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu turned and flew away. In his mind, he suddenly recalled what Pill Crucible had said about those born with good fortune. This name was extraordinary. It didn't belong to yin and yang or the 5 elements. Was this his destiny, or was it related to the little blue lamp? Perhaps, The latter was more likely. Before he obtained the little blue lamp, he was nothing more than an ordinary low-level cultivator. It was this treasure that changed his destiny, allowing him to have his current achievements. Qin Yu had a clear understanding of this, so he regarded the little blue lamp as his greatest secret. But, just what was the little blue lamp? It could even reverse the fate of cultivators. Qin Yu paused for a moment before suppressing this thought. So what if he didn't know? He only needed to confirm that the little blue lamp was his supreme treasure. That was enough. Whoosh, Qin Yu vanished. Broken Spirit Mountain. This was the name Qin Yu came up with. It was simple, because the spiritual strength in this mountain range was sparse, almost non-existent. But today, as soon as he entered the range of the mountain range, a strange expression crossed his face. This was because the spiritual strength in the world was fluctuating. Although it was thin, it was actually very pure. What was going on? After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out why. He could only attribute this to the tides of heaven and earth energy pouring into this place. The reason he originally chose to establish his cave dwelling here was to avoid being disturbed by the flames of war between the righteous and demonic paths. But recently, the war had calmed down and the recovery of heaven and earth spiritual strength was a good thing. At the very least, it would be beneficial to the growth of the spiritual plants in the medicine garden. Without thinking about it any further, Qin Yu hurried forwards with all his strength. Soon, the mountain valley appeared in sight. Looking around, he saw that the array formation was operating well. He smiled and stepped forwards, falling into the clouds. His feet landed on the ground. As he looked around at the perfectly grown spiritual plants in the medicine garden, Qin Yu took a deep breath and his smile widened. Indeed, being in one's own territory was the most carefree. Perhaps it was time for him to truly establish his own cave dwelling here. The bamboo dragonfly had exhausted all of its energy. It landed in front of the wooden house. Qin Yu poured in magic power once more and sent it deep into the medicine garden. The room was very clean, which was a bit strange. But Qin Yu saw several three-toed footprints that seemed to have been deliberately left behind. Then, he smiled and cursed it for being slippery. This chicken overlord never missed a single opportunity to show off his achievements. There was no one else that could compare to its innate talent. It wasn't here right now. It was unknown whether it had run off to look for food or perhaps it was soaking in some gentle village, unwilling to leave. With Qin Yu's pills to feed it, this fellow had definitely become a spirit. In this originally barren land of spiritual strength, it was difficult for it to encounter any danger, so Qin Yu was disinclined to think too much about it. Right now, there were still many important matters to attend to. For instance, the radiant red wood, the soul mushroom, and how to settle the purpleback blue-wing ants. The originally ample room was suddenly stretched thin. Luckily, to a cultivator with some success in their cultivation, building a house was a simple matter. Half a day later, several more wooden houses rose from the ground. The area reserved for the medicine garden in the valley was also cleared out. One was for the nest of the purpleback blue-wing ants. One was for the cultivation of spiritual plants. Love Go Little Say Neck one was for a new alchemy room. The open space was prepared for the radiant red wood. The derived spirit root in his storage bag had been bathed in the light of the little blue lamp for a long time and had accumulated so much energy that it nearly blew itself up. Qin Yu was worried that if he didn't plant it soon, it would really turn into dust when he woke up one day. With a flick of his sleeves, magic power swept away the earth, forming a 10-foot deep pit. Then, Qin Yu carefully took out the derived spirit root from his storage bag. As if sensing the aura of the earth, the quiet derived spirit root suddenly began to twist about in excitement. He opened the jade box and placed the spirit root into the pit. The moment it touched the earth, tiny roots wildly grew on its surface and drilled deep into the earth. The entire root began to grow at an astonishing speed. In several breaths of time, it had reached 10 times its original size and was still growing. A moment later, without Qin Yu needing to do anything, the radiant redwood's derived spirit root had already dug up the earth and buried it. Several tender red leaves broke through the earth. In an hour, they had grown to nearly the height of a person and were like raging flames. The thin spiritual strength between the heavens and earth seemed to be summoned. It gathered from all directions, and the spiritual strength in the valley began to rapidly rise. Qin Yu secretly praised. This was truly worthy of being an ancient spiritual plant, the radiant redwood. Its ability to gather spiritual strength far surpassed that of ordinary spiritual plants. Right now, it was only a seedling. Once it reached maturity, it would be able to form a domain just like the main body in Immortal Eclipse Valley. This method of gathering heaven and earth origin energy was truly terrifying. At that time, this mountain valley would become a heavenly paradise for cultivation. After carefully inspecting it, he determined that the radiant redwood was growing well. The massive amount of energy accumulated in its roots hadn't been completely consumed. With the little blue lamp supplementing it in the future, its growth speed would inevitably be astonishing. Qin Yu thought for a moment. Then, he laid down all the array discs in his storage bag in order to prevent others from inadvertently discovering the existence of the radiant redwood. This wasn't Immortal Eclipse Valley, and he didn't have the strength of his cheap senior apprentice brother. If news of the radiant redwood's existence were to spread out, he would have no choice but to run away. In the spiritual plant breeding room, the soul mushroom, great sun mulberry, and sky thunder bamboo were all here. Qin Yu ensured that they would bathe in the light of the little blue lamp, but he also felt a bit helpless about the foot of sea blue light. The area it covered was far too small. Even if it grew to 2 feet, it would still be fine. When he saw it swallow pill tribulation, there hadn't been any changes at all. Perhaps in the future, he should find more tribulation thunder to supplement it with nutrients. Qin Yu thought back to how the little blue lamp had been indifferent when he was crossing his golden core tribulation. It was likely that the quality of his pill tribulation was too low, so it disdained to help him. But if he really did create a pill tribulation like the top-grade heaven mending pill, then without pill crucible to help him, he would absolutely provoke a disaster. Well, he would think about it later. As for why he moved the spiritual plants outside and didn't continue to raise them in his storage bag, in the end it had to do with the revolution of the world and the exchange of energy. The storage bag wasn't a true world. Although the little blue lamp could help the spiritual plants grow and provide them with an incomparably powerful energy, they still needed to absorb the aura of the world itself. This was something that Qin Yu had comprehended in Immortal Eclipse Valley as he meditated on alchemy. The spiritual plants were submissive and didn't say a word. Settling them down was extremely simple, but the purple-back blue-wing ants caused Qin Yu to rack his brains. They simply didn't want to stay in the wooden house. They anxiously flew around, as if they would rush into the spiritual plant breeding room at any moment. The temptation of the great sun mulberry came from their bloodline instinct. Even the ant king couldn't avoid it. The pitiful radiant red wood was left all alone in the valley. Not a single purple-back blue-wing ant was willing to look at it again. If the radiant redwood had a spirit, it feared that its eyes would be red and swollen from crying. Qin Yu suddenly had an idea. He connected the spiritual plant breeding room to the ant house. The aura of the great sun mulberry flowed in and the purple-back blue-wing ants immediately calmed down. Through communicating with the ant king, Qin Yu made a new discovery. It turned out that the purple-back blue-wing ants only needed to swallow great sun mulberries when they were advancing. Normally, absorbing the aura of the great sun mulberry was enough for them to grow. This caused Qin Yu to relax a little. Otherwise, he would have had a bit of a headache. How would he provide enough food for the rapidly expanding purple-back blue-wing ant colony? Creak, Qin Yu pushed open the door and walked out. He stretched his waist and took a deep breath of the air filled with spiritual strength. A light smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the fog outside the valley began to tumble. The newly buried array disk displayed its imprisoning function. A familiar voice sounded out from the fog. It was panic-stricken and no longer had any of its usual pretentiousness. Gwa, gwa, gwa. Qin Yu shook his head. He really began to wonder just what kind of breed this fellow was. As a wild chicken, how could it make such a misunderstood sound? With a flick of his sleeves, the strength of the array disk dissipated. A gust of wind blew past, rolling up large amounts of chicken feathers. The chicken overlord was still panic-stricken. It plopped to the ground, its buttocks stuck up high and its two wings pressed together as it begged for mercy. This series of movements was extremely familiar. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed as if it had been trained. Chinyu didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. After not seeing it for a period of time, this fellow's amusing attributes had risen dramatically. He held back a smile and said, "Tell me, where did you train in these movements?" The chicken overlord fiercely looked up. The moment it saw Chinyu, its face and its eyes revealed a mix of pleasant surprise, grievance, sadness, excitement, sadness. It was hard to believe that as a chicken, it could have such a rich range of emotions. Of course, the most common emotion was that my backer has finally returned. I want to see who dares to bully me now. It crawled up and flapped its wings. The chicken overlord flew over with tears in its eyes. Then, in the next moment, it really couldn't help but cry. A pale purple shadow rushed out, ruthlessly smashing into the chicken overlord's head and sending it flying away. Its fiery red crown immediately swelled up and tears streamed down its face. The ant king landed on Chinyu's shoulder. As it combed its wings, it glanced at Chinyu from the corner of its eyes. Its arrogance and disdain caused the chicken overlord's lungs to explode with rage. "Gua, what the hell are you? Gua, that is my place. Gua, before I get angry, hurry up and screw off." Chapter 90. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The ant king was furious. With a wung sound, it flapped its wings. Where did this country bumpkin come from, actually daring to be rude to this great king? Love go small say Netk. In the end, the chicken overlord was utterly defeated and was miserably beaten up. If it weren't for Chinyu secretly ordering him to hold back, he would have lost at least half his chicken life. Perhaps because it felt that it had been humiliated, the chicken overlord suddenly began to work hard. Every day, it woke up early and slept late, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. It was as if it were training hard in order to wash away its shame. Chinyu was slightly comforted by this. But several days later, he discovered that the chicken overlord had sneakily snuck into the ant house. He didn't know what methods it used, but it quickly mixed in with the ant king and became good friends. Then, a certain blind wild wolf was caught by the ant king and its subordinates and taught a lesson. The chicken overlord looked down from high above. It glanced at Chinyu, as if saying, "Tremble, foolish mortal. This overlord has so many tricks up his sleeves. Is that something you can imagine?" Chinyu stopped the chicken overlord from continuing its rampage. He looked at the lone wild wolf and said, "I let you go once and yet you still dare to come back. Do you think I won't kill you?" The wild wolf whimpered as it knelt down and kowtowed. Chinyu frowned. "You want to stay?" Wild wolf nodded repeatedly. The chicken overlord immediately exploded. It jumped up and down and screamed non-stop, baring its teeth at the wild wolf. If it could speak, it would have definitely cursed the wild wolf. Chinyu suddenly had a thoughtful look. The chicken overlord quickly stopped, clearly nervous. Chinyu lifted a hand and pointed. "During this time, have you often disciplined it?" The wild wolf looked up at the chicken overlord, its face full of disdain. There was no need for him to nod his head. His attitude was convincing enough. The chicken overlord was driven mad. During the time that Chinyu was gone, it was simply a nightmare. That damned, despicable wild wolf, for some unknown reason, had suddenly become much fiercer than before, and had even carried out inhumane tortures on it. Although it did not truly harm its body, the damage to its soul was even more serious. It couldn't stay, absolutely couldn't stay. But it was clear that the chicken overlord didn't have the authority to decide. Love go small say Nekchinyu's lips curled up. "Good. From now on, you will stay here and help me look after the medicine garden." The wild wolves prostrated themselves respectfully. From then on, a new scene appeared in the valley, a chicken and a wolf confronting each other. Of course, most of the time, it was the former's provocation that caused the latter's disdain, or the latter's anger caused the former to flee. It added some fun to the boring cultivation life in the valley. Wild Wolf changed his position so that he could lie down more comfortably. Basking in the warm sunlight, he felt warm all over and did not want to move. "It's been a long time since I've had such a good rest. Hey! I haven't lived long, so how could I have thought of the word a long time? It blinked its eyes and gritted its teeth helplessly. It thought to itself, here we go again. Recently, I've been thinking of something inexplicably and coming up with some messy ideas that don't make sense. Is it because I didn't rest well? As a wild wolf that was born and raised here, it was well aware that Severed Spirit Mountain was lacking in spiritual strength and that it would greatly affect its cultivation. More than once, it had thought of leaving this place and seeing the outside world. It would also find a place that was truly suitable for it to cultivate. But every time it reached the edge of the mountain range, it would feel restless and restless. Then, it would feel regret and finally turn back, giving up on the idea of leaving. After this happened several times, the wild wolf mocked itself for being a good-for-nothing fellow and gave up on the idea of leaving. But water flowed downwards and wolves walked upwards. It was also a wolf that had its own ideals and pursuits. Even if it was difficult to leave its homeland, it still hoped that it could become stronger. This mysterious mountain valley and the powerful master of the valley had allowed the wild wolf to see hope, so it had come here. But the result was that this place was even better than it had imagined. There was an abundance of spiritual strength and the pills that were handed out were simply unimaginably perfect. No wonder that hateful chicken had risen in strength so quickly. Humph, but it still wasn't as strong as this Lord Wolf. Now that I have become Master's spirit pet, I will become more and more formidable in the future. That damned chicken can forget about being fierce. The wild wolf's claws scratched the wound on its face. This was left behind from the great battle between the chicken and the wolf. One of its eyes had also been pecked blind in that battle. If one had to say that the enmity of the blind eye was absolutely irreconcilable. It wasn't like it was some benevolent wolf girl, so how could it not bite that chicken to death after such a long time? Thinking about it, it might be that it liked this state even more. It seemed that it should have only one eye to begin with. Hiss, it comfortably sucked in a deep breath of air filled with spiritual strength. The wild wolf shook its fur, thinking about how this old man was a one-eyed black-skinned man in the past. Just how majestic and awe-inspiring was that? It began to have random thoughts again, but a one-eyed black-skinned man seemed like a good choice. The wild wolf's eyes brightened. It turned around and stood up. It glanced at the chicken that had been frightened by its actions and curled its lips as it proudly walked away. Soon after, the wild wolf's blind eye was replaced with a piece of black skin. The edges were rough, as if it had been bitten off. But even so, it really did seem a bit more powerful. The chicken overlord curled its lips and rolled its eyes. But it couldn't suppress the envy in its heart. It thought to itself that if this fellow dressed up like this, he would actually be able to compare with this overlord in terms of appearance. But no matter how much you dressed up, that was only your appearance. In terms of inner strength and temperament, this overlord would still crush you into dreg. Qin Yu only considered the open and hidden struggles of his spirit pets as a way to spice up his life. He soon suppressed these thoughts and continued with his next task. He wanted to cultivate the 5-element sword array. This was something he had already decided upon in Immortal Eclipse Valley. Although he couldn't solve the problem of magic power sources for the time being, he could still carry out the basic preparations. The 5-element sword array's root lay in the sword. Even if he successfully cultivated it, he would need 5 5-element magic swords in order to use it. Metal, water, wood, fire, earth, these were the source of the world's 5 elements. In some ancient cultivation texts, these were the basic attributes that formed the world and all living beings. Metal and water attributes. He temporarily lacked materials to refine magic swords, so he could put them aside for now. Wood attribute. Qin Yu had many choices. For instance, Sky Thunder bamboo or Great Sun mulberry. As for radiant redwood, although it was also a wood attribute, its purer and more formidable aspect was its surging fire elemental power. Thus, Qin Yu decided to use radiant red wood to refine a fire attribute magic sword. Wood attribute, he chose Sky Thunder bamboo. The reason was simple. Sky Thunder bamboo naturally contained thunder laws. When the 5 elements were combined together, it could display the power of thunder. In the future, if the 5-element sword array reached perfection, it might have wonderful uses when combined with thunder laws. Taking a step back, even if it wasn't related to the 5 elements, it would still be good to have another kind of thunder power. Within the 5-element sword diagram, there were detailed records of refining a magic sword. Jiang Li's experience Jade Slip also mentioned this. Qin Yu carefully read through and meditated on it. After several days, he determined that he understood everything and then began. The radiant redwood hadn't been planted for long. Even with the little blue lamp, it was still in the seedling stage. If he cut off the branches to refine a magic sword, it wouldn't be appropriate. Thus, he first used the Sky Thunder bamboo as an experiment. Reality proved that refining a 5-element magic sword was very simple. It was far less difficult than Qin Yu imagined. After cutting off a section of the Sky Thunder bamboo's trunk, he stimulated his magic power with a law formula and crushed it into the shape of a sword. Then, he branded it with a trace of his divine sense, and the wood attribute magic sword was basically complete. All that was left was to nourish it with magic power in the future, enhance the quality of the magic sword, and strengthen the divine sense mark. There wasn't any pressure and there weren't any accidents. Qin Yu even felt a little absent-minded. The infamous and ominous 5-element sword array sword was actually so simple. In fact, the difficulty of cultivating the 5-element sword array lay in the word cultivation. Before this, it was mentioned that it was extremely simple to cross the threshold. The 5 magic swords were the foundation to cross the threshold, so it was reasonable that it wasn't too difficult to refine. Moreover, there was Qin Yu himself. He had a 5th-level golden core cultivation and his true strength was comparable to a peak golden core. His divine sense was powerful enough, so refining it wasn't difficult at all. Moreover, there was the material used to refine the Sky Thunder bamboo. As an ancient spiritual plant that had lived for over 10,000 years, its quality had been thoroughly reborn. It was extremely suitable for refining a wood attribute magic sword. Combining all of these factors together, Qin Yu's perception was far too simple. But no matter what, it was still a good thing that the magic sword could be smoothly refined. Qin Yu carefully nourished it according to the 5-element sword diagram and then placed the magic sword in his storage bag. With everything going smoothly, he had plenty of time. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu didn't immediately go into seclusion to cultivate. Instead, he continued to meditate on the 5-element sword diagram. The great 5-element sword array in Immortal Eclipse Valley had evolved from the 5-element sword diagram. Qin Yu didn't have the wealth, boldness, or methods to do so, but he should be able to arrange a simplified version of the 5-element sword array. The radiant redwood had taken root here and several precious spiritual plants were also in the valley. In terms of safety, he had to be a bit more cautious in order to avoid any accidents. Once he succeeded, with the purpleback bluewing ants guarding the valley, the safety of the valley would rise. After studying for several days, Qin Yu began to work. But the difficulty of arranging the array formation still surpassed his imagination. He failed several times and even caused a backlash from the array formation's strength, leaving him in a distressed state. After trying for nearly 10 days, he finally managed to barely complete it. On the surface, the valley didn't seem any different from the past. Clouds and fog still lingered around it, but once someone intruded, the magic swords hidden within would attack. That's right, to imitate the 5-element sword array, one naturally needed magic swords. What Qin Yu used was the leftover Sky Thunder bamboo branch that he had refined into a wood attribute magic sword. Even if it was just a tiny section, it was still a 10,000-year-old spiritual plant and of high quality. There were a total of 36 small magic swords. When they released the power of thunder, when superimposed together, it would be quite formidable. Thinking of this, Qin Yu blushed red. That's right, his imitation of the 5-element sword array didn't have anything to do with the 5 elements at all. His attack methods all relied on thunder, and this was the attribute of the Sky Thunder bamboo. He had to put studying array formations on the agenda, but no matter what, with the protection of this array formation, Qin Yu could cultivate in peace for the time being. He coughed and flicked his sleeves as he returned to his room. He ignored the wild wolf's dull eyes and the chicken overlord's undisguised disdain. There were still many pills refined by Immortal Eclipse Valley's pill disposal department. The wild wolf basked in the sun. It occasionally swept its eyes around, and after a brief daze, it bared its fangs. The chicken overlord glared at it like a tiger watching its prey. If there was a chance, it would encourage the Ant King to teach some eyesore bastard a lesson. Unfortunately, the Ant King had already received Qin Yu's orders. While it was playing around, it also accepted the offered pills and began to play around. The chicken overlord frowned inwardly, but it still maintained a smile on the surface. As it thought back to its carefree life in the past and then looked at its current predicament, it couldn't help but secretly shed tears of sadness. Like this, time quietly passed. Strong winds rose up from the ground. The rich heaven and earth origin energy in the valley suddenly revolved and gathered towards the wooden house. Qin Yu's eyes flashed open, a sharp light exploding from them. Golden core, 6th level. As he felt the powerful magic power rushing through his body, he smiled. Chapter 91. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Whoosh, whoosh, the forest was mottled with light and shadows. 2 grey shadows were moving at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they were already dozens of feet away. Love go small say Net. Upon closer inspection, it was a man and a woman. They were both handsome and beautiful, and their clothes were extraordinary. However, at this moment, they looked battered and exhausted. Wang Zifeng's arm was hit, and it was unknown what kind of weapon caused the wound. Black gas lingered around the wound, and blood flowed out. He swallowed the sect's healing pills, but it couldn't stop the bleeding. His face was pale, and his eyes, which used to be full of confidence and pride, couldn't help but reveal fear. From time to time, he would turn his head to look back in panic. Beside him, although Yun Xueqing's face was also pale, she was barely able to maintain her calm. At the very least, she wasn't as pathetic as him. Wang Zifeng gasped for breath, gritted his teeth, and growled, "Damn it, these people from the Devil Dao actually dare to chase after us. I'll definitely pay them back double in the future." Yun Xueqing sighed inwardly. If he had the strength to do this, he might as well use it to escape. Suddenly, the view in front of the two suddenly widened. A large cloud appeared in front of them, completely enveloping the entire valley between the steep cliffs. Yun Xueqing was surprised. There were actually cultivators living in seclusion here. At such a close distance, she could clearly sense the faint fluctuations of the array formation in the clouds. After a brief pause, a look of hesitation appeared on her face. Wang Zifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. "Great. There is a fellow cultivator living in seclusion here. You and I can use the formation to temporarily hide, and we will definitely be able to repel the devil cultivator." He took a step forward and flew into the clouds. Yun Xueqing bit her lips and followed. As soon as he entered, a restrictive force descended upon him. It wasn't very strong, and he felt as if he was wrapped in a layer of mud. Wang Zifeng shouted, "Which fellow Daoist is living in seclusion here?" "I am Wang Zifeng of the Jiang sect. I have encountered some trouble with my companions. I'll have to trouble Master to open the formation and let us temporarily hide." No response. Yun Xueqing said, "Perhaps Master isn't here." Wang Zifeng furrowed his eyebrows. "This is a critical moment. I can't care about anything else. Junior apprentice Sister Xueqing, please wait a moment. Once I break this array formation, we can talk inside." With a wave of his hand, he took out an item that was as blue as a water droplet. As he injected his magic power into it, it released layers of water-colored halos that quickly spread through the fog. Wang Zifeng relaxed a little. This treasure of his was called the Riverheart Droplet, and it was a famous magic tool that could break through barriers and array formations. If he abandoned this treasure and borrowed the power of the array formation here, he should be able to stop the demonic cultivators behind them for a moment. At that time, he and Yun Xueqing would be able to retreat. That's right, from the very beginning, he had the idea of taking the opportunity to escape. As a core disciple of the Jiang sect, the Jindan Dao was just around the corner. His life was extremely precious, so how could he take the risk here? As for what kind of trouble this would cause for the cultivators living in seclusion here, it was not within Wang Zifeng's consideration. "Consider yourself unlucky to meet him." Yun Xueqing frowned. Senior apprentice brother Wang, isn't this a bad idea? Wang Zifeng didn't even turn his head. When this matter is over, I will come to apologize and express my gratitude. The prerequisite was that the cultivator was still alive. Looking at the power of this formation, the person who set it up should have an average cultivation base. It would be quite difficult for him to struggle and survive in the face of the rage of the fiendish cultivators. Yun Xueqing hesitated for a moment, but in the end she didn't say anything. After all, she was also the one running for her life. But Wang Zifeng's performance had already drawn a giant cross in her heart. As she thought about the marriage that her father had mentioned, Yun Xueqing felt that it was best to consider this at length. The fog trembled and fluctuations began to appear. Wang Zifeng was overjoyed. It's done. But at this time, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, the fog violently tumbled, as if something were rapidly approaching. Before Wang Zifeng's complexion could change, the purple thunder arrived. The river heart droplet was essentially a water attribute treasure. Facing the power of thunder, it wasn't able to resist at all. With a pitiful cry, Wang Zifeng's robes were scorched black and smoke rose up from his body. His neatly combed hair was like withered grass that pierced the heavens. It was a miserable sight. Yun Xueqing cried out, "Senior, please show mercy." To be able to move such a formidable power of thunder into an array formation, one could imagine just how profound his cultivation was. She cursed inwardly, thinking that Wang Zifeng had misled others and himself. Shua, the lightning scattered and 36 sword phantoms appeared in the fog. They immediately turned around and left. Yun Xueqing relaxed. Luckily, the master of this place wasn't some cruel and ruthless individual, otherwise it wouldn't be wrong for him to directly kill them. To forcefully break through an array formation without an invitation, that was already enough to kill a cultivator. The fog parted to the sides and a figure stepped forwards. Yun Xueqing gathered her thoughts. Just as she was about to bow, her eyes widened and shock filled her face. Beside her, the charcoal-headed Wang Zifeng also revealed a mouthful of white teeth, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Fellow Daoist Yun Xueqing, why are you here?" The charcoal-headed person beside her had already been automatically ignored. When they were beneath the radiant redwood, although he hadn't said much, he had still heard everything clearly. Moreover, this brat had tried to break through his array formation. How hateful. "Qin, fellow Daoist Qin Yu." Wang Xueqing cried out, "You're still alive." As she spoke, her face flushed red. She waved her hands again and again. "I'm sorry, that's not what I meant." Qin Yu smiled. "Some things happened, so I'm living quite well." But at this time, he frowned. Outside the valley, a cold and gloomy roar sounded out. "Those inside, listen up. Hand over those 2 cultivators that escaped, otherwise no one will be left alive today." Yun Xueqing revealed an awkward expression. Qin Yu's thoughts raced and he immediately guessed what was going on. He looked at Wang Zifeng, his eyes so cold that they caused a chill to crawl up his back. This brat actually wanted to divert the disaster to someone else. If it weren't for Yun Xueqing, he wouldn't have cared about whether he lived or died. "You 2 go in first. I'll deal with him." With a flick of his sleeves, the power of the array formation drew the 2 into the valley. Wang Zifeng and Yun Xueqing landed on the ground, but their surroundings were blurry. It was clear that Qin Yu had deliberately left behind the power of the array formation so that they couldn't see what was happening in the valley. "It's actually Qin Yu. I don't think he can last much longer." Junior apprentice Sister Xueqing, "We should hurry up and think of a way to leave," Wang Zifeng said in a low voice. His eyes couldn't help but look towards the blurry depths of the valley. Yun Xueqing frowned. She said, "Senior apprentice brother Wang, fellow Daoist Qin has already helped us resist a powerful enemy. That is already a great favor, so how could he run away without saying goodbye? Even if fellow Daoist Qin isn't a match, if the 3 of us join forces we might be able to fight." Wang Zifeng revealed an embarrassed expression. He took several steps forwards. "Senior apprentice brother Wang, since fellow Daoist Qin Yu doesn't want us to see what is happening in the valley, we shouldn't act rashly." Bang! There was a loud explosion in the fog above their heads. Deep purple thunder spread outwards. With a miserable scream, a charred man fell to the ground, twitching. Wang Zifeng shrank back. He had just tasted the power of purple thunder, so he had a good understanding of its taste. He had no idea where Qin Yu had obtained this treasure, but it was actually able to control such a formidable power of thunder. To be able to deal with such a powerful demonic cultivator, he really had some dog's hit luck. Thinking of this, a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Of course, he hid it well so that no one could sense it. Yun Xueqing was pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Qin." Qin Yu waved his hand. "It was nothing. But, why was this demonic cultivator chasing you down?" Wang Zifeng interjected. "We inadvertently angered him, so we were chased down." Looking at Yun Xueqing's complexion, it was clear that things weren't as simple as they seemed. However, Qin Yu had only casually asked without any intention of delving deeper into the matter. As he saw Wang Zifeng's fearful expression, he frowned inwardly. He turned to Wang Xueqing. "Miss Yun, are you going to stay here and recuperate, or do you plan to do something else?" Wang Zifeng quickly winked at Yun Xueqing. Yun Xueqing hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's go. If we stay, we might cause trouble for fellow Daoist Qin." After all, the information was obtained by the two of them. Since Wang Zifeng was unwilling, it was not good for her to say anything more. Qin Yu nodded. "That's also good. Then I will open the array formation and send you two out." With a flick of his sleeve, a passageway appeared in the fog outside the valley. The two thanked him and left. Qin Yu looked at the unconscious man on the ground. He frowned for a moment before composing himself. In the end, it wasn't a good idea to randomly kill people. Let's wait for him to wake up before making a decision. However, when he thought about how his peaceful seclusion had been disrupted by this accident, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, man proposes but God disposes. There are always accidents in the world. But Qin Yu never expected that the accidents he would encounter would be far more than this. He tossed the unconscious demonic path cultivator to the side and returned to his room to cultivate. Before he had finished refining several pills, his eyes flashed open. A sharp light exploded. He stood up. Light flashed around him and he flew out of the wooden house. The wild wolf's lone eye flashed with a cold light. It arched its back and stared upwards. Its long fur stood up like steel needles as it howled without end. The chicken overlord's performance was far too humiliating. It slumped to the ground, its wings shivering as it held its head. Within the ant room, the sound of wings beating rang out. With just a thought, Qin Yu could fly out to meet the enemy. Wang Zifeng's face was drained of blood, as if his parents had died. His heart was filled with fear. All he could think of was that he could not die. He could not die. When that valley appeared in front of him, he clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, "Junior apprentice Sister Xueqing, if you want to live, then don't say anything. Leave everything to me." There was still blood at the corners of Yun Xueqing's lips. She hesitantly looked at him and then slowly nodded. Wang Zifeng loudly said, "Seniors, it's right here." He pointed a finger. "The person in the valley knows us. After he took away the jade slip, he drove us away. Now, the jade slip is on his body. Moreover, I am sure that there must be some unrivaled treasure in this valley. If seniors manage to obtain some harvests, I ask that you show mercy and spare our lives." Yun Xueqing's eyes widened and her face flushed red. "Senior apprentice Brother Wang, junior apprentice Sister Xueqing, please rest assured that I am not speaking nonsense. Although you and I weren't able to clearly see what was hidden in the valley just now, I know that Qin Yu made a mistake. I once inadvertently refined the soul of a spirit-searching mouse, so I am extremely sensitive to spiritual strength. If the heaven and earth spiritual strength in the valley is gathering by itself, then there must be some precious treasure within." Wang Zifeng bowed again and again. "Seniors, everything I say is the truth. You will understand once you see it." The middle-aged man with the thin face and small eyes smiled. "To sell out your savior so thoroughly, even in my demonic path, it is rare to see someone like you. Brat, you have great potential. Very well, as long as what you say is true and you haven't leaked out any information, then I will spare your life." Wang Zifeng was overjoyed. All right, since we've found the master, let's not waste any more time. My disciple's life or death is still unknown, Jiyu Shengping coldly said. He stepped forwards, the aura of a 7th-level golden core erupting. Heaven and earth spiritual strength turned into a strong wind, wanting to tear apart the fog like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Shua, the fog parted and Qin Yu's feet landed in the void, as if he had stepped onto a long flight of stairs. His face was expressionless as he coldly looked around. He lightly said, "You all came without an invitation. Do you want to sit in front of my door and discuss the Tao?" His aura was condensed, restrained without a trace. Although it seemed weak and small, it also felt like a boundless sea, unfathomably deep. Jiyu Shengping's complexion changed. The 2 men and 1 woman behind him also revealed looks of surprise. They clearly never imagined that there would be a master living in seclusion in this wilderness. This wasn't a hasty conclusion. If this person could remain so calm and indifferent in front of the 4 of them, then he was naturally a master, and masters were worthy of respect. Chapter 92. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Jiyu Shengping restrained his aura and said in a deep voice, "May I ask where my useless disciple is now?" Qin Yu grasped backwards and a pitch-black figure landed outside the valley. "My injuries are heavy, but I won't die. As long as no one died, things would be easier." Jiyu Shengping bent down to inspect the body. His face darkened. He grabbed his disciple and retreated to the side. He didn't need to decide how to deal with today's matter. The tall and sturdy man took a step forward. His skin was dark and his face was calm. "War Bear greets fellow Daoist." His voice was heavy like iron, pressing down on the heart. This person's cultivation was extremely strong. Qin Yu's expression didn't change. "I am Qin Yu." War Bear cupped his hands together. "May I ask why fellow Daoist Qin is interfering in today's matters?" Qin Yu lightly said, "This young lady and I are old acquaintances." The implication was that this had nothing to do with Wang Zifeng. War Bear's eyes flashed. "Then fellow Daoist, do you have any objections to what this junior said?" Qin Yu coldly sneered. "What nonsense." War Bear hesitated for several breaths of time. He nodded, "I trust you." The others frowned slightly. War Bear continued, "With fellow Daoist Qin's cultivation, it's sufficient for him to examine the contents of the jade slip. If he knew the contents, how could he have stayed here to wait for us to arrive?" This explanation was very vague, but Jiyu Shengping and the other man and woman nodded thoughtfully. Wang Zifeng's limbs were ice-cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. How did this happen? Shouldn't they have broken through the array formation, killed Qin Yu, seized his treasures, and then fought over how to distribute the treasures before finally giving him enough time? You believed him with just a few words. What right do you have, you bastards? Wang Zifeng's body stiffened and his neck straightened. War Bear's eyes revealed a thick killing intent. You dare deceive us? Junior, you are far too bold. Wang Zifeng screamed. Senior, I didn't lie to you. He had a pleading look on his face. Junior apprentice sister Xueqing, please be my witness, please be my witness. Yun Xueqing bit her lips and shook her head. Fellow Daoist Qin didn't take the jade slip. Wang Zifeng's eyes widened. That bitch set me up. You set me up. War Bear raised his hand and was about to descend. Whoosh, the sound of breaking air whistled through the air, accompanied by an angry roar. Who dares to harm my sect's disciple? Wang Zifeng was like a suffocating fish that fell into the water. His ashen face suddenly glowed as he shouted, Uncle Chiu, I'm here, save me. Shua, Chiu he landed, his eyes bright and his aura rising. The aura of a 9th-level Jindan was like an invisible mountain, and even the air seemed to become much more viscous. His eyes swept around and fell on War Bear. With your cultivation, you are attacking a junior. Isn't that a bit too much? With the aura of a 9th-level Jindan, the weight of his words was extremely heavy. Everyone instantly fell silent. Wang Zifeng hatefully glared at Yun Xueqing. He thought to himself, you bitch, you actually wanted to kill me with a single strike. Now, let's see just how you'll beg me. With Uncle Chio's arrival, his cultivation was more than enough to suppress everyone present. He wanted to see just how rampant these demonic path cultivators could be. War Bear frowned and took a step back. Chio, his expression became even more calm. The auras of these people in front of him were not weak, and he didn't want to provoke them. But now, it seemed that these people were also afraid of him. This was good. There wasn't any deep hatred between them, so it was fine to just talk things out. There was no need to make such a big fuss. With a light cough, just as Chio he was about to say some pleasantries and bring the matter back to the main topic, his complexion suddenly changed. Bang! A War Bear stepped forwards, the ground collapsing. He took a step back just in time to gather his strength. At this time, his attack was like a river bursting through a dam, like an erupting mountain flood, fierce to the extreme. His fist came out with the momentum of 1,000 catties. Chio he roared out in anger. He raised his palms and magic power surged outwards. But he had underestimated the strength contained in this fist. With a muffled sound like thunder, the clothes on his arms were instantly torn apart by the strength, revealing countless red lines on his skin. These were the tiny blood vessels in his body that had been ruptured by the formidable strength. The ground beneath his feet collapsed and Chio he was forced back again and again. Every step he took caused crushed stones to fly into the air, mixed with a terrifying strength that caused the air to howl. Although he was shocked by his opponent's strength, as long as he had the time to blink his eyes, he would be able to revolve his magic power to stabilize himself and then launch a fatal counterattack. But after War Bear, Jiyu Shengping lifted a hand and drew in the void. In the blink of an eye, a talisman was formed. It flew out and fell onto Chio his body. This talisman didn't have much killing power, but it had a sealing power. Its stronger function was to disturb the magic power within a cultivator's body, making it difficult for them to revolve. The magic power that wasn't flowing smoothly to begin with suddenly stagnated after being attacked by the talisman. Chio he stiffened, revealing a fatal flaw. Daoist Wu Yuan stepped forwards. Black light overflowed from the ground, wriggling like a living creature as it drilled into his body. Chio his eyes instantly darkened and his face twisted with pain. The last female cultivator flicked her sleeves. The red ribbon flashed like lightning, but it seemed to be even more red than before. Puff, blood broke through the skin of his neck and his head was cut off, blooming like a gorgeous flower. 9th level golden core Chio he had died, and at this time, War Bear's figure came to a sudden stop. Slaughter energy rose up from his body. He turned around, his eyes locking onto Qin Yu. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. His expression was dignified, but he didn't feel any fear. Time seemed to pause for several breaths of time. War Bear let out a deep breath. As if it were some sort of signal, the pressure in the air that caused one's heart to tremble began to quietly disperse. He cupped his hands together and smiled. Things happened too suddenly. I hope fellow Daoist Qin doesn't blame me. Qin Yu had an indifferent expression. Is this a warning that everyone is giving me? Jiyu Shengping suddenly sneered. So what if it is? The relaxed atmosphere suddenly tensed up. Qin Yu's eyes were cold. Then everyone, feel free to give it a try. His aura didn't change, but a trace of slaughter energy gushed out. It was thin and dense, causing several people to feel a chill run down their backs. If this slaughter intent could make them feel such dread, then it must have been condensed from killing cultivators of the same level. Moreover, there had been many of them. There was definitely more than one. War Bear hurriedly said, "This is a misunderstanding. Fellow Daoist Qin, please don't think too much about it." Jiyu Shengping's expression darkened. He coldly snorted and no longer spoke. Puff Chio his corpse fell to the ground. The smell of blood wafted through the air. Wang Zifeng, who had just recovered a bit of his spirit, sat where he was in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. As if sensing everyone's eyes on him, he shook and regained his composure. He began to weep. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." War Bear frowned. He lifted a hand and slapped out. Wang Zifeng's head exploded and he followed in Chio his footsteps, accompanying him in the yellow springs. Jiyu Shengping licked his lips. There's still one more. But killing such a beautiful woman would be a waste. I might as well enjoy her. Yun Shueqing paled. Qin Yu lightly said, "She is my friend. You cannot touch her." Jiyu Shengping's face twitched. His eyes were cold and gloomy. "Qin Yu, don't push your luck." Qin Yu was expressionless. "I will kill anyone who dares to touch her." Daoist Wu Yuan smiled. "Fellow Taoists, please calm down. She is just a baby girl, so what does it matter if you kill her or not? Let's first see if the jade slip is intact." War Bear nodded. Yes. He rummaged through Wang Zifeng's headless corpse and found a jade slip. After probing it, he smiled. The seal is still there. Daoist Wu Yuan turned around. The seal is still there. These two juniors clearly don't know what's inside. If that's the case, then fellow Daoist Jiyu might as well be merciful and let this baby girl go. Jiyu Shengping flicked his sleeves and turned around. War Bear said, "Fellow Daoist Qin, this baby girl can be spared, but you must guarantee that she won't tell anyone about what happened today." Qin Yu lightly said, "When you killed her, I didn't interfere." The implication was that if this matter were to spread out, it wouldn't benefit him in the least. He turned and said, "Miss Yun, I wonder if I can keep you as a guest in my valley for a period of time?" Yun Xueqing had a grateful look in her eyes. She quickly said, "Of course. For the next month, I won't take half a step out of the valley." War Bear and Wu Yuan's complexions relaxed. In a month, this matter should have ended long ago. So what if this girl spoke of Qiu He and Wang Zifeng's deaths? In these past years, they had already killed many people. Of the four, the only female cultivator suddenly said in a soft voice, "Fellow Daoist War Bear, do you think fellow Daoist Qin can participate in what happens next?" War Bear smiled. "Fairy Maiden is thinking the same thing as me. But, this matter still requires the four of us to agree." Daoist Wu Yuan's eyes flashed. "I have no opinion." He looked at Jiyu Shengping. "Brother Jiyu, the overall situation is the most important. There is no need to haggle over such minor matters." Jiyu Shengping's complexion darkened. After a long time, he coughed and agreed. War Bear cupped his hands together. "Fellow Daoist Qin, we have discovered a treasure land. I wonder if you would like to join us. Of course, there is no guarantee of harvests, but there will definitely be risks." Qin Yu's eyes fell on the jade slip. He hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. "I don't want to do anything these days, so I won't compete with you all for benefits." War Bear found it hard to hide his disappointment. But, he didn't say much. After exchanging some pleasantries, they bid their farewells and left. As he watched them leave, Qin Yu's taut heart finally relaxed a little. These four people were all at the late Golden Core realm and their eruption of strength was even stronger. With Qin Yu's strength, he didn't have the slightest chance of victory. Of course, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape unscathed. With the blood escape art, War Bear and the others could only watch helplessly. This was why he had the confidence to act tough. He wouldn't be like Qiu He, a dignified 9th-level Golden Core master of the Southern Empire and Northern Empire. If he lost his life because of a moment of carelessness, he would die an unjust death. Suppressing his thoughts, Qin Yu turned and led the way. "Miss Yun, for safety's sake, please." Yun Xueqing closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling. "I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Qin to lead the way." This girl's thoughts were quite exquisite. Qin Yu smiled. With a flick of his sleeves, he wrapped her up and stepped into the fog. Jiyu Shengping's complexion was ugly. He looked around and said, "Everyone here is a powerful figure, so why must you be so cautious and patient towards that Qin Yu today? Isn't that beneath our status?" Daoist Wu Yuan chuckled. "Fellow Daoist Jiyu, why ask a question you already know the answer to? This Qin Yu, he isn't easy to deal with." The female cultivator's clothes fluttered in the wind. "Fellow Daoist Qin has killed at least 10 golden cores, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to condense such slaughter energy." Jiyu Shengping clenched his teeth. "So what? If you and I join forces, can't we kill him?" War Bear said in a low voice, "Although we haven't fought, I can confirm that Qin Yu is far more difficult to deal with than that Qiu cultivator. If you and I join forces, we might be able to kill Qin Yu, but there is also a chance of casualties. The current important matter is the most important. I don't think fellow Daoist GU would want to cause any side issues just because of this. Alright, let's put this matter aside for now. Fellow Daoist GU, what are your calculations? GU Shengping took a deep breath. Although I haven't locked onto the entrance, I've already determined the approximate range. It should be within several dozen miles. Give me 3 more days. War Bear nodded. I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist. GU Shengping revealed a smug expression. Daoist Wu Yuan curled his lips, a flash of contempt in his eyes. Someone who was obsessed with women and didn't have the least bit of subtlety. Just how did he manage to survive until today? Whoosh, the group sped away. However, no one discovered that when GU Shengping turned around, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 93. Geniuses in a Second to Remember Love. This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Yun Xueqing stayed in the valley. Luckily, there was still some spare room in the wooden house. This girl was as smart as she appeared. After entering her room, she didn't take a single step out. But thinking about it, Qin Yu controlled the array formation and temporarily hid the radiant red wood. This had nothing to do with trust, but was the most basic precaution a cultivator should have. There was no romance nor was there any story of affection. Besides the time they entered the valley, the two didn't meet again for the next 5 days. This caused a wild chicken that had evil thoughts in its heart to be disappointed. It curled its lips and looked at the wild wolf across from it, feeling great disdain for this fellow's sanctimonious appearance. It was unknown who it was, but when this girl arrived, their eyes lit up. Hihi, who knew that a single eye could be so bright? In the blink of an eye, it was the 9th day. In the distance, there was a loud rumbling sound, like a thunderclap. The originally clear skies began to rapidly darken. Strong winds gushed out from the void, tearing through the fog and causing it to tumble about. The chicken overlord shrank its head back in fear. The wild wolf howled towards the heavens. Qin Yu appeared in the valley. He looked towards the source of the sound, his complexion uncertain. Several powerful auras faintly appeared, giving him a familiar feeling. Without a doubt, they were War Bear, GU Shengping, and the others. What were they doing? Could it be that the treasure land they mentioned before was at Severed Spirit Mountain? Inexplicably, Qin Yu thought back to the exhaustion of heaven and earth origin energy here as well as the sudden appearance of pure spiritual strength not too long ago. His thoughts raced. Senior Qin, what happened? Yun Xueqing walked out of her room, a worried look on her face. Qin Yu turned and said, I don't know, but it shouldn't be related to us. There's no need to think too much about it. Soon, the winds dispersed and the skies cleared up. But Qin Yu's complexion became dignified. Miss Yun, return to your room first. Yun Xueqing's heart trembled. She turned and left. Qin Yu shot into the skies. With a wave of his hand, he split apart the fog. His aura tumbled around him, his momentum overwhelming. Outside the valley, it was War Bear and the others. Seeing Qin Yu's ill intent, Daoist Wu Yuan cupped his hands together. Fellow Daoist Qin, please don't be angry. We came without ill intent. War Bear coughed several times. His face paled as if he had been injured. Fellow Daoist Qin, I wonder if you can control some formidable thunder power? Qin Yu nodded. Yes. War Bear was overjoyed. Fellow Daoist Qin, I invite you to join us once more. I won't hide it from fellow Daoist, we've already found the treasure land, but we need the power of thunder to open it. Qin Yu frowned. I said I'm not interested. War Bear said in a low voice, fellow Daoist Qin should understand that we aren't willing to become enemies with you. If you really aren't willing to intervene, then I can only ask fellow Daoist to temporarily leave this place. Daoist Wu Yuan explained, the treasure land we discovered is in these mountains. With fellow Daoist Qin's cultivation, it would be hard for us to feel at ease staying here. Qin Yu remained silent. What these people said was probably true, but it would be naive of them to believe that he could leave easily after rejecting them. What if you come back after you leave? Even if he didn't return, he would still be in big trouble if he were to spread the news. In fact, the meaning was very clear. Either you join or you shed all pretense of cordiality. It was just that this way of expressing it was a little euphemistic. Qin Yu looked up. He lightly said, "Since everyone is so sincere, if I don't agree then I won't be able to appreciate your kindness." War Bear chuckled. "With fellow Daoist Qin joining us, we are like tigers that have grown wings. We will definitely be able to smoothly open the treasure land." The oppressive atmosphere was swept away. "Let me formally introduce you. This is fellow Daoist Wu Yuan, fellow Daoist Jiyu Shengping, and Fairy Xiong." Qin Yu cupped his hands together in greeting. War Bear took out a jade slip. "Everything that fellow Daoist Qin wishes to know is within." Qin Yu received it. He frowned. "Right now, there are still some matters that I need to deal with." Daoist Wu Yuan smiled. "Fellow Daoist Qin can do as he pleases. We also need to rest and reorganize ourselves. How about tomorrow?" "All right." War Bear and the other three left. Qin Yu stood where he was, his face cloudy for a long time. Then, he turned and flew back into the valley. "Miss Yun, I will be going out tomorrow. It would be best if you wait for me to return before you leave." Qin Yu went straight to the point. "After I leave, I will open the entire array formation. At that time, Miss can stay in your room and do not casually walk around." Yun Xueqing didn't ask anything else. She nodded in agreement. Qin Yu began to prepare. War Bear and the other three weren't easy to deal with. If he cooperated with them, he had to be extremely cautious. The Soul Mushroom, Great Sun Mulberry, and Sky Thunder Bamboo were all brought away to avoid any accidents. The purple-back blue-wing ants were placed into the Imperial Spirit Bag. After absorbing the aura of the Great Sun Mulberry, they had become much stronger. If any accidents occurred, it would be a pleasant surprise. As for the Radiant Redwood, the storage bag had limited space and it was impossible to store its several dozen-foot-tall trunk. In addition, moving it around would harm its growth, so he could only leave it here. However, the power of the valley-protecting array formation had already been opened to its strongest state. In addition, there were also the 36 Sky Thunder Bamboo flying swords. If someone were to break in, they might not be able to do anything. Finally, he carefully inspected the storage bag. After making sure that there were all sorts of pills, Qin Yu sat down and took out a jade slip. After carefully probing the jade slip and determining that there was nothing wrong with it, Qin Yu probed it with his divine sense. There was a bit of resistance, but as his divine sense strengthened, it was easily broken. After a long time, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a sharp light surging within them. There was a great deal of information in the jade slip, and many of them were pieced together in a messy manner. To summarize it simply, in ancient times, a nascent soul powerhouse had sealed away his own cave dwelling before he died. After many investigations, this matter was determined to be true. The treasure land that War Bear and the others spoke of was here. A nascent soul cave dwelling, and it was an ancient cultivator. No wonder War Bear and the other three cared so much about it. In order to prevent news of this from leaking out, they didn't hesitate to kill Qiu He. The Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty added together represented a territory of hundreds of thousands of miles. Just how vast and boundless was that? Even though the cultivation world had withered and there were still several hundred golden core cultivators, there were only around 10 nascent soul powerhouses. Even if some hidden old monsters were added in, there were 15 at most. Which golden core didn't want to become a nascent soul? And the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling contained this possibility. Once this matter was revealed, it would inevitably set off endless storms in this part of the world. There might even be a great war between the righteous and demonic paths. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the shaking in his heart. His eyes brightened. After learning about the nascent soul cave dwelling, his mentality had changed. Since he wanted to intervene, he would do his best. Perhaps to him, this matter was a turning point in his cultivation. Closing his eyes, the magic power within his body revolved according to his will. Qin Yu calmed his mind, striving to reach his peak state. The next day, when the skies were still dark, War Bear and the other three arrived. Sure, the fog parted and Qin Yu stepped out. Jiyu Shengping looked into the fog. "Fellow Daoist Qin, have you put away the treasures? By the time we return, they might have already been stolen clean." Qin Yu lightly said, "There's no need to worry about it." This was the feeling of a fist landing on cotton. Jiyu Shengping paled. War Bear changed the topic. "If there's nothing else, let's go." Humph. Jiyu Shengping was the first to fly away. Daoist Wu Yuan smiled and followed behind. War Bear and Fairy Xiong glanced at each other, a bit of worry in their eyes. Qin Yu was the last. He looked at Jiyu Shengping's back and frowned. This person's disciple had been severely wounded by him, and yet he had been able to patiently endure it, not revealing anything at all. So why did he cause so much trouble afterwards? It was as if he was deliberately trying to antagonize him. Was he overthinking things, or was this Jiyu Shengping secretly plotting something else? Severed Spirit Mountain was extremely large and the mountain terrain was extremely grim. If a mortal were to climb over it, they might not even be able to climb a single mountain peak in several days. But to a golden core cultivator, 100 miles could be crossed in the blink of an eye. When Jiyu Shengping stopped, the group of people stood between two large mountains. The mountains were straight like two long spears that pierced into the heavens, exuding a fierce and overbearing aura. The ground was a mess, cracked and scorched black. There was even a 10-foot pit that plunged deep into the ground. As he looked down, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. Qin Yu's heart chilled. It seemed that this so-called treasure land wasn't simple at all. War Bear shook his head and bitterly smiled. "Yesterday, we suffered a great deal here. Now that we've invited fellow Daoist Qin Yu, there shouldn't be any mistakes." Jiyu Shengping coldly coughed. "That will depend on whether or not his power of thunder is strong enough," Fairy Xiong said in a soft voice. "All right, it's about time. Fellow Daoist Jiyu, you may begin." Jiyu Shengping smiled. "Very well, I will begin." He coldly glared at Qin Yu. "Listen to my command and display your thunder." His figure flashed and he flew into the air, just in time to arrive between the two mountains. At this time, the sky was bright but not yet bright. In the east, there was the white of dawn, and in the west, there was still a waning moon. Jiyu Shengping took a deep breath, a solemn expression on his face. He naturally revealed the bearing of a grandmaster. As the light at his fingertips fell into the air, ripples appeared. His movements weren't fast, but they were extremely stable. Every finger he sent out and took back took exactly the same amount of time. As the ripples of light spread out, the white of dawn in the east and the waning moon in the west suddenly brightened. This wasn't an illusion, it was truly releasing light that illuminated the world. Or, it was more accurate to say that there was some invisible strength pulling in the light from a large area and concentrating it in this narrow area. This was because at this time, the area between the two mountains suddenly darkened. Qin Yu was filled with praise. Regardless of what sort of person Jiyu Shengping was, his cultivation in array formations could be considered outstanding. As for the mystical power of array formations, it left behind an extremely profound mark in his heart, making him even more determined to study it. Jiyu Shengping's complexion became increasingly dignified. The speed at which his fingers fell began to rapidly rise until they connected together. Magic power surged around War Bear, Daoist Wu Yuan, and Fairy Xiong. Qin Yu knew that the critical moment had arrived. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light shot out from the east. There were clearly countless wisps, but as they entered the space between the two mountains, they condensed into a single beam. Like an arrow, it shot out from the blazing sun. At the same time, the extremely dim waning moon erupted with a brilliant light. The faint silver light and the blazing sun simultaneously fell upon the empty space between the two mountains. Jiyu Shengping roared, "Thunder, come!" Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. Lightning surged out, like a purple river bursting through a dam. The closer War Bear, Wu Yuan, and Fairy Xiong were all overjoyed. Such a formidable power of thunder was more than enough to open the entrance. Of course, at the same time, they felt even more dread towards Qin Yu. After the purple lightning surged out, it seemed to be attracted to a point above Jiyu Shengping's head. The dazzling purple light was like a demon star. At this time, the sun, moon, and stars gathered between the heavens and earth. Jiyu Shengping pressed down. The demon star fell where the sun and moon struck. Dong, there was a dull sound, like the beating of a great drum. Trembling fluctuations shot into the skies. A wolf's howl echoed out, shaking the world. In the mountain forests, countless wild beasts bowed their heads, crying out in excitement and fear. But what was strange was that the sound was limited to the range of the broken mountain range. Even if it went an inch further, it wouldn't be heard at all. Moreover, from the outside, this mountain range didn't seem any different from usual. In the empty space between the two mountains, the phantom of a great wolf appeared. It reared its head back and howled. It had a single eye, a black hide covering it. The wolf's mouth was wide open, revealing its fangs. It was unknown where it led to. Jiyu Shengping laughed. The entrance has been opened. Chapter 94. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Between the two mountains, there was a phantom of a giant wolf. Deep within that malevolent wolf maw was the cave abode of the ancient cultivator's nascent soul. Wisps of pure heaven and earth spiritual energy flowed out from it. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He thought about how severed Spirit Mountain was lacking in heaven and earth origin energy, how the array formation's spirit stones had lost a great deal of spiritual strength, and how it had suddenly recovered recently. Perhaps all of this was because of this cave abode. War Bear turned around and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the first one to enter might obtain a decisive opportunity, but there is also a possibility of falling into danger. I am willing to take the lead. Does anyone have any objections?" Jiyu Shengping said, "I've already broken through the outer formation of the Immortal's cave, but according to my judgment, there are still dangers inside. Fellow Daoist Xiong has a profound cultivation base and a strong physical body, so you're indeed a suitable candidate." Daoist Wu Yuan and Fairy Xiong hesitated for a moment before nodding. Qin Yu naturally had no objections. War Bear cupped his hands together. "Everyone, let us meet again in our cave dwellings." Whoosh, he soared into the sky and flew into the wolf's mouth without hesitation, disappearing into the darkness. Jiyu Shengping turned around and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiong, stand firm, and I'll continue breaking the formation. I'll be the second to enter. What do you think?" Daoist Wu Yuan's eyes flashed. "I actually think that fellow Daoist Jiyu should stay behind so that he can respond to any changes in the array formation and avoid any accidents." Jiyu Shengping's face darkened and he said coldly, "If that's the case, all of you will leave together. I'll be the last." Fairy Xiong lightly said, "Let fellow Daoist Qin stay with fellow Daoist Jiyu. That way they can take care of each other." Daoist Wu Yuan nodded. "That's right." Jiyu Shengping hesitated for a moment before letting out a cold snort and not saying anything else. Qin Yu thought for a moment and nodded. "You too, let's go." Whoosh whoosh, Daoist Wu Yuan and Fairy Xiong flew away. A strange light flashed in Jiyu Shengping's eyes. He turned around impatiently. "Later, you'd better follow me closely. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you if something happens." Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. "Fellow Daoist Jiyu, don't worry. I will watch over you." He seemed to be referring to something. "Love go small say neck." Jiyu Shengping's heart skipped a beat. He snorted and turned his head. "Let's go." Qin Yu's figure moved and he stuck close to Qin Yu's back. On his calm face, he had already concentrated 120% of his concentration. Entering the wolf's mouth, their vision suddenly turned dark, as if all light had been devoured by the wolf. Then, a tearing feeling came from all over his body, extremely fierce. Even with his powerful demon body, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. After several breaths of time, the scenery around him changed and he appeared in a garden. Withered leaves covered the ground. No one had taken care of it all year round, and weeds grew everywhere, destroying the scenery in the garden. Not far away, a rock garden was covered by vines, revealing only a few edges, which were mottled. Daoist Wu Yuan and Fairy Xiong were several dozen meters away. There were several broken vines on the ground, their complexions grim. Seeing Qin Yu arrive, his eyes brightened for a moment before darkening. "Where is fellow cultivator Jiyu?" Qin Yu frowned. Jiyu Shengping, who had been right in front of him, had disappeared without a trace. Daoist Wu Yuan and Fairy Xiong also had ugly complexions. By the time they arrived, War Bear was nowhere to be found. However, there were traces of broken vines on the ground, so he should have left of his own accord. Now, Jiyu Shengping had also disappeared. The ancient nascent soul cultivator's cave dwelling had just been opened, and the situation had become strange. Daoist Wu Yuan said, "You too, it looks like you and I should join forces." Fairy Xiong said, "That should be the case." Qin Yu nodded. He walked towards the two, but soon, his complexion darkened. He had already taken several steps and was at least several meters away. But the distance between him and Daoist Wu Yuan and Fairy Xiong didn't shrink at all. Rather, it grew even further. Stopping, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. Magic power wildly surged out, rolling up the fallen leaves on the ground. With a flick of his sleeves, countless withered leaves flew into the air. But when they fell to the ground, they were exactly the same as before. Even the distance between each leaf didn't change at all. Array formation. Qin Yu's complexion was dignified. Daoist Wu Yuan and Fairy Xiong's eyes widened. From their expressions, it wasn't hard to guess that there were countless wild horses galloping about in their hearts. Qin Yu, whose hands were covered in blood and his slaughter energy was astonishing, and his strength was unfathomably deep, was actually an array formation idiot. He couldn't even leave a mere trapping array formation. How had he cultivated to this day? The path of array formations was widely used. In addition, there were cultivators like Jiyu Shengping who specialized in the power of array formations. Thus, most cultivators would learn a thing or two during their long lives in order to avoid being plotted against by others in the future. It was normal for the energy refining realm to not understand array formations, and the foundation establishment realm wasn't much either. But for a Golden Core realm master, especially one at the late Golden Core realm, to have 9 out of 10 points in the path of array formations, that was far too rare. And with this, he still dares to follow us into the cave dwelling of an ancient nascent soul cultivator? Didn't he know that these ancient cultivators loved to weave a net of array formations around their residences? As the two looked at Qin Yu, there was a bit more pity in their eyes. Was it because the ignorant had no fear, or did he really not know how to write the word death? Daoist Wu Yuan coughed. "Fellow Daoist Qin, I think you should stay here and not move around." Fairy Xiong nodded. Although there aren't any powerful array formations here for now, no one can be sure if there are any other fierce methods hidden here. It is indeed dangerous to recklessly rush in. Qin Yu's complexion was ugly. Daoist Wu Yuan and Fairy Xiong turned and left. Their movements weren't any different, they simply turned around and walked away normally. But they were relaxed and carefree, as if the array formations in this garden didn't exist at all. After several steps, the two of them seemed to enter the fog. Their figures blurred and they vanished from sight. The gloomy expression on Qin Yu's face faded. He looked behind him, a solemn expression on his face. The moment he stepped into this place, he discovered that Jiyu Shengping had disappeared. But there was something else that had occurred at the time that had caused his heart to skip a beat, thus his reaction had been a beat slower. The magic power within his body was rapidly circulating. This wasn't because he was urging it, but because it was natural and joyful. This was the call of magic power. It was as if there was something in this cave dwelling that came from the same source as him, calling out to him. Was this real? Or was it a disguise of an array formation, a trap laid down by an ancient cultivator? After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu's pupils shrank. He stepped towards the direction of the call, and as if he were stepping into a trickle of water, he could feel the strength of the array formations in the courtyard. But at this time, this strength no longer had any effect on him. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. After several steps, he arrived behind the rockery and vanished from sight. After a moment, several withered leaves on the ground suddenly opened up and a small snake the thickness of a thumb drilled out. Its cold and gloomy eyes swept around before revealing a look of anger. Then, it turned and drilled back into the leaves. Outside the garden, on a small bridge that was covered in vines, Daoist Wu Yuan casually flicked his sleeves and put away the little black snake. His face darkened. Fairy Xiong's eyes flashed. "What is it?" Daoist Wu Yuan shook his head. "It's nothing." As he spoke, he took several steps forwards. Then, with a cry of alarm, a vine wrapped around his feet and dragged him away. Fairy Xiong angrily shouted out. Powerful fluctuations of magic power erupted. Dozens of feet away, Daoist Wuyuan easily stood up. The vines that wrapped around his body had already withered and turned pitch black. Glancing at the magic power fluctuations, Daoist Wuyuan turned and walked away, his speed more than double that of before. This ancient cultivator cave dwelling was first discovered by War Bear. He knew some secrets and had other plans, so this was within his expectations. But with Jiyu Shengping and Qin Yu disappearing one after another, his confident plan had suddenly become passive. He had to hurry up, otherwise he feared he wouldn't even be able to fish out a single drop of soup from this ancient cultivator cave dwelling. After turning around the rockery, there was a small gravel path. Even though it was covered with withered leaves, he could still feel the hardness and sharpness of the ground beneath his feet. Qin Yu didn't doubt that if he didn't follow the summoning of magic power, the moment he stepped onto this small path, the terrifying strength contained within it would have exploded. At the very least, blood would have gushed out. The path of forbidden array formations, the path of forbidden array formations, the path of forbidden array formations, important things had to be repeated 3 times. Qin Yu promised himself that once this matter was over, he would seriously study it. This was too passive. But at this time, he was even more curious as to just what was summoning him with magic power. Qin Yu hadn't changed his cultivation method, he still used the Eastern Mountain sect's incomplete true wood arts. Thus, it was hard to imagine how an ancient nascent soul cave dwelling could be related to the Eastern Mountain sect. Moreover, this summoning seemed to be extremely good. It didn't harm Qin Yu at all and helped him pass through the ancient nascent soul cave dwelling unimpeded. But no one knew what was hidden in front of him. Perhaps it was a great harvest, or perhaps it was a great maw that would bite him in half and swallow him whole. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. The path of forbidden array formations, for the 4th time. The small path was extremely long and seemed to pass through the entire cave dwelling. Along the way, he passed through 3 gardens and a large courtyard. It was clear that there had been many people living here in the past. But what was strange was that there wasn't a single skeleton here. Where did the people who lived here go? Did they leave before the cave dwelling was sealed? Qin Yu felt that something was wrong. If there really were people who left in the past, it would have been impossible for this cave dwelling to be preserved until today. It would have already been turned upside down by the red-eyed golden core cultivators. But if no one left and he couldn't see any skeletons, just thinking about it was terrifying. Suddenly, Qin Yu stopped. He stood on the gravel path and looked to the side with sharp eyes. A trace of white was particularly eye-catching amongst the withered leaves. With a flick of his sleeves, withered leaves and branches flew away to reveal a headless skeleton. He had been wondering why there weren't any skeletons, but now that he saw it, he didn't relax at all. Rather, his complexion became even more dignified. The quality of this skeleton was far too new. Using the word quality to describe a skeleton might be a bit disrespectful, but this was the truth. And most importantly, the missing part of its head had just been cut off. Qin Yu's senses had always far surpassed those of ordinary people. Thus, even though this skeleton was several dozen feet away and was nearly completely buried in withered leaves, he was still able to see it. He could also clearly see where it was cut off. There was absolutely no mistake about it. Daoist Wuyuan and Fairy Xiong had gone in the opposite direction. If so, then the one who cut off the skeleton's head must have been either War Bear or Jiyu Shengping. But the problem was, why would one of them run over here and take a head? Moreover, this skeleton clearly didn't match with the time that the cave dwelling was sealed. This meant that someone had come here at some point in the day. Things seemed even stranger. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then continued forwards. The reason was simple. No matter what happened, since he had already entered, he had no other choice. Waiting silently wasn't Qin Yu's style. Since there were layers upon layers of doubts in the cave dwelling, he would slowly unravel them. The truth would eventually emerge. Shaw in the tranquil silence, only the sound of footsteps stepping on fallen leaves echoed in his ears. Everything was bleak and bleak, leaving one's mind tense. Qin Yu came to a stop. The gravel path seemed to come to an end. Between the thick leaves, A floating mountain loomed in his line of sight. His eyes flashed. After taking several steps forward, his breathing suddenly stopped. His entire person was like a piece of withered wood, blending in with the surrounding environment. The aura-restraining law formula and aura-restraining jade pendant were revolving with full force. In front of him, there was a sound. Chapter 95. Genius in a Second to Remember Love. This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. The floating mountain was 1,000 feet high. It was blue in color and completely bare. In the middle of the mountain was a black cave that led straight into the mountain. Below was a mountain valley. There was a round pond and sculptures in the valley. It was one with the surrounding mountains and forests. It was clear that the scenery here in the past must have been excellent. Now, the round pond hadn't dried up yet. It was covered in green and rotten black leaves that emitted a pungent stench. The sculptures were crooked and broken, as if they had experienced a great upheaval. Two figures faced each other from afar. As they stood in the mountain valley, magic power surged around their bodies, causing the leaves and stones on the ground to rustle and rustle. Daoist Wuyuan's face was full of praise. Fellow Daoist Gu has truly hidden his strength. Your disguise is so exquisite that I didn't notice anything before. He paused for a moment and continued to say, it seems that fellow Daoist Gu deliberately became enemies with Qinyu because he had a plan in mind. He wanted to use the discord between the two of you to dispel our worries. That's right, with fellow Daoist Gu's exquisite array formation skills, after seeing Qinyu's cave dwelling, you must have realized that he didn't know anything about array formations at all. That's why you allowed him to escape without any scruples. He, admirable, admirable. Jiyu Shengping coldly snorted. He didn't deny it, but rather tacitly agreed. His eyes were cold and sharp. Fellow Daoist Wuyuan is also surprising. I didn't expect you to arrive here so quickly. Daoist Wuyuan shook his head. You flatter me. The reason I was able to arrive here so quickly is all thanks to fellow Daoist Jiyu. Jiyu Shengping's complexion changed. He roared out loud and magic power surged around him. A small white insect was shaken out and crushed to pieces in midair. A location-locating Jiyu insect. Daoist Wuyuan nodded. Fellow Daoist Jiyu is quite knowledgeable. It's just that this thing isn't easy to raise, so why must fellow Daoist be so angry and kill it? The corners of his lips curled up. But, I forgot to tell fellow Daoist Jiyu that my location-locating Jiyu is different from others. Jiyu Shengping stuffily coughed. His face paled with anger and shock. Daoist Wuyuan smiled. A Jiyu insect is poisonous, but as long as it is alive, the poison won't flare up. Fellow Daoist Gu's movements were far too fast. Even if I wanted to warn you, I wouldn't have enough time. But don't worry, fellow Daoist, this poison isn't fatal. It will only hinder the circulation of fellow Daoist's magic power. Its effect is quite similar to the talisman you used to kill that cultivator Qiu. Jiyu Shengping roared, despicable. Daoist Wuyuan coldly sneered. Fellow Daoist Jiyu has just entered the cave and yet you want to leave by yourself? Isn't that despicable? The pot calling the kettle black. What's the point? He took a step forward. Fellow Daoist Jiyu, although this place isn't beautiful, it's still the burial place of an ancient nascent soul cultivator. To be able to share a grave with him is also a wonderful thing. Let me send you on your way. You won't be lonely when you meet your ancestors in the underworld. Bang! Black magic power erupted. It was as viscous as ink and emitted a chill. There was also a faintly discernible stench that spread out. Love go small say Nekjiu Shengping took a few deep breaths, and his chest heaved even more violently. He hastily held his breath, roared, and waved his sleeve. Sure, large amounts of talismans flew out, every single one erupting with resplendent spiritual light. They were like stars, illuminating this place. Daoist Wuyuan didn't dare to be careless. He cautiously drew back several steps, avoiding the range of the exploding talisman. With a thought, he controlled the black magic power to spread out like a tide, corroding and destroying the talisman. Jiyu Shengping sat down cross-legged. He swallowed several pills, his forehead dripping with a cold sweat. He wanted to force out the poison from his body, But as the medicinal efficacy spread out, the toxicity suddenly rose. With a stuffy cough, Jiyu Shengping spat out a mouthful of black blood. Haha. Give up. Wu Yuan's products are all top quality. Once you've been poisoned by me, even a nascent soul cultivator will have to expend some effort. Daoist Wu Yuan laughed. Break for me. Pa, a massive number of talismans exploded. With a miserable cry, Jiyu Shengping was covered in black magic power. Daoist Wu Yuan's lips curved up. Let's end this. With a miserable cry, Daoist Wu Yuan's lips curved up. Let's end this. His figure closed in. He lifted a hand and pressed down. As he pressed down, the black magic power began to burn. After the boundless poisonous fire touched flesh and blood, it would never stop until the soul was burned into nothingness. Bang! The black magic power was like a bubble. It was violently torn apart and a dazzling divine light erupted. With lightning speed, it rumbled towards Daoist Wu Yuan. With a roar of anger, Daoist Wu Yuan was sent flying backwards. His arms and chest emitted loud cracking sounds as countless bones broke. He crashed into the ground, smashing it open. A deep trench was dug into the ground, causing mud and stone to splash out. Puff! He spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Jiyu Shengping violently coughed. His face was covered in dust and his robes were in tatters. Wherever his body had been touched by the black fire, pus would ooze out. He held a talisman in his hand. The talisman was made of jade, flowing with light. Wu Yuan, you want to kill me? You don't have the qualifications. Daoist Wu Yuan clenched his teeth. Jiyu Shengping, do you think you can preserve your life like this? He lifted his hand and a small black snake crawled out from his sleeve. He bit down on the snake's head and swallowed down the snake's blood and venom. Daoist Wu Yuan's aura rapidly stabilized. Jiyu Shengping's complexion changed. He took out a scarlet pill and swallowed it. He pitifully smiled. I never thought that I would have no choice but to swallow this 5-poison pill today. His complexion darkened. Because of this, 50 years of my life have vanished into nothing. You ignorant fool Wu Yuan, I swear that I will never rest until you die. The two of them sat down cross-legged, no longer speaking. They focused on recovering from their injuries. Although their faces were cold and expressionless, they still felt regret in their hearts. It had to be known that 5 people had entered the ancient nascent soul's cave dwelling today. If they were discovered by others in their current state, the consequences would be dire. Because of this, the two of them didn't hesitate to use ruthless methods to heal themselves. As for each other, although they wished they could tear each other to shreds, they wouldn't easily kill each other before they had the strength to protect themselves. The area beneath the floating mountain fell silent. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. The magic power within his body suddenly revolved. Just as he was about to attack, a trace of red flashed in the distance. It was dazzling. Qin Yu's aura instantly fell silent. With 2 angry roars, Jiyu Shengping and Daoist Wu Yuan attacked at the same time, sending the red thread flying away. But because of this collision, all of their efforts to heal themselves were wasted. At the same time, they wept tears of blood. Whoosh! The red thread flew back like a bolt of lightning. Fairy Xiong stepped forwards. This was a woman who had the appearance of a 25 or 26-year-old but the eyes of a 35 or 36-year-old. She was graceful, like the daughter of a noble family. Even though she had launched a sudden attack to kill them, she still had a light expression on her face. Xiong Ruyu. Daoist Wu Yuan roared out, you dare to try to kill me. Jiyu Shengping only had the strength to gasp for breath. First he had been poisoned, then he had been wounded by Wu Yuan, and now he had blocked Fairy Xiong's attack. His injuries were the heaviest. The 5 poison pills' fiery and overbearing medicinal efficacy rapidly spread through his body, but it was only able to prevent his injuries from worsening. Fairy Xiong remained calm. If we were in each other's shoes, would 2 fellow Taoists be willing to let me go? As her eyes fell upon the floating mountain, they suddenly brightened. Fellow Daoist Wu Yuan, fellow Daoist Jiyu, I do not wish to take your lives. As long as you 2 restrain yourselves, I swear that I will not harm you. Jiyu Shengping hurriedly said, I agree. Although Daoist Wu Yuan was unwilling, the situation was against his will. He could only grit his teeth and nod. Fairy Xiong straightened her clothes. I thank 2 fellow Taoists for helping me. She stepped forwards and her figure gracefully flew forwards, falling into the entrance of the floating mountain. In the next moment, there was a pitiful scream. Fairy Xiong, who had just entered, was sent flying backwards at an even faster speed. Her robes had been destroyed, exposing her delicate body. Just looking at it would cause one to have nightmares. Most of her skin had already rotted away and hung loosely on her body. Her scarlet flesh was exposed to the air. Because of the pain, her body shivered and one could see her flesh twitching and twisting. In a single breath of time, it was as if she had walked through a wak of boiling oil. Whoosh, there was the sound of breaking air. A dazzling blood-red beam of light crashed into the mountain forest, sweeping up large swathes of leaves and branches. Before the 3 people could regain their composure, they had already rushed into the floating mountain. It was Qin Yu. When Fairy Xiong flew into the floating mountain, magic power had called out to him, warning him. Thus, he hadn't come out. But the moment she was injured and forced out, that warning sign suddenly disappeared, and the summoning of magic power suddenly became urgent. His thoughts instantly collided. Qin Yu chose to attack. The blood escape art erupted and in a tenth of a breath of time, he had entered the floating mountain. Rumble rumble, magic power revolved within his body. If there was even the slightest disturbance, he would attack with all his strength. Luckily, the terrifying attack from the floating mountain hadn't arrived yet. With several flashes of light, he appeared in a giant stone cave. What greeted his eyes was a very, very large pool on the ground. The walls were smooth and red, as if they had been soaked in fresh blood. There was nothing else in the pool, only skeletons. There were men, women, young, and old. It was hard to calculate how many there were, but they nearly filled the entire pool. With just a glance, one could feel a bloody slaughter energy rushing towards them. It was as if they could hear the mournful cries of countless departed souls. Qin Yu was instantly enlightened. No wonder all the people living in such a large cave dwelling had disappeared. Perhaps they had all been gathered here. Looking up, there was a stone platform above the pool. Perhaps it could be called an altar. Countless black root-like objects drilled out from beneath it, drilling into the pool. Now, they were like dead trees, supporting the jade platform so that it didn't fall. A skeleton sat cross-legged on the jade platform. Even though it had experienced the erosion of time, it still seemed like jade, emitting a warm luster. Faintly, one could feel a terrifying aura from this skeleton. Without a doubt, this was the remains of the master of this place, the ancient nascent soul cultivator of the pass. Outside the floating mountain, Fairy Xiong could no longer maintain her indifferent expression. Her beautiful face began to distort. When contrasted with her terrifying body, she seemed like a demon that had crawled out from hell. Jiyu Shengping and Daoist Wu Yuan were left dumbfounded. Although the blood-red beam of light flashed by, with their cultivations they were still able to see the figure within. Qin Yu, it was actually him. You bastard. With a loud shout, another side of the mountain forest exploded. War Bear strode forwards like a tiger descending a mountain, his aura terrifying to the extreme. He punched out his fist, sending Fairy Xiong flying away. Then, he stepped forwards and shot straight towards the floating mountain. Everything had been going according to plan, but Qin Yu's appearance had ruined all of his plans. He could only stare helplessly on as he flew into the floating mountain. The treasures are mine. All the treasures are mine. With a roar in his heart, War Bear raised his speed to the limit and vanished from sight. Fairy Xiong spat out a mouthful of blood. She flicked her sleeves and condensed magic power to protect her terrifying body. She clenched her teeth and screamed, Wu Yuan, Jiyu Shengping, you and I must join forces. We cannot allow those two to obtain all the benefit. Daoist Wu Yuan and Jiyu Shengping glanced at each other. They clenched their teeth and forced themselves up. The 3 of them were severely wounded, but if they joined forces, they might be able to fight. Whoosh, 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 the 3 of them shot into the skies. Chapter 96. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. With the sound of breaking air, Qin Yu turned around. War Bear's figure entered his line of sight. With a loud shout, he punched out. Qin Yu stepped forwards. Without dodging, he met it with his fist. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated through the cave, like rolling thunder. Warbear coughed and fluttered backwards. Qin Yu also took several steps back, blood tumbling in his chest. Both of them revealed looks of surprise. Warbear's complexion darkened. Fellow Daoist Qin's cultivation, Qin Yu said without expression, likewise. This warbear was absolutely a 9th-level Golden Core master, and his mortal body was extremely tyrannical. He had been hiding his true strength all this time. However, the strength that Qin Yu erupted with was also a great surprise for Warbear. The two fell silent. Neither of them had full confidence they could win. At the same time, neither of them could be sure what cards the other had in their hands. Once they fought, perhaps only one of them would be able to survive. At this time, Xiong Ruyu, Jiyu Shengping, and Daoist Wu Yuan arrived. The three of them stood together. Even if they were severely wounded, their strength couldn't be underestimated. At the very least, there was a chance they could drag Warbear and Qin Yu down with them. Fairy Xiong screamed, "Don't think of taking everything for yourself. Either you share it together, or you die." Warbear's face twisted. He roared out, "As for me, I have underestimated the heroes of the world. I didn't want to do this, but you forced my hand." His hand flashed and a skull appeared in it. It was the headless corpse that Qin Yu had seen. Light flashed and magic power poured into the skull. A strange black rune appeared between its eyebrows, shining with a demonic light. Gar gar, the skull flew up on its own, emitting a strange cackle. Hiss hiss, a small sound spread out. It was weak, but as it fell into the ears, it caused one's hairs to stand on end. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. This sound came from the round pond. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. Countless black worms crawled through the skeleton, crazily rushing towards the ground. A cruel, bloody, killing aura blotted out the skies. Warbear revealed a look of fear. He bit down on his fingertip and pointed at the skull. "Kill them." Hum hum, the black worms flapped their wings, and only then could one see that they actually had a pair of extremely thin and transparent wings. When they closed and stuck to their bodies, it was extremely difficult to detect. Qin Yu bore the brunt of the attack. If he wanted to kill them, he would have to start with the strongest. As long as Qin Yu died, there would only be Fairy Xiong and the others left. Warbear could personally deal with them. There was no need for the worms to obtain more blood and food, lest they lose control of themselves. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly, but before he could do anything, there was a sudden stir in the Imperial Spirit Bag. He could clearly feel the Ant King's excited emotions. With a flick of his sleeve, the Imperial Spirit Bag was opened. The purple-back blue-wing ants howled out. They excitedly cried out and rushed towards the black worm under the lead of the Ant King. Pa, pa, this was the sound of a wriggling black body breaking apart. The purple-back blue-wing ants opened their mouths wide in a frenzy to hunt and devour. In contrast, the black worm's aura completely disappeared. It shivered in incomparable fear and turned around to flee. The purple-back blue-wing ants pursued them all the way. After several breaths of time, each ant had swallowed at least several dozen black worms. Only when they vanished into the depths of the round pond did they unwillingly let out low cries as if they didn't dare to descend. Warbear was dumbfounded. Never had he imagined that the trump card that he didn't dare to use would actually be completely destroyed in just a few breaths of time. He had seen with his own eyes just how terrifying the black worm was. Just what sort of ant was this? How could it be so fierce? Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. The swarm of purple-back blue-wing ants howled back, circling above his head. Their compound eyes emitted a fierce and bloodthirsty light that covered the four of them. Their complexions changed. With how terrifying the purple-back blue-wing ants were, if they swarmed over, they feared, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Warbear rapidly drew back. He stood together with Xiong Ruyu, Jiyu Shengping, and Daoist Wu Yuan. Without any communication, the four of them had reached a consensus. The situation had changed. Qin Yu revealed a look of hesitation. Warbear said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Qin, even if you have the help of spirit insects, the four of us are still at the late Golden Core realm. If we fight to the death, you might not be able to take the advantage. Qin Yu frowned. As Xiong Ruyu saw this, she hurriedly said, the nascent soul treasures are right in front of us. If we were to perish together, wouldn't that be too unjust? Fellow Daoist Qin, you had best think this through carefully lest we all perish together. Daoist Wu Yuan and Jiyu Shengping clenched their teeth. They galvanized the magic power within their bodies and their auras rose. Qin Yu sighed. It's fine. I didn't have any thoughts of taking all the treasures for myself to begin with. You've all been overthinking things. He tried his best to maintain a calm demeanor and reveal a bit of unwillingness, making it even more believable. At the very least, War Bear and the other three sneered inwardly and relaxed inwardly. They hurriedly nodded and praised fellow Daoist Qin Yu for his noble character and integrity. With a flick of his sleeves, the purple-back blue-wing ants flew back into the imperial spirit bag. Qin Yu still had a bit of unwillingness on his face and a drop of cold sweat quietly melted into his robes. That's right, the purple-back blue-wing ants were indeed powerful. But after swallowing a massive number of black worms, they suddenly became a bit uncontrollable. Luckily, Qin Yu had absolute control over the Ant King, so he was able to barely maintain it. Now that they returned to the imperial spirit bag, the purple-back blue-wing ants collectively fell into a deep slumber. Qin Yu didn't know what had happened, but he was certain that the purple-back blue-wing ants had no way to help him. Thus, he took advantage of the situation and agreed to reconcile with the four of them. Of course, he still had to put on an act. If he agreed so easily, it would definitely arouse their suspicions. Qin Yu let out a breath of relief and War Bear and the other three also breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing the purple-back blue-wing ants, no one wanted to truly face them. The scene fell silent for a time. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He said, fellow Daoist War Bear, you should explain everything now. Resentment flashed in Xiong Ruyu's eyes. If she had to say who she hated the most here, it was definitely War Bear. This person clearly knew many things that they didn't. If it weren't for him deliberately plotting against her, how could she have fallen into such a miserable state? Jiyu Shengping and Daoist Wu Yuan also had gloomy expressions. War Bear cursed inwardly. Even at this moment, Qin Yu still hadn't forgotten to sow discord. He awkwardly coughed and said, since things have come to this, I won't hide it any longer. That's right, I once entered this ancient cultivator's cave dwelling with several of my companions dozens of years ago. At that time, something horrifying occurred and I don't want to speak of it. But, I admit that I hid something from you fellow Taoists. He paused for a moment and continued to say, but, none of you were honest with me. Qin Yu didn't have any intention of delving into this matter to begin with. He took advantage of the situation and said, since fellow Daoist War Bear has come here before, you should be the clearest about this place. Then, I will have fellow Daoist take the treasures left behind by this nascent soul senior. Of course, I believe that with the current situation, fellow Daoist War Bear won't play any more tricks. War Bear hesitated. But as he saw Xiong Ruyu and the others also look at him with shining eyes, he could only bitterly smile and agree. He clearly feared the round pond. After several breaths of time, he clenched his teeth and flew up onto the blue stone platform. Beneath the gazes of several people, he picked up the items in his hands and quickly returned. He immediately placed the items on the ground and stretched out his hands to show them to the others. Everyone's eyes widened. There weren't many things left behind by the nascent soul ancient cultivator. There were only 4 items, a storage ring, a mottled copper mirror, a wolf-shaped jade slip, and a grey piece of iron. Without a doubt, the storage ring was the most eye-catching. Unfortunately, after Qin Yu, War Bear, and Fairy Xiong separately investigated it, they found that it was completely empty. Even so, the storage ring itself was over 1,000 feet in size and had been divided into separate spaces. It was absolutely a priceless treasure. The copper mirror's functions were unknown, but it was undoubtedly a magic tool, and it was at least at the nascent soul level. As one swept through it with their divine sense, they felt as if it would freeze. Its might was inevitably terrifying. There were spells on the surface of the jade slip and they needed to carefully unravel it in order to look through it. Perhaps it was a peerless cultivation method or arcane codex, or perhaps it was just trash. Its value was unknown. As for the last piece of iron, it was strangely light, as if he could blow it away with a single breath. But it was terrifyingly hard. Even when Qin Yu used his full cultivation and superimposed the demon body, he wasn't able to leave a single mark on it. His eyes flashed and he quietly put it down. With the treasures in front of them, what followed was to sit down in rows and divide the fruits. Of course, dividing them equally was impossible. Qin Yu didn't decline. Of the 4 treasures, I will choose 2 of them. The rest can be divided among you. War Bear and the others had ugly complexions. After a moment of hesitation, they agreed. If they joined forces, they would only be able to barely contend with Qin Yu. This sort of distribution was also reasonable. Qin Yu smiled. The storage ring and bronze mirror, I want them. War Bear roared, impossible. He took a deep breath. Fellow Daoist Qin, you and I both know that of the 4 treasures, these 2 are the most valuable. The jade slip and iron block might be treasures, but they might also be trash. If fellow Daoist Qin wants to eat meat, you should at least give us some soup to drink. Fellow Daoist Wu Yuan clenched his teeth. That's right. Fellow Daoist Qin can take 2 treasures first, so we have no objections. But you cannot choose the storage ring and copper mirror together. Qin Yu thought about it again and again. Whatever, I will choose the storage ring and jade slip. He looked up, his eyes gloomy. This is my bottom line. Don't force me to become hostile. Jiyu Shengping's lips moved, but in the end he didn't make a sound. He was skilled in the path of array formations and could feel that the restrictions on the jade slip were extraordinary. But the current situation was beyond his control. Qin Yu lifted his hand and put away the storage ring and jade slip. Although his complexion was a bit gloomy, joy gushed out from his heart. Of the 4 treasures, the one he wanted the most was in truth this jade slip. This was because after entering the cave dwelling, he felt a magic power calling out to him, and it actually came from this jade slip. Qin Yu didn't know what this represented, but from the very start he had decided to take this jade slip into his hands. He chose the copper mirror first because he wanted to take a step back and then lock onto his true target. This was a much safer method. It had to be known that what War Bear and the others feared were the purpleback bluewing ants. But now, these little ancestors were sleeping soundly in the Imperial Spirit Bag. Since Qin Yu was using his connections to intimidate others, he naturally had to be cautious in his actions. Luckily, everything went smoothly. After obtaining what he wanted, all that was left was the copper mirror and iron lump. Although Qin Yu coveted them, he knew he couldn't obtain them, so he didn't care much about them. After a fierce battle, War Bear was left gasping for breath. His face was flushed red and blue veins stuck out on his neck. But when Fairy Xiong tore apart her dress formed from magic power and revealed her terrifying body, he finally lowered his head unwillingly. He clenched his teeth and placed the iron lump into his storage bag. But Qin Yu didn't know whether or not it was an illusion, but he seemed to see a hint of joy in the depths of War Bear's eyes. This person had entered the cave dwelling twice, so it was clear he knew a great deal. Could this iron lump be some extraordinary treasure? Qin Yu suppressed these thoughts. Now wasn't the time to be thinking too much. Fairy Xiong, Daoist Wu Yuan, and Jiyu Shengping all obtained the copper mirror. It was unknown how they divided it up, but in the end Fairy Xiong received the copper mirror. The 2 people outside had calm expressions. It was clear they had received enough compensation. After a careful search and making sure they hadn't missed anything, the investigation of the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling came to an end. The 5 people withdrew from the floating mountain. In the thick shadows below, they found an ancient array formation. The array formation had clear signs of being repaired. There was also a bit of powder left over from spirit stones that had exhausted their spiritual strength. Chapter 97. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Entering the cave was extremely difficult, but leaving was very simple. War Bear's complexion darkened. In the past, I left through this array formation. If you don't believe me, you can carefully examine it. If you want to leave, just put some spirit stones inside, and the formation will activate automatically. He looked at Qin Yu and bitterly smiled. My decades of painstaking planning cannot compare to what fellow Daoist Qin has obtained in a few days. I will continue to stay here and see if there are any other harvests. Farewell." With that said, he turned and left, disappearing in a few breaths of time. Jiyu Shengping stepped forward and carefully inspected the array formation. After a long time, he nodded, indicating that there were no problems. He, Fairy Xiong, and Daoist Wu Yuan had all suffered heavy injuries. The most urgent matter at hand was to recover from their injuries, so they naturally wouldn't stay behind. Spiritual light soared into the sky, and violent winds howled. The figures of the three people in the formation distorted and dissipated. Qin Yu suddenly sneered. "Fellow Daoist bear, you're hiding in the dark. Are you trying to plot against me?" The surroundings were silent. Qin Yu's eyes were cold. After several breaths of time, he muttered, "He's not here. It seems I was overthinking things." He turned around and stepped into the formation. With a flick of his sleeves, he swept away the powder and filled in the spirit stones. The air began to surge. Qin Yu grasped the spirit stone in his hand. He was just one more piece away from completion. At this moment, he growled, "Found you." With a wave of his hand, he took out the imperial spirit pouch and formed a hand seal. "Go." Crash! In the mountain forest not far away, War Bear's figure erupted, fleeing in panic. Qin Yu drew back his hand and filled in the last spirit stone. With a brilliant flash of light, he vanished from sight. Shua War Bear stopped, his face twisting. He didn't know that in the end, he had been played by Qin Yu. But very quickly, his expression calmed down, and his lips curled into a sinister smile. "Qin Yu, do you think you can get rid of me like this? Dream on." Somewhere 600 kilometers away from Severed Spirit Mountain, space suddenly distorted. Then, a violent gust of wind blew, sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Many small branches snapped and were torn apart in midair. Qin Yu's figure appeared. With a flick of his sleeves, he erased the remnant array formation fluctuations. He looked up, determined the direction he was heading in, and then stimulated his magic power to howl away. A moment later, Qin Yu returned to the mountain valley. As he sensed that the array formation was intact, he relaxed. With a flick of his sleeves, he opened the array formation and stepped into the fog. Without disturbing Yun Xueqing, he entered the ant room and released the slumbering purple-back blue-wing ants from the imperial spirit bag. Faint traces of spiritual strength rippled in the air. One could clearly feel that this spiritual strength was being absorbed by the purple-back blue-wing ants. After carefully sensing the ant swarm and determining that there were no problems, Qin Yu relaxed a little. But he couldn't help but frown. The first time the purple-back blue-wing ant appeared, it had already established a great merit. Qin Yu was naturally worried that it would suddenly fall asleep. Perhaps it was because of those black worms. He flipped through the Ancient Beast Dominion art and found the Ancient Insect ranking list. There were detailed records of the purple-back blue-wing ants. He carefully looked through them for a long time but didn't obtain much. Helpless, he could only put this matter aside for the time being and wait for the Ant King to awaken before using it to find out what had happened. Just as Qin Yu was about to leave, a strange expression crossed his face. He turned and flew out of the cabin. Between heaven and earth, the stable spiritual power was restless, gradually like the boiling water in a pot. The bright sky above their heads quickly darkened as dark clouds gathered. Because of his previous experience, Qin Yu easily judged that this was heavenly tribulation for breaking through. To be more accurate, this was the heavenly tribulation of a Foundation establishment cultivator breaking into the Golden Core realm. Looking at the position of the tribulation clouds, it was clear that the person crossing tribulation was in the valley. That could only be Yun Xueqing. Shua, a beautiful figure, flew out. As Yun Xueqing saw Qin Yu, she was excited and her face lit up with joy. But in the blink of an eye, she looked embarrassed and apologetic. Qin Yu said, "Miss Yun, there is no need to think too much. Just cross your tribulation in peace." Yun Xueqing took a deep breath and nodded. Catcher, tribulation thunder fell. Yun Xueqing was clearly a bit flustered. She raised her hand and summoned an umbrella-shaped magic tool. But her magic power wasn't released in time. Before the magic tool's power reached its peak, it collided with the tribulation thunder. Lightning overflowed in all directions. The umbrella-shaped magic tool wailed as it was directly smashed apart by the lightning. Yun Xueqing cried out in alarm. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and 36 Sky Thunder bamboo magic swords howled out from the clouds, purple lightning filling the air. Thunder and lightning attracted each other, and even heavenly tribulation was no exception. Most of the tribulation thunder that struck Yun Xueqing was sucked away by the purple lightning. The 36 Sky Thunder bamboo magic swords were bathed in the tribulation thunder, humming and humming. With the pressure greatly reduced, Yun Xueqing finally stabilized her mind and blocked the rest of the tribulation thunder. The black clouds scattered and bright sunlight sprinkled down. The aura of heavenly tribulation vanished from sight. Qin Yu frowned. Inexplicably, he felt a terrifying pressure, as if the world were about to collapse. Luckily, this pressure only lasted for an instant before disappearing. This was a warning from the world. He had once heard that if one interfered in someone else's tribulation, they would receive a warning from the world. In fact, when one crossed tribulation in the future, the difficulty would be increased to a certain degree, and this would be the punishment of the world. But just now, Qin Yu had felt a trace of killing intent from that pressure. That's right, although it was weak, Qin Yu was sure that there was no mistake in that suppressed killing intent. In fact, it even gave him a feeling of impatience. It was just that there was some sort of restriction that made it choose to let go. The it here referred to the surrounding world. Instinctively, Qin Yu thought back to the heavenly thunder that the little blue lamp had swallowed up. Vague thoughts swelled in his mind. It seemed that from the moment he obtained the little blue lamp, he had stepped onto a path different from other cultivators. And at the end of this path, he would be rejected and loathed by the world. Finally, in the rage of the world, he would be destroyed in body and soul, dying without a grave. Fear rose up from the depths of his soul. Like a prairie fire in autumn, it instantly spread to his entire mind. Sweat drilled out from his pores, soaking his black robes. A voice roared in Qin Yu's mind, "Sacrifice the little blue lamp, sacrifice it. As long as you sacrifice it, you can obtain the approval of the world once more. You will be favored by the world and have an incomparably bright future." His consciousness drifted like a boat in the raging waves, ready to capsize at any moment. At this critical moment, a voice floated in from the distance. "Senior Qin. Senior Qin." Qin Yu's consciousness suddenly found a direction. It followed the direction of this voice, crazily swimming and rushing forwards. After an unknown period of time, just as he was about to give up in exhaustion, his consciousness returned to his body and the world around him became lively once more. Qin Yu gasped for breath. He didn't know what that voice was, but he had an intuition that if he chose to sacrifice the little blue lamp, he would thoroughly lose it. Yun Xueqing had a worried expression. "Senior Qin, are you all right? Are you all right?" Qin Yu waved his hand at her. As he looked at the woman in front of him, gratitude rose from the depths of his heart. If it weren't for her, he really might not have been able to wake up. Although it could be said that Yun Xueqing crossing tribulation was the cause of all of this, Qin Yu was well aware that even if today's events didn't occur, what would come would eventually come. And at that time, there might not be another Yun Xueqing who could call back his consciousness. Thus, Qin Yu was still grateful. If Yun Xueqing was in trouble in the future, he would definitely help her. Qin Yu took several deep breaths. His face was still pale, but his breathing was much calmer. "Miss Yun, congratulations." Sensing that Qin Yu didn't want to say too much, Yun Xueqing cleverly didn't ask. "I must thank Senior Qin for helping me, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." Qin Yu smiled. "Now that you are a golden core, you can speak to me as an equal." Yun Xueqing smiled. "That's right, I can call you fellow Daoist Qin again. When we were in Immortal Eclipse Valley, you really hid yourself deeply." As she spoke, she stuck out her tongue like a little girl. "The reason I was able to break through my bottleneck was all thanks to the rich spiritual strength of the valley and the peaceful environment. In short, I must thank fellow Daoist Qin." The chicken overlord drilled out from somewhere, several strands of straw still hanging from its head. It glanced at the happily chatting young man and woman, its lips curling up in a satisfied smile. This overlord has unique eyesight. When did I make a mistake? You two finally couldn't bear it any longer. The chicken overlord looked again. That hateful wild wolf actually didn't appear. It was stunned for a moment. Then, it flapped its wings several times, becoming even more arrogant. Look, just who is the coward here? This overlord isn't even afraid of heavenly tribulation, but some wolf is so scared that its legs are still weak and it can't even crawl out of its nest. Today is the day that this overlord will prove its name. As its heart surged with excitement, the chicken overlord didn't notice that the young man and woman were already saying their final goodbyes. Yun Xueqing revealed an apologetic expression. Fellow Daoist Qin, I must leave. Qin Yu smiled. Now is indeed the best time. War Bear and the others were all injured, so it was impossible for them to appear now. Leaving now was the safest option. Yun Xueqing didn't understand his meaning. She only thought that Qin Yu was talking about breaking into the Golden Core realm. She embarrassedly smiled and said, My father must be worried sick right now. Moreover, I want to let him know as soon as possible that I smoothly broke through. Fellow Daoist Qin, Xueqing comes from the Northern Empire's Snowfall City. If there is a chance, you must come and let me express my gratitude. Qin Yu nodded. It's a deal. Yun Xueqing floated away. The chicken overlord blinked its eyes, a puzzled expression on its face. In its mind, the male and female were intimate with each other. After chattering for a while, shouldn't they be going into the woods? Why did they just leave like that? It glanced at Qin Yu and found another reason for itself. It cursed inwardly at this idiot. A duck that was already in its mouth had actually flown away. You followed at this overlord's side for such a long time and yet you still haven't learned the slightest bit of my true legacy or essence. Little Qin, TSK, it's just that this overlord doesn't dare to say such things, otherwise it would definitely fly in front of you and spit all over your face. Of course, all of its arrogance was carried out in its heart. When Qin Yu turned around, its tail was happily wagging, as docile as it could be. If the wild wolf were here, it would definitely roll its eyes and curse this scoundrel. In the training room, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged, a thoughtful look on his face. After calming down and thinking for a long time, he could almost confirm that whether it was the oppressive killing intent after helping Yun Xueqing cross tribulation or the raging tide of consciousness after that, it was all because of the little blue lamp. And what was guiding all of this was likely the world itself. Just what sort of treasure was the little blue lamp that it could cause the heavens and earth to feel a sense of dread? Even if it didn't hesitate to throw his mind into chaos, it still wanted to take it away, or perhaps destroy it. Moreover, he had a faint intuition in his heart that if he refused this sacrifice, his destiny would truly fuse together with the little blue lamp, becoming inseparable from it. As for him, he would completely step onto a road that was incompatible with the heavens and earth. With a flash of light, the little blue lamp appeared in his palm. Qin Yu lowered his head. After a long time, he took a deep breath, a firm expression on his face. So what if the heavens and earth do not tolerate me? The purpose of a cultivator's cultivation is to defy the heavens and change their destiny to begin with. The only reason I am here today is because of the little blue lamp. It is the foundation of my life. Even if the heavens and earth demand it from me, I will not give it to them. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but a faint blue light seemed to cut through the little blue lamp in his palm. ## please recommend, collect, monthly tickets. Chapter 98. Genius 1 second remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. 3 days later, Qin Yu awoke from his cultivation. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. The damage to his consciousness from the impact had been completely restored. Love Go Small Say Net. After pondering for a moment, the storage ring on his finger flashed, and a wolf-shaped jade slip appeared. Because the original owner had died, the storage ring had lost its mark. It was actually quite convenient for it to recognize a master. With just a few drops of blood, it had become Qin Yu's. Just the storage ring and the trip to the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling could be considered a great harvest. In addition, there was also an unknown jade slip waiting for him to open. The reason for the strange summoning of magic power was about to be revealed. Wolf-shaped jade slips were rarely seen. To be exact, most cultivators had never seen jade slips with this special shape before. It had a single eye that was covered by black skin. It was staring up at the sky, and its eyeball was sparkling like a real eye. This image seemed familiar. That was right, when the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling was opened, the giant wolf phantom that appeared between the two mountains had the same appearance. No, apart from that, it also felt familiar. Qin Yu thought for several breaths of time and then chuckled. Wild wolves. It was the arrogant chicken overlord that he had left in the valley not too long ago, the chicken overlord that he had left behind in the valley. One of his eyes had been pecked blind by the chicken overlord. It was unknown where the chicken overlord had found a piece of black skin and pasted it over his eye. It was actually somewhat similar to the appearance of this jade slip. He shook his head and gathered his thoughts. He closed his eyes and his divine sense gushed out like water, wrapping around the wolf-shaped jade slip and carefully feeling the seal on its surface. It was complex, but fortunately, it wasn't impossible to solve. After careful consideration for a long time, Qin Yu's divine sense began to move like a pair of nimble hands, unraveling silk from cocoons. This was a slow work that could not be rushed at all. Not to mention the fact that a slight mistake would trigger the backlash of the seal, the jade slip itself might also be damaged. 2 hours. 4 hours. It was only when the sun set in the west that Qin Yu opened his eyes. There was a weary look in his eyes, but there was a faint smile on his lips. Just one last step and the seal on the jade strip would be undone. With a flick of his finger, the tip of his finger landed on the jade scroll. His magic power vibrated slightly, giving off a light purr sound. Roar! A terrifying wolf howl suddenly sounded out. Qin Yu's consciousness was instantly pulled into a black space. A giant wolf looked down at him, its ferocity soaring to the heavens. With just a single glance, Qin Yu felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. His consciousness nearly froze over. He could feel the air that the great wolf breathed out as it brushed against his consciousness, making him feel as if he were being cut by a small knife. A single eye, a black mask, a wolf-shaped jade slip. Qin Yu instantly understood that the seal on the surface of the jade slip was only a disguise. Or, it could be said that it was to conceal the aura of the great wolf. Once the seal was opened, one would have to face the giant wolf's aura directly. If one was not recognized, one would have to bear its attacks. Although he didn't know what sort of existence this great wolf was, he didn't doubt that its aura was enough to tear apart his consciousness in the blink of an eye. Once the consciousness was destroyed, the soul would dissipate. At that time, even if there were no injuries, it would only be a living, empty shell. Qin Yu wanted to flee, but with the great wolf locked onto him, it was incomparably difficult for him to even think. He simply couldn't move. Roar! The great wolf roared. It seemed to confirm Qin Yu's identity as an intruder. Its single eye shined with a cold light and it opened its mouth, gathering black light. In the next instant, his consciousness would be shattered like a broken twig. Suddenly, the great wolf's movements came to a stop. It seemed a bit puzzled. It tilted its head as if it were listening intently. Then, it leaned over and sniffed Qin Yu a few times. Hesitation flashed in its single eye. Finally, it leapt up and vanished from sight. The black space immediately collapsed and disintegrated. Countless beams of light blinded Qin Yu's eyes. It was only then that he discovered that his consciousness had returned to his body. He was still sitting cross-legged, still in the same position as before. It was as if everything just now had been an illusion. But what happened next allowed Qin Yu to know that this was the truth. The wolf-shaped jade slip rapidly dissolved, turning into a mass of black light that shot out from the window. Qin Yu followed, just in time to see this mass of light submerge between the wild wolf's eyebrows. Its eyes instantly widened and it gazed deeply at Qin Yu before falling to the ground, snoring away. This glance wasn't that of a wild wolf. This sort of intelligent feeling was like that of a 1,000-year-old monster. Was it trying to seize its body? Qin Yu hurriedly inspected it. The wild wolf's aura was stable and its soul wasn't chaotic at all. Rather, its aura was constantly strengthening. It was as if he was absorbing some kind of powerful energy. No matter how he looked at it, there was nothing wrong with the wild wolf. Rather, it had obtained great benefits. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. One-eyed wild wolf, one-eyed wolf phantom, wolf-shaped jade slip. There must be some unknown connection between all of this. Rumble rumble, above his head, there was a sudden rumbling sound. With the sound of breaking air, the 36 Sky Thunder bamboo magic swords gathered together. Purple lightning blotted out the skies. After resisting heavenly tribulation and bathing in tribulation thunder, there was a clear change in their quality. The thunder they released was much more brilliant and majestic. But the intruder was clearly strong. With a single punch, he was able to smash apart the thunder and forcefully tear open a channel. Shua War Bear's figure fell down. Besides the corners of his clothes and hair being damaged by the lightning, he was completely unharmed. But when he saw Qin Yu coldly staring at him from within the valley, his complexion changed. He cried out, "You're still alive." Qin Yu frowned. In the blink of an eye, he understood everything. Killing intent rose in his heart. "Fellow Daoist War Bear, it seems you really do know a great deal. But I will have to disappoint you today." War Bear's complexion darkened. He had felt the aura of the wolf-shaped jade slip erupt, so he had hurriedly rushed into the valley. Who would have thought that Qin Yu would be fine? That was the aura of the wolf god. Even if it only contained a wisp of its soul essence, it was still enough to crush the consciousness of a golden core cultivator into powder. How could he be fine? War Bear sucked in a deep breath and suppressed the panic in his heart. It was impossible for Qin Yu to be unharmed. His current state was all an act. He must be holding on. Yes, he must be trying to use an act to scare me away. How laughable. Just what sort of character am I, War Bear, to think that I would fall for such a cheap trick? Qin Yu, don't force yourself anymore. You can't deceive me. With a deep roar, the ground beneath War Bear's feet collapsed. His figure shot forwards like a bolt of lightning. A fist came crashing down. He didn't hold anything back with this fist. The aura of a 9th-level golden core was completely released. When combined with his powerful mortal body, the killing power was so great that it left one's heart shaking. If Qin Yu was really holding on, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this fist. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. It was like two mountains colliding with each other at high speeds. The entire earth trembled and massive tracts of earth collapsed, sending mud and stones flying everywhere. War Bear's heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. The feeling that Qin Yu gave off was like a surging river, his aura boundless and endless. He absolutely wasn't injured. He panicked. What he feared wasn't Qin Yu, but those terrifying ants in his hands. Shua War Bear drew backwards, preparing to flee. But just as he soared into the skies, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Why hadn't Qin Yu released those ants yet? Could it be that there was a problem with them? War Bear's eyes brightened. As he thought of the massive number of black worms that had been swallowed up, he calmed down. Those worms were covered in poison, so how could they be tasty? He thought back to that day when Qin Yu had hesitated over and over again before agreeing to split the harvests from the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling with them. He must have realized that there was something wrong with those ants. How hateful, what a cunning brat. He had actually been tricked by him. In addition to that time at the transmission array, War Bear stopped. He turned and roared, "Qin Yu, today is the day you die." Without the help of those ants, he didn't fear anyone under the nascent soul realm. War Bear stood high above, his momentum soaring like a rainbow. At this time, the confident War Bear didn't know just what sort of character Qin Yu was. At the Golden Core realm, he had long ago been able to hang up and beat them up. He had even pulled on a nascent soul tiger's whiskers. That's right, the purple-back blue-wing ants were slumbering, but today there was only War Bear here, so how could he be afraid? With a sneer, the ground suddenly exploded. Qin Yu shot into the skies, all sorts of thoughts flashing through his mind. He could not allow this person to escape today, otherwise there would be no end to his troubles in the future. Bang, one up, one down. In the blink of an eye, two figures were locked in combat. Terrifying fluctuations of strength raged through the valley. Luckily, Qin Yu had taken the initiative to attack and control the battle in midair. Otherwise, his medicine garden and even the radiant red wood would have been destroyed. 10 breaths of time was enough for a master to attack dozens of times. They would probe, lock onto, and then explode with killing intent. But War Bear and Qin Yu's battle had only just begun. The two of them had incomparably dignified expressions. Every time they made a move, it was as if they had thousands of catties in their hands. But they still held back in order to deal with the other's sudden eruption. The reason was simple. Neither of them had full confidence they could kill the other. War Bear was incomparably angry. In the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling, in order to avoid any sudden changes, he had summoned the black worms to draw out the purpleback blue-wing ants. Thus, he hadn't truly fought with Qin Yu. Although War Bear knew that Qin Yu was tyrannically strong, he wasn't worried at all. This was because he was a true powerhouse to begin with. Besides his formidable mortal body, his soul force far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he even had some killing cards in his hands. With such strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill cultivators at the same level. But the feeling that Qin Yu gave off was that he was an unshakable mountain. Luckily, he couldn't easily kill Qin Yu, and it would be difficult for Qin Yu to kill him. Now, it all depended on which of the two was more stable. The one who revealed a flaw first would die. His thoughts raced. War Bear calmed down a little. In terms of close combat experience, he didn't fear anyone. From the time he began refining energy, he had crawled his way to where he was today. Even if he didn't kill 1,000, he still killed 800 enemies. How many could Qin Yu kill? Don't look at how strong he was and how calm his eyes were. But he couldn't deceive anyone with that fresh air about him. He was at most 50 years old. This old bear will continue to waste time with you. Once you panic, you won't be too far from death. In such a high-intensity battle, the consumption of magic power was terrifying. At this speed, even a 9th-level Golden Core cultivator would find it hard to continue. War Bear remained calm. His fists were powerful, erupting with power when he needed to, and killing when he needed to. But his complexion began to darken and he wanted to roar out loud. This bastard Qin Yu, where did he get such a stable mentality from? Where did his magic power come from? Even after such a long time, he still hadn't revealed a single flaw. And what left him cursing the most was that Qin Yu's aura didn't weaken at all. It was as if fighting like this for an entire day wasn't a problem at all. After failing to break into the Golden Core realm 18 times in a row, the magic power within Qin Yu's body was so pure that it could compare to an early Golden Core realm martial artist. With this sort of foundation, when he broke into the Golden Core realm, the quality of his magic power would rise once more. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, his magic power would also rise. Now that he was at the 6th level of the Golden Core, the quality of his magic power was actually higher than that of a hollow nascent cultivator. And it couldn't be forgotten that besides this, Qin Yu also possessed a powerful demon body. The amount of magic power he could hold far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. War Bear's mortal body was also extremely powerful, but in terms of quality, they weren't on the same level when compared to the demon body. In summary, with Qin Yu's calm attitude, this situation was created. Even though War Bear was bursting with confidence, he began to gradually panic. Seeing Qin Yu become more and more courageous the more he fought, Old Bear decided to abandon the path of experience and change to the left. He wanted to quickly cut through the Gordian knot and eliminate him. Bang! After another collision, War Bear borrowed the momentum to draw backwards, opening up some distance between him and Qin Yu. Chapter 99. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? SpeakNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Qin Yu gasped for breath. His heart raced like thunder, causing his blood to race through his body. From top to bottom, every piece of flesh and bone was crying out in joy. From the time he started cultivating until now, he had never fought to his heart's content like this. War Bear's strength was on par with his, so this was the best chance to test it out. Moreover, as the intensity of the battle continued, he could feel his mortal body gradually being activated. After cultivating the demon body, the violent and tyrannical nature of the demonic path had been hidden deep within his body. Now, in this fierce battle, it was finally being released bit by bit. He hadn't fought to his heart's content yet, so how could he stop? Qin Yu stepped forwards. Space seemed to twist and magic power circulated around him, emitting a deafening roar like a tiger descending a mountain. War Bear cursed this bastard inwardly. He was glad he had changed his strategy, otherwise if he continued like this, he might have been exhausted to death by this boy. A pained expression crossed his face. War Bear clenched his teeth. If he couldn't bear to use the child, he would have to use it. Today, he had to kill Qin Yu. A bright light flashed and a black arrow appeared in his hand. As magic power crazily poured into it, a dazzling red light erupted from its surface. Countless tiny runes floated up and down and a heaven-shaking aura erupted. It was like 1,000 mountains were blocking its path, but it could still break apart with a single strike. Qin Yu's heart shrank and nearly stopped beating. After all, he had only stepped into the Golden Core realm for a short period of time. Even though he was strong, in terms of treasures he had accumulated, there was still a great disparity between him and a veteran Golden Core powerhouse like War Bear. For instance, this arrow caused him to instantly feel a strong aura of death. Whoosh, the black light flashed. What followed was the grating sound of breaking air. Qin Yu only had time to wave his hand before the black arrow arrived. The soul-burying flag unfurled and Black Sky Demon's figure appeared. Before he could point the black jade scepter in his hand, his chest was pierced by the arrow. He froze and then exploded. The soul-burying flag fell to the ground, its strength completely disappearing. The black arrow didn't stop. It struck Moyu's chest, but the moment it touched his chest, there was a light cracking sound and a layer of light protected him. Bang! The light shattered. Qin Yu was sent flying away. The black arrow shadow trembled and vanished from sight. War Bear's face was pale and his robes were soaked with sweat. Qin Yu, no matter how strong you are, once you are struck by the soul-burying arrow, all that awaits you is death. The soul-burying arrow was a terrifying consumable magic treasure that was unintentionally created by a certain ancient artifact refinement sect. Each arrow could only be used once, and once it was shot, it would definitely take a life and bury a soul. Not long after, because it was too sinister and went against the natural order of the world, it was forbidden to continue refining it. War Bear had inadvertently obtained this spear in his early years and had always kept it as his greatest trump card, never showing it in front of others. Now that the arrow shadows had scattered, that meant the attack was complete and Qin Yu's soul had dispersed. Cough. There was a sudden violent cough. War Bear's happy face froze. He didn't die. How could this be? That was the soul-burying arrow, an ancient and ruthless magical artifact. It had absorbed a large amount of his magic power, but it actually couldn't kill a golden core? What a joke. Blood flowed from the corners of Qin Yu's mouth. A massive pit had been smashed into the ground and the surrounding dozens of feet of medicinal fields had been destroyed. There was a burning pain in his chest and it was unknown just how many of his bones had been broken. Even the slightest movement caused a cold sweat to drip down his forehead. But he was still alive. Black Sky Demon had counteracted the most terrifying soul-extinguishing infernal energy of the soul-burying arrow. The jade pendant that Pill Crucible had given him had blocked its terrifying penetrating attack. This was the reason. A trace of fear rose in Qin Yu's heart. In that instant just now, he had truly brushed shoulders with death. But it was only a trace, because he didn't have time to waste. War Bear was still alive. Since he hadn't died, how could he still be alive? Qin Yu forcefully endured the excruciating pain. Blood-red flames ignited around him as he displayed the blood escape art and shot into the skies. War Bear wanted to run away, but the magic power in his body was already empty. It wasn't enough to help him dodge. Catcher, a fist smashed into his neck. His neck twisted and bent at an exaggerated angle. The overconfident War Bear didn't seem to have any effect on the result after changing his strategy. He still died on the spot. Qin Yu gasped for breath. He had activated the blood escape art in his severely wounded state, causing his vision to darken. He barely managed to land on the ground. He couldn't care less about War Bear's corpse. He bitterly smiled, a look of joy on his face. With the blood escape art in hand, he thought he was in an invincible position in this battle, but who knew that he would nearly be killed in a single strike. Love go little say net chew indeed, Being too confident wasn't a good thing. Even a lion had to use its full strength to capture a rabbit, much less someone as powerful as War Bear. Today's matter was a lesson that he would remember in the future. He couldn't be so arrogant again. Otherwise, he might not be able to survive next time. Luckily, it was finally over. Just as Qin Yu thought this, his complexion darkened. The valley's array formation had been destroyed by the two of them and it could no longer operate. Looking up, he could see Xiong Ruyu's skirt fluttering in the wind. Her pink dress wrapped around her body, revealing only her beautiful face. Fellow Daoist Qin, I haven't seen you for several days. How did you end up in such a distressed state? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Fellow Daoist Xiong isn't blind, so you should be able to see clearly. Xiong Ryu frowned. Fellow Daoist Qin, why must you hurl such malicious words at me? Qin Yu coldly sneered. I am the fairy of three cries, so why must fellow Daoist Xiong be the fisherman? Xiong Ryu brightly smiled. Fellow Daoist Qin is a smart person, so how could you ask such a stupid question? Qin Yu took a deep breath. Since no matter what I say, the result won't change, I naturally choose to speak my heart. At the very least, it will be a bit more delightful. Xiong Ruyu's complexion didn't change. But, there is a possibility that this will arouse my dissatisfaction with fellow Daoist Qin and make your death more painful, right? For instance, I feel that I can't let fellow Daoist die so quickly. At the very least, before you die, you should taste the feeling of having your entire body corroded away. Her smile became even brighter, but her eyes became cruel and filled with a morbid hatred. Do you know? Ever since I was a child, I have always wanted to be strong. I hate it when others are better than me, no matter what aspect. So, during this trip to the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling, you and War Bear were the two people I hated the most. Why did you come out unscathed and obtain harvests? In particular, you, Qin Yu. You are the one who deserves to die the most. You were actually able to obtain the greatest benefits, so how could I be content if I didn't destroy you? Xiong Ryu giggled. Luckily, there was that idiot War Bear. During that one night of romance, he thought he didn't reveal anything, but he didn't know that I had a secret technique that allowed me to eavesdrop on the thoughts of others. As luck would have it, I knew a little about the wolf-shaped jade slip. I knew that he wouldn't let it go. That's why I'm here today. Xiong Zhon is dead. You're next. Xiong Ryu blinked her eyes. She stretched out her hand that was hidden in her sleeve. Black and red mottled bones could be seen and traces of flesh and blood growing could be seen. However, the damage to her skin was far from being healed, so it was even more terrifying, like a demonic claw. At this moment, there was an open jade bottle lying quietly in his palm. Fellow Daoist Qin, are you accumulating your strength so that you can give me a fatal strike? Or perhaps you want to break out of the encirclement and escape? Xiong Ruyu's smile was bright. But I won't give you such a chance. This is a deadly poison from Daoist Wu Yuan's body. It is colorless and odorless, and the most terrifying thing about it is that just breathing it in will cause one's magic power to stagnate and finally cause one's body to rot to death. I took the antidote ahead of time and wasn't afraid, but I wonder if fellow Daoist Qin is afraid. Faint traces of black energy appeared on Qin Yu's face. The originally chaotic magic power within his body completely stagnated. His injuries were no longer suppressed. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and sat on the ground, but his expression was very calm. It was as if he did not know how he would die next. Xiong Ruyu's eyes flashed. Fellow Daoist Qin doesn't seem to be afraid. Qin Yu shook his head. Of course I'm afraid of death, but I won't die. There was the sound of vibrating wings. Qin Yu revealed a mocking smile. I know that you said so much because you wanted to stall for time and also conveniently show off your extraordinary wisdom. But, have you ever thought about why I was listening? Xiong Ruyu's complexion changed. She turned and fled. Bang! The wooden house instantly disintegrated. In the darkness, a massive swarm of purple-back blue-wing ants howled out, catching up to her in the blink of an eye. The magic power around Xiong Ryu violently shook and then shattered. She immediately cried out in pain. A living person had been turned into a bloody mess in the blink of an eye. This time, There was no way for her to protect her most beautiful appearance. Countless pieces of flesh and blood were torn off her face, revealing pale white bones. Her eyes widened and she glared at Qin Yu. She screamed with hatred, "You will also die. And your death will be even more miserable than mine." Qin Yu's hand flashed and a foot of sea blue light bloomed in the darkness. He said in a soft voice, "I'm sorry, but I don't have such a good relationship with you, so it's best if you die by yourself." Xiong Ruyu watched helplessly as the poison in Qin Yu's body rapidly retreated and gathered towards his finger. Her eyes filled with despair and then madness. Bang! Terrifying fluctuations of aura erupted. Self-detonation. The purple-back blue-wing ants that were crazily tearing at Xiong Ruyu's body suddenly opened up a path. The black and white figures instantly arrived. They tore open Xiong Ruyu's abdomen like bolts of lightning and forcefully dug out a shining golden core. Ah! With one last miserable cry, Xiong Ruyu, who had lost her golden core, was instantly eaten up. Sure, the black and white colors stopped, revealing the Ant King's figure. Its body had grown larger, and its palm-sized body was covered in black and white patterns. They were simple to the extreme, but also profound to the extreme. The ordinary patterns seemed to contain some sort of supreme principle, and they emitted an ancient aura. These were yin-yang twin ants. Qin Yu revealed a happy expression. He had only felt the purple-back blue-wing ants awaken, but he didn't know that after swallowing the black worms and falling into a deep slumber, they had actually advanced. Looking at the other purple-back blue-wing ants, there were indeed more black and white lines on their bodies. However, they weren't as complete as the Ant King's and they were also much smaller. After advancing this time, the Ant King had thoroughly stabilized its position. There were several other competitors in the ant swarm that could fight with it, but now they were thrown far behind. Feeling Qin Yu's gaze, the Ant King flapped its wings and instantly flew in front of him, offering up Xiong Ruyu's golden core in a flattering manner. The palm-sized Ant King held the golden core that was the size of a child's fist. If it weren't for the bloodstains on the golden core, this scene would have seemed a bit naive. Qin Yu reached out a hand and brushed it over the Ant King. As it closed its eyes in comfort, he took the golden core and sighed with emotion. This Xiong Ruyu, she was truly a madwoman. Everyone in the world knew that humans had souls and that samsara existed between the heavens and earth. As long as the soul didn't scatter, one could reincarnate and be reborn. There were even supreme cultivators who, after their cultivation reached the divine soul realm, had a certain chance of awakening the memories of their past lives. This was the same as being reborn. Cultivators were naturally well aware of this. Thus, even though many golden core cultivators had died under Qin Yu's hands, very few of them blew themselves up. This was because once one blew up their golden core, their soul would completely vanish with it and they would lose the qualifications to reincarnate into samsara. Chapter 100. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Normally, when a cultivator died, their golden core would shatter and scatter into spiritual strength that returned to the world. Xiong Ruyu had self-destructed and her soul had instantly perished, severing her connection with her golden core. This was why her golden core was able to survive and fall into Qin Yu's hands. Sensing it, the aura of the golden core was revealed. It was the 7th level of golden core. In the future, when he fought with others, he could detonate this golden core. It could be considered a great killing move. Of course, such a method of dealing with a high-level cultivator's golden core was forbidden in the cultivation world. Although no one would really go to a sect to punish them, it was best not to do so in public in the future. Qin Yu took out a jade bottle and placed the golden core inside. He sealed it with a talisman to prevent spiritual strength from leaking out and placed it in his storage ring. The poison was gone and the little blue lamp was put away. Qin Yu took a deep breath and struggled to stand up. He clenched his teeth and began to repair the array formation. His current condition was extremely weak. If he were discovered by others, the consequences would be inconceivable. No matter how strong the purple-back blue-wing ants were, they still had to be cautious. An hour later, Qin Yu's field of vision darkened and his chest was soaked in blood. Finally, the array formation barely managed to revolve again. Fog covered the mountain valley once more. Qin Yu finally couldn't stand it any longer. He sat down cross-legged and took out pills to heal himself. The life of someone with pills was always better than that of others. For an ordinary cultivator with such injuries, they would be lucky if they could get out of bed in 10 days to half a month. But for Qin Yu, his condition stabilized in 2 to 4 hours. In addition to the powerful regenerative abilities of the demon body, he opened his eyes as the sky began to brighten. Although he was still weak, his injuries had already stabilized. There was a stabbing pain in his chest and a numbing itch came from his bones. This was his bones growing. Letting out a deep breath, Qin Yu stood up and walked over to the bloodstains on the ground. He picked up Xiong Ruyu's storage bag and inspected it. She was a rich woman, and there were nearly 100,000 spirit stones in there. However, it seemed as if there were more things inside than just her. There were 2 piles placed together. One pile was filled with bottles and the other pile was filled with jade slips and talismans. Qin Yu looked through them and determined that they belonged to Daoist Wu Yuan and Jiyu Shengping. And indeed, in a pile of tattered clothes soaked in blood, he found 2 more storage bags. It seemed that after these 2 people left the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling alive, they weren't able to escape the fate of being killed. But like this, the problem of Qin Yu studying the path of array formations was easily solved. The many jade slips and talismans that Jiyu Shengping had left behind were enough for him to use for the time being. There was also Daoist Wu Yuan's bottles and jars. When combined with the overbearing poison immunity of the little blue lamp, Qin Yu felt as if his poison finger would return. Unfortunately, the copper mirror that Xiong Ruyu had obtained from the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling wasn't in her storage bag. It was unknown where she had placed it. Shaking his head, he suppressed these thoughts and decided not to look at anything else for the time being. He placed the items into his storage ring and then arrived at War Bear's residence. As an old and formidable golden core master, his wealth was even more anticipated. In fact, Xiongzhon's results didn't disappoint Qin Yu. When 200,000 spirit stones were piled together, it was like a small mountain. It was unknown just how many cultivators this person had killed in order to accumulate this much wealth. But now, it was all Qin Yu's doing. There were also several magic tools. Although they weren't as heaven-defying as the soul-burying arrow, they were still good treasures. After refining them, they would be enough to solve Qin Yu's current predicament of lacking magic tools in battle. It wouldn't be too late to refine them after he recovered from his wounds. As he continued to look through, he found that there were many things from every sect. But what Qin Yu couldn't figure out was that War Bear's storage bag actually contained many women's undergarments. It was fine if they were his spoils of war, but as Qin Yu thought about what might be hidden beneath his masculine appearance, he felt uncomfortable all over. He hurriedly disposed of these clothes. This simple action caused beads of sweat to form on Qin Yu's forehead. His body was still too weak. He picked up the jade pendant fragments and the soul-burying flag that had lost all of its fluctuations of strength. Qin Yu ordered the purple-back blue-wing ants to stand guard and then turned to enter the training room. As for War Bear's corpse, collecting the corpse of a powerful enemy and burying it might have been an extremely magnanimous act, but his body's condition didn't allow it. Moreover, he had already killed him. Even if he respectfully kowtowed, War Bear wouldn't stop cursing him in the future. So, he might as well leave this to the purple-back blue-wing ants. As for how to resolve it, there wasn't much to say. 10 days later, Qin Yu opened his eyes in his training room. His aura stagnated for a moment before it suddenly spread out, stirring up strong winds in the void. Golden Core, 7th level. As expected, there were many good fortunes amidst dangerous experiences. After experiencing the nascent soul cave dwelling and fiercely battling War Bear, the hidden strength of the demon body had been stimulated and Qin Yu's cultivation had risen yet again. At the 7th level, he could be considered to have truly stepped into the late Golden Core realm. Love Go Little Say Neck. The quality of his magic power had increased, the quantity had increased, and his absolute strength had risen by a small level. If Qin Yu were to fight War Bear now, in terms of pure strength, he would absolutely suppress him. He carefully sensed the changes within his body and determined that nothing was wrong. Then, he faintly smiled and took out an ordinary jade slip. This was the original appearance of the wolf-shaped jade slip that had melted away. Without any obstruction, he easily probed it with his divine sense. As he read through it, disbelief filled his face, followed by ecstasy. No wonder there was an inexplicable magic power calling out to him. It was like this, it was like this. Qin Yu opened his eyes and laughed out loud. During his trip to the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling, this jade slip was his greatest harvest. The Great Divided Heaven Sutra was created countless years ago by a cultivator who called himself Daoist Divided Heaven. It was a miraculous path that allowed a cultivator's magic power to rapidly rise, far surpassing others of the same level. The threshold to cultivate the Great Divided Heaven Sutra was extremely high. One needed to have at least a golden core cultivation. The trick to increasing one's magic power was very direct, and that was to divide one's source of magic power into 2, 3, 4, or even 5. As for the exact number, that depended on the strength of the cultivator's soul. As for the source of magic power, everyone should be familiar with it. It was mentioned in the fourth condition to cultivate the 5-element sword diagram. It could be said that the appearance of the Great Divided Heaven Sutra had solved the final difficulty in cultivating the 5-element sword diagram. But this wasn't the most mystical aspect. The most mystical aspect was that Qin Yu had already crossed the threshold of the Great Divided Heaven Sutra and had even cultivated it for over a dozen years. That's right, the Eastern Mountain sect's incomplete 3-page True Wood Arts was the foundational introductory section of the Great Divided Heaven Sutra. Just looking at this section alone, it seemed ordinary without any special characteristics, and all the other aspects were common. But when placed within the entire Great Divided Heaven Sutra, one could see just how important it was. The foundational section laid down one's cultivation foundation. Beneath mediocrity, it laid down an incomparably stable foundation. Only like this would one be able to withstand the magic power vibrations that would occur when dividing the source of magic power. It was also because it was stable and had almost no restrictions on one's future cultivation that the Eastern Mountain sect used it as a foundational cultivation method for all disciples. The Great Divided Heaven Sutra clearly stated that one needed to cultivate the foundational section for at least 3 years. Only after consolidating their foundation could they proceed to the next step. If conditions were met, 5 years would be the best, and 8 years would be the best. Qin Yu didn't need to calculate at all, his foundation couldn't be any better. He would immediately be able to enter the most important section of the Great Divided Heaven Sutra and divide the source of magic power. Qin Yu took a deep breath and calmed his surging heart. He tried to revolve the Great Divided Heaven Sutra and found that it went smoothly without any hindrance. He could even hear the magic power surging through his body, emitting excited cheers. Heaven and earth spiritual strength rapidly flowed into Qin Yu's body. Compared to when he was cultivating the True Wood Art, it was over 10 times stronger. The Great Divided Heaven Sutra allowed one to simultaneously cultivate multiple sources of magic power. In terms of absorbing spiritual strength, it was naturally incomparably powerful. This Great Divided Heaven Sutra was inevitably a top cultivation method. Qin Yu opened his eyes, his gaze incomparably bright. Perhaps he could truly begin cultivating the 5-element sword diagram now. Several days later, after carefully studying the Great Divided Heaven Sutra several times and determining that he had completely understood it and remembered it, Qin Yu discovered that he had been thinking too simply. That's right, the Great Divided Heaven Sutra could indeed open up multiple sources of magic power. But these magic power sources were of the same origin, so their quality was also the same. In simpler terms, Qin Yu couldn't gather all 5 elements. So even if he successfully cultivated it, even if his magic power was 5 times that of others of the same level, he still wouldn't be able to display the 5-element sword array. After fulfilling all the harsh conditions to cultivate the 5-element sword diagram and experiencing its formidable might, how could Qin Yu be willing to give up now that he was just a single step away? As for how he could rely on the Great Divided Heaven Sutra to cultivate 5 types of 5 elemental sources of magic power, this became the key problem that plagued Qin Yu. After pondering this question for half a month, Qin Yu had no choice but to stop. He hadn't obtained anything from this attempt. This sort of matter wasn't something a cultivator of his level could solve. But in Immortal Eclipse Valley, Even someone as strong as Pil Crucible and Jiang Li hadn't found a way to make up for the 5 elemental sources of magic power. They had searched through the entire Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty, but who else could solve this problem? Qin Yu frowned. Heavenseek Pavilion. From the start, he had been wary of this mysterious influence. And after being reminded by Pil Crucible and Jiang Li, he felt even more dread. If he could, he really didn't want to have any entanglements with Heavenseek Pavilion. But it seemed that only they could solve the matter of the 5 elemental sources of magic power. After thinking about it again and again, Qin Yu decided to give it a try. But before that, he had to first upgrade the level of his equipment. After carefully selecting War Bear and Xiongryu's items, Qin Yu took out 3 magic tools to refine. One was a small defensive shield, one was an offensive spear, and the last was a one-time consumable magic tool, the bloodstaining lock. Needless to say, the quality of the first 2 treasures was also the best among the gold core stage magic treasures. As for the bloodstaining lock, it could be considered a treasure of the demonic path. After being driven with blood, it could erupt with a terrifying killing intent. Daoist Wu Yuan's bottles and jars. In the dark of night, Qin Yu pinched his nose. He drank, swallowed, or breathed, causing his right index finger to become increasingly translucent, as if it were forged from beautiful jade. Of course, the charm of this finger could only be truly tasted when it touched his body. It wouldn't disappoint him. Jiyu Shengping took out several talismans. They weren't too strong, but if they were tossed out in a critical moment, they could temporarily resolve a crisis or be used to resist. Finally, the evolved purpleback blue-wing ants. No, from today onwards, they should be called the yin-yang twin ants. He placed them into the imperial spirit bag. But as he thought about it, Qin Yu didn't take them all away. He ordered the Ant King to leave behind a portion of the ants to hide on the radiant redwood. This was also a precaution. He conveniently cut off a branch from the radiant redwood and placed it in the space where the little blue lamp was. Pouring magic power into the bamboo dragonfly, Qin Yu looked around. After making sure he hadn't missed anything, he shot into the skies. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Chapter 101. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go Divided by Small? Speak Net, to provide you with wonderful novels to read. Wide and straight streets, gorgeous wooden buildings, Heavenseek Pavilion, these 3 words were free and unrestrained, without the slightest bit of mystery. Love Go Small. Speak Neck. Of course, this wasn't Canyon Dwell City, but a large cultivator city within the borders of the Northern Dynasty called Song City. The reason he ran so far wasn't because he had nothing better to do. Although he had to return to Heavenseek Pavilion, Qin Yu didn't want to return with his original identity. If he changed his appearance and ran further away, then even if Heavenseek Pavilion had supernatural powers, they still wouldn't be able to determine who he was, right? Welcome to Heavenseek Pavilion. The female cultivator bowed. Her voice was warm and gentle, making one feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Her appearance, clothes, and bearing were all excellent. Disregarding everything else, Heavenseek Pavilion did a good job in receiving guests. At the very least, looking at the scenery in front of them made one feel relaxed and happy. Qin Yu nodded. I have some questions that I hope to obtain answers from Heavenseek Pavilion. The female cultivator smiled. My pavilion will not disappoint you. Please follow me. She turned and led the way. Similar to Canyon Dwell City's Heavenseek Pavilion, they arrived at a separate room. Fragrant tea and desserts were prepared. The female cultivator knelt down and bowed. Her white chest was dazzling. She said in a soft voice, "Guest, please ask." Qin Yu thought for a moment. He slowly said, I would like to know how to cultivate 5 different magic power sources. The female cultivator furrowed her eyebrows, as if she were stumped. After several breaths of time, she said, Guest's question involves extremely esoteric content. I will need to look into it to see if there is anything Guest needs. Qin Yu nodded. The female cultivator bowed and drew back. She left the private room and avoided the line of sight as she walked into the inner passage. Her smile faded and was replaced with a dignified expression. She called over a guard and whispered some orders. Without stopping, She soon arrived in front of a black wooden house in the rear courtyard. She respectfully said, "Master, there is a guest who wishes to inquire about the 5 elemental magic power sources." After a brief pause, a hoarse voice sounded out from the wooden house. "Investigate and determine his identity." The female cultivator lowered her head. "I have already ordered someone to do so." As soon as he finished speaking, the guard from before hurried over. He first bowed to the wooden house, then presented the jade slip with both hands before turning around and retreating. From beginning to end, he did not say a word. The female cultivator probed him with her divine sense and revealed a trace of surprise. She said in a soft voice, reporting to Master, "This person is the disciple of a mysterious alchemy grandmaster. He is the Qin Yu of the destroyed Southern Empire's Eastern Mountain sect. Several years ago, he went to the Canyon Dwell City Branch Division and purchased 4 types of problems and solutions to breaking into the Golden Core realm. According to the information sent back by Fish Scout, Qin Yu's current status is Immortal Eclipse Valley's junior uncle. He once successfully refined a 5th-grade pill and attracted pill tribulation. If Qin Yu were here, he would definitely be panic-stricken. His basic information was contained in this jade slip without any mistakes or omissions." The wooden house was silent for a long time. Then, a voice sounded out. "Qin Yu comes from Immortal Eclipse Valley and he also seeks information related to the 5 elemental magic power sources. Could it be related to the 5-element sword array? This is quite interesting." Whoosh, ripples appeared on the door of the wooden house, and a jade slip flew out. It seemed that this wooden house wasn't real, but was instead formed by some strange power. The hoarse voice said, "Give him the information in the jade slip. At the same time, raise the level of information related to Qin Yu to the 2nd level." The female cultivator's complexion shrank. She received the jade slip with both hands and bowed. "Immortal Eclipse Valley, it seems that there is some fate between me and this old man." The voice seemed to sigh with emotion, but for some unknown reason, it caused one's heart to feel a chill. The door was pushed open. The female cultivator's face had already returned to its previous gentle smile. "Guest, please don't blame me for making you wait." Qin Yu waved his hand. "It's fine." The female cultivator knelt down and placed the jade slip on the table. "The information that guest needs is listed in this jade slip. It is priced at 100,000 spirit stones." It wasn't that she was asking for a lion's share of the information, but that her master had bestowed her with a minimum of 100,000 spirit stones. The price she quoted was based on Qin Yu's 2nd-level status. Qin Yu frowned. He hesitated for a long time and then nodded. "All right, but I will need to use several treasures in place of spirit stones." The female cultivator smiled. "Of course." Qin Yu took out a storage bag. There were over 80,000 spirit stones inside. He hesitated for a moment and then took out 3 magic tools from another storage bag. The female cultivator inspected them. "There's no problem. These 3 magic tools are all top-grade Golden Core Realm magic tools. They can be exchanged for 20,000 spirit stones." Qin Yu relaxed. He pointed a finger. The female cultivator nodded. "Guest, please feel free." He took the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. Soon, Qin Yu was immersed in it, constantly praising it in his heart. The omniscient Heaven-Seek Pavilion was just as he thought. The jade slip contained a complete method of cultivating the 5 elemental magic power sources. There was a great deal of detailed information, but it could be summarized as follows. Take the 5 elemental spiritual objects as the foundation and use a secret method to refine them into your Dantian Si to condense the 5 elemental magic power sources. Of course, the process couldn't be so simple. There were extremely harsh requirements for the cultivator. But this was enough. This was because the greatest requirement to refine the 5 elemental spiritual objects was a formidable soul. To Qin Yu, this wasn't a problem at all. After a long time, he determined that he had memorized all the information in the jade slip and then retracted his divine sense. Catcher, the jade slip shattered. For some unknown reason, as Qin Yu looked at the shattered jade slip in his palm, his heart began to race. He maintained his composure and said, "Your pavilion's jade slip is quite mysterious. I didn't feel any spell or aura, but it was actually able to self-destruct. The female cultivator smiled. Guest isn't the first to ask about this. But, this involves a secret of Heavenseek Pavilion, so forgive me for not being able to tell you. Qin Yu nodded. That should be the case. He stood up and said, the transaction is complete. I bid my farewells. The female cultivator smiled and sent him off. After leaving Heavenseek Pavilion, Qin Yu didn't stop at all. He blended into the stream of people and soon vanished. A moment later, he appeared outside Song City. He looked down at the shattered jade slip in his palm, his eyes flashing. He had tried several methods along the way, but none of them had succeeded. It was as if it were just a pile of ordinary jade slip fragments. But, what was the reason for that throbbing feeling from before? After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. Magic power surged out from his palm and the jade slip fragments were completely crushed into powder. Whoosh, he shot into the skies. In the rear courtyard of Heavenseek Pavilion, within a black wooden house, a hoarse voice chuckled. What a sharp and intelligent junior. But, if I couldn't even hide it from you, how could I establish myself in Heavenseek Pavilion? Interesting, interesting. Perhaps I should help you once more. The surface of the wooden house fluctuated. A man in black robes with only a pair of grey eyes revealed walked out. He knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Master. Ghost, tell Qin Yu about what happened in the demonic Path Sea region. Remember to be careful. Don't let him discover anything unusual. The black-robed man respectfully nodded. He took several steps back and stepped into the shadows of the flowers. His entire body seemed like a pool of black water as he melted into them. Not long after leaving Song City, Qin Yu landed. After making sure no one was following him, he turned around and hurried on his way. 5-element spiritual objects. Although he had found a method to condense the 5 elemental magic power sources in Heavenseek Pavilion, there were still layers upon layers of difficulties placed in front of him. The reason spiritual objects were called spiritual objects was because they had developed their own spiritual wisdom and had their own consciousness. They were similar to spirit treasures, but the chances of them being born were far lower. What they needed was something purely formed by the heavens and earth. After being bred by the heavens and earth, they would finally give birth to a spiritual sense. But not all heaven and earth objects had the qualifications to be promoted to a spiritual object. And most importantly, their rank had to be high enough. This was because the higher the rank of an object, the more difficult it was for it to give birth to a spiritual sense. Otherwise, if a tree gave birth to a spiritual sense, it wouldn't be a spiritual object, but a monster. An ordinary cultivator might not even see a single spirit treasure in their entire life. But what Qin Yu needed to prepare were 5, and they had to be of the 5 elements. This was no less difficult than ascending to the heavens. If he were to search for them with his own strength, he feared he wouldn't be able to gather them all even if he spent all his time. Thus, from the start, Qin Yu planned to spend a great deal of money to purchase them. When he was in Heavenseek Pavilion, he had replaced spirit stones with magic tools. This was something Qin Yu had intentionally done. Even now, there was a mountain of spirit stones lying in his storage ring. Of course, even if it wasn't enough, he still had a massive number of top-grade pills. If he didn't have enough top-grade pills, he could continue refining them. In short, as long as he could buy them with spirit stones, Qin Yu didn't need to worry. One day later, Northern Dynasty's Green Duck City. The name was a bit strange, but the city was extremely large. At this time, the sun was setting. As the sunlight fell on the city walls, it cast an endless shadow. Qin Yu arrived in the darkness. When he stepped onto the main road of the city, there were already 2 or 3 stars in the sky. This great city of cultivators didn't revolve around day and night. It was still incomparably lively, as bright as day. Qin Yu found an inn to stay at. He tossed several spirit stones over and the servant gratefully left. He patted his chest and promised that he would do a good job. Soon, a detailed list of information regarding the auction house in the city was respectfully delivered to Qin Yu. After sending the servant away, Qin Yu sat down at a table and began to carefully read through it. A moment later, he rubbed his temples and muttered, "I hope I can obtain some harvests." He crushed the paper with his fingers and it turned to powder. The next day, Qin Yu left the inn. He spent 10 spirit stones, enough to buy an entrance ticket to the auction. This was a small auction and there weren't any outstanding items. Most of the people participating had ordinary cultivations. There were only 2 early golden core cultivators, a man and a woman, sitting at the very front. Their eyes were closed, their expressions cold and indifferent. As the foundation establishment cultivators behind them saw this, they began to speak in hushed tones. Qin Yu was politely escorted in by the auction house cultivator. "Senior, the auction is about to begin. Please take a seat at the front." Qin Yu nodded and sat down. The auction house cultivator bowed once more before leaving. The 2 golden core cultivators beside him opened their eyes in surprise. They glanced over. They were frequent visitors of the auction house, but they had never received such a polite reception. This person looked unfamiliar and his aura was ordinary. He was only at the early golden core realm. Could he have some great background? With this thought, the 2 of them revealed smiles on their cold faces. They nodded in greeting. In this day and age, it was easy to offend others. It was best to be careful. Qin Yu nodded in return. Seeing that he didn't have any intention of speaking, the 2 golden cores tactfully turned away after greeting him. They were even more certain that this person's background wasn't ordinary. If nothing else, then just his calm composure wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could compare with. Soon, the auction began. The items were quickly traded. Most of them were auctioned by the foundation establishment cultivators at the back, so there weren't many waves. It wasn't until an ancient deep-sea shell appeared that the eyes of the 2 golden cores brightened and they began to bid. At the same time, they couldn't help but glance at Qin Yu. Seeing that he had no intention of interfering, they relaxed a little. In the end, the ancient shell was won by the female golden core cultivator. Although the other person was a bit disappointed, he only bitterly smiled and cupped his hands together in congratulations. The female cultivator was overjoyed. She nodded and left. It was clear that she had come here for this item. After obtaining it, she didn't plan on staying any longer. Soon, the auction came to an end. The auctioneer hesitated for a moment and then stepped off the stage. He cupped his hands together and said, "Honored guest, how may I be of service?" A golden core cultivator's time was precious. How could they sit here for 2 hours for no reason? Qin Yu said, "I have a transaction to make and would like to see the auctioneer." He had used his previous actions to express his sincerity. The auction house quickly responded. The 2 golden cores led Qin Yu into a chamber to speak. Soon after, the chamber door opened and Qin Yu cupped his hands together in farewell. After he left, the auctioneer bitterly smiled. This person was indeed a financial backer, a great financial backer. Unfortunately, his standards were too high. 5-element spiritual objects. They had only heard of such things and had never touched them before, so they naturally couldn't take them out. Chapter 102. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. To provide you with wonderful novels to read. Stepping out of the main entrance, Qin Yu frowned. He had chosen the largest auction house in the city, but even they didn't have any news of him, much less the others. But since he had come, he had to try. Perhaps there might be some unexpected harvests. In a single day, Qin Yu walked through all the auction houses in the city. He even visited some of the larger treasure shops. But the facts proved that unexpected harvests were hard to find. Nothing at all. Luckily, Qin Yu had already expected this. After cultivating for a night, he left the next day. The northern dynasty was larger and there were more cultivators. Compared to the southern empire, it was more prosperous and the chances of finding a 5-element spiritual object were also higher. For half a month, Qin Yu's face was covered in dust and he revealed a bit of weariness. 5 large cultivator cities, each one incomparably prosperous, but none of them had any harvests. As Qin Yu was feeling disappointed, he inadvertently obtained some news from an auction house. Several days ago, there was a phenomenon occurring in Snowfall City. It was suspected that an ice attribute spiritual object had appeared. The ice attribute was derived from the water attribute and could be considered part of the 5 elements. Qin Yu's spirits rose and he soared straight toward Snowfall City. Although the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty were vast, the world they lived in was unimaginably large. Thus, they could be considered to be in a warm climate. Although this was called Snowfall City, it had never snowed in the last 100 years. The reason it had such a name was because there was an ancient frozen lake outside the city. For some unknown reason, this lake was frozen all year round. The surrounding area was bone-chilling cold, causing the climate within a small area to rapidly change. A beam of light fell down, revealing Qin Yu's figure. He let out a deep breath. As he watched the water vapor turn into white fog, he smiled. He had arrived at Snowfall City. Yun Xueqing seemed to have said that her home was in Snowfall City, but the main reason he came here was for the ice attribute spiritual object. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't bother her. With a step, Qin Yu appeared at the city gates. Several guards felt his aura and hurriedly cupped their hands together in greeting. Shua, 2 pairs of eyes swept over him. Qin Yu frowned. He didn't know why these 2 golden core cultivators at the city gates would reveal such hostility. However, the 2 only glanced at him for a moment before turning away and entering the city. It seemed that the news of an ice attribute spiritual object appearing had already spread throughout the high-level cultivators. If the 2 of them thought that he had come here for the spiritual object, then it made sense for them to subconsciously be hostile towards him. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. To be able to meet 2 golden core cultivators at the city gate, it was clear that there were many strong cultivators gathered here. Then, this matter was clearly not groundless. With regards to the 5-element spiritual objects, Qin Yu was in a much better mood. As he looked in the direction that the 2 golden cores left in, his lips curled up in a smile. That's right, I'm here for the Fae. All of you can rest. He strode into the city and looked for a place to stay as usual. Then, he tried to find a way to gather information. Qin Yu didn't want to disturb Yun Xueqing, but he never expected that she would jump in front of him on her own initiative. That's right, he jumped over. He sat down near the window of the restaurant. The food and wine had just been served, and just as he was about to quietly listen to the gossip from all sides, the window on the top floor of the restaurant suddenly shattered. Yun Xueqing's complexion paled and she jumped out, falling straight towards him. Although Yun Xueqing had hurriedly turned around at the last moment, the fluctuations of magic power still sent the food and wine flying away. If it weren't for Qin Yu's quick retreat, his fate would have been miserable. Fellow Daoist Qin, Yun Xueqing's anger turned to surprise. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Miss Yun, I am flattered by your unusual welcome. Yun Xueqing blushed red. But before she could say anything, 2 figures rushed out from the shattered window. Where do you think you're going? Stop. Qin Yu frowned. He stepped forwards and punched out with his fist. Bang! The 2 figures violently paused, as if they had struck an invisible barrier. They were sent flying backwards at an even faster speed. The 2 of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces were filled with fear as they turned and fled. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He didn't continue chasing after them. He turned and asked, Miss Yun, what happened? Yun Xueqing bitterly smiled. It's a long story. I'm lucky that I ran into fellow Daoist Qin, otherwise I would have been in deep trouble. She looked around. This isn't a good place to speak. Fellow Daoist Qin, please follow me home. Perhaps feeling that her words were a bit inappropriate, she blushed red and hurriedly explained, after I returned, I informed my family of fellow Daoist Qin's assistance. My father said that he wanted to properly thank you, and in addition to today's matter, fellow Daoist Qin must not refuse. Qin Yu thought for a moment and nodded. He didn't really want to accept the Yun family's thanks. But, according to his inference, the Yun family should be a powerful force in Snowfall City, so they should have some understanding of ice attribute spiritual objects. If he could learn a thing or 2 from the Yun family, it would be far more useful than aimlessly searching around. Yun Xueqing was overjoyed. Fellow Daoist Qin, please follow me. Below the restaurant, there were already people from the Yun family waiting there. It was only because they saw that their family's miss was fine that they didn't rashly enter. As they saw Yun Xueqing lead Qin Yu downstairs, they quickly gathered around and asked what was going on. Yun Xueqing said a few simple words and sent them away. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Fellow Daoist Qin, please enter the carriage with me." The carriage was in front of the restaurant. Pulling the carriage was a strange beast with blue fur. Its aura was actually at the Foundation establishment realm. This undoubtedly proved Qin Yu's guess. This Yun family had a considerable background. The commotion here had already attracted a great deal of attention. Qin Yu didn't delay any longer. He nodded and entered the carriage. Behind him, several young girls who seemed to be Yun Xueqing's maids subconsciously dropped their jaws. After boarding the carriage and sitting across from Yun Xueqing, Qin Yu finally understood why she had felt a bit uncomfortable when he spoke to her. The interior of the carriage was extremely spacious. It could be seen as a mobile girl's room. The colors were warm and the fragrance of incense wafted through the air. In particular, there were several clothes placed on the rack in front of the screen. Although they were folded, they still caused Yun Xueqing's face to flush red. Seeing her flustered expression, Qin Yu placed the clothes into his storage bag and closed his eyes, pretending as if he hadn't seen anything. As Yun Xueqing saw him close his eyes in meditation, she relaxed a little. She immediately felt that Qin Yu was someone who understood the bigger picture. Although they didn't have any romantic feelings between them, this didn't stop her from appreciating Qin Yu even more. She originally thought that they could talk about their farewells on the road, but now wasn't the time to say anything. Luckily, the Yun family wasn't too far away, so the quiet young man and woman in the carriage didn't feel too awkward. When the carriage came to a stop and a servant's voice sounded out, Qin Yu opened his eyes. He didn't know why, but as she felt his gaze, Yun Xueqing blushed. She lowered her head and said, "Fellow Daoist Qin, we've arrived. Please go first." In this environment, Qin Yu felt uncomfortable all over. He got up and left the carriage. Before he could take another look, a youth in fiery red robes rushed out from the main entrance of the Yun family's grand residence. As he saw the carriage, his eyes brightened and he loudly said, "Cousin, I heard that someone is plotting against you in the city. Tell me who it is and see if I don't chop them up." The youth's eyes widened. He looked at Qin Yu, who had just pushed open the door, and pointed at him. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning behind his eyes was clear. Who is this bastard? Qin Yu didn't speak. He left the carriage. Yun Xueqing followed behind. The youth saw the blush on her face that hadn't yet faded. His face flushed red and he roared, "Cousin, who is he? What right does he have to get into your carriage?" He couldn't care less about the previous question. Yun Xueqing frowned. "Cousin, be a bit more polite. This is fellow Daoist Qin Yu. I mentioned him before. He helped me greatly when I was forming my golden core." The youth had a skeptical expression. "Really?" Yun Xueqing coldly coughed. "Why would I lie to you? Don't block the way. I want to invite fellow Daoist Qin in. Where is my father?" "He's still in seclusion." The youth reluctantly drew back. Although he knew who Qin Yu was, he still held a grudge against him for openly entering Yun Xueqing's carriage. His eyes were filled with ill intent. "My uncle is still in seclusion. At this critical moment, I fear he won't be able to see any guest." Yun Xueqing hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist Qin, please enter first. I will immediately have someone inform my father. If it really isn't possible, then you can stay here for the time being so that I can express my gratitude." The youth shouted out, "How can we allow someone who doesn't know anything to casually stay here? I don't agree." "Fang Huahua." Yun Xueqing clenched her teeth. "If you continue to be so unreasonable, I will tell Auntie that you bullied me and have her send someone to take you away." Fang Huahua shrunk his neck back, finally becoming honest. Yun Xueqing revealed an apologetic look. "I hope fellow Daoist Qin can be magnanimous enough to forgive my rude words." Qin Yu smiled. "It's fine." After entering the Yun family, he realized just how extraordinary their background was. Although Qin Yu hadn't been wholeheartedly studying array formations during this time, he had still read through many of the jade slips that Jiyu Shengping had left behind. At the very least, his eyesight was much higher than before. At this time, looking at the entire Yun family residence, He could see that there wasn't a single place that didn't exude a faint aura of array formations. It was clear that if a powerful enemy were to invade, the beautiful scenery of this residence would instantly turn into a terrifying killing machine that harvested live. Fang Huahua coldly coughed. The Yun family residence was personally designed by the Fang family's old master. Once the array formation is activated, anyone below the nascent soul realm will die. His eyes flashed downwards, revealing a bit of contempt, a bit of mockery, and the rest filled with satisfaction. Of course, these words were filled with a warning. Yun Xueqing glared at him. He quickly turned his head, but he still coldly glared at Qin Yu from time to time, as if telling him to pay attention to his status and not have any ill intentions. Qin Yu's heart was filled with helplessness. He even suspected that with such a temperament and such a low EQ, just how had he managed to cultivate to the Golden Core realm? Although he was only at the early Golden Core realm and his aura was a bit weak, he was still a Golden Core. As Qin Yu thought about how much he had suffered in order to reach Golden Core, he bitterly smiled. He also had an impulse to beat up this brat. He turned his head and looked at the array formations in the residence. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Fang Huahua's complexion darkened. He felt as if he had punched cotton, and he found Qin Yu increasingly displeasing to the eye. As Yun Xueqing saw that Qin Yu didn't care, she let out a sigh of relief. She also appreciated his broad-mindedness. She looked at her cousin who had just stepped into Golden Core through some dog's hit luck and found him displeasing to the eye. She wanted to drive him away, but she was afraid that it would backfire, so she lowered her head and ignored him. The Yun family's main hall was nearly a small temple, but it had an extraordinary atmosphere. Several Yun family masters had already received a message from their servants. They all came out to greet Qin Yu with smiles on their faces. Fellow Daoist Qin Yu has come to visit. The Yun family is honored by your presence. Please come inside. The Yun family's second master, Yun Yi, cupped his hands together. From Xueqing's words, it wasn't hard to judge that Qin Yu was a tyrannically strong wandering cultivator. This sort of person had no worries and did things according to their whims. Although they didn't have any foundation, they were the most difficult to deal with. Although the Yun family didn't fear him, since he had saved Xueqing, they should take advantage of this opportunity to be on good terms with him.